To call to order the May 3rd, 2011 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting. Council LaBeouf, if you'll lead us in the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Tony. Ann, would you read our meeting procedures, please?
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of May 3rd, 2011. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all pagers and cell phones be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ann. Next is public comment. This is the time where anyone from the public can address the board on something that is not on the agenda, keeping in mind that we can take no action on that item. So, Dave, would you? I understand the Placer County Water Agency would like to make a presentation to us with regards to the PG&E infrastructure canal outage.
Very hopeful. Placer County Water Agency is actually sorry we have to be here and take your time this morning, but we would like to take your time to brief you on an emergency that we're facing. And it is directly related to just 2 weeks ago today, the Bear River Canal, owned by the Nevada, Pacific Gas and Electric Company. The canal failed at a location not far from Colfax, overhanging the Bear River. We're fully dependent upon that supply for adequate normal supplies for the area of Greater Auburn and our what we would call Zone 1, continuing on down through Newcastle, through the Loomis Basin, through Rockland, even over into serving the city of Lincoln area. I brought with me some staff members, two of whom I'd appreciate a few moments, if you would, let them brief you in a few details. Also, our board chairman, Lowell Jarvis, is here, and let me identify a couple of the documents we have. One, as you see, we have some maps. We'll talk to them specifically. And we also have for you, and I think I brought enough copies. If not, I'm sure others can be made, of a letter signed by our chairman, Lowell Jarvis, to Pacific Gas and Electric Company. The first 2 pages, these are printed back to back. And the subsequent portion of the package is our most recent news release of the 29th of April regarding the water shortage emergency here in Placer County Water Agency, and especially in Zone 1. And we'll describe that to you in a few moments. And again, the outage itself from PG&E occurred in what we would know as our Zone 3. Let me just tell you that, and I see we had one other map we didn't put up. We are having to move all the water we can do down through what's called the Boardman Canal, the PCWA Zone 3, in order to get some water into our water treatment plants, what I would call the kind of the eastern portion of the Auburn area. And with excellent relations and cooperation with Nevada Irrigation District, we've gotten some water from them over along the Highway 49 corridor, be thinking in terms of where the airport is, Rock Creek, and being able to apply some water into our area. The problem is, those two together, as the emergency supplemental water, is barely 50% of what the greater Auburn region needs. Therein is a dire problem we're facing, if not almost a catastrophic one. We'll provide you details in a moment on that, in just a moment through Einer. What I want to relieve you at the moment, and we would hope this doesn't change, we'll give you the details, our lower area from roughly Newcastle sweeping down through just above the Granite Bay area, over into Rockland, over to Lincoln, and then back up again, almost like a quilt.
of water agencies joining together during an extreme time of need, and our ability to pump water out of the American River is at the moment getting us through any outages of any type there for our ditch customers. But our problems remain in this area where I have less than 50% available supply to meet what would be the very soon, because of warming temperatures, demands. With that, Einar, let me turn it over to Einar Maish, our Strategic Affairs Director. Also with me is Brent Smith from Technical Services as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate the chance to give you a little update. Dave didn't realize that the map he thought was gone was put over here. The PG&E canal out of Rawlins Reservoir, their Bear River Canal, failed April 19th. I think that's 3 weeks ago today. And the most remarkable thing about this, as far as I'm concerned, is PG&E has not figured out how to solve the problem. They haven't figured out what the solution is yet. They haven't finished the design. They haven't figured out how to get a bypass in. The last thing they told us, which was a week ago, is they thought that they could start construction on July 8th to make a final fix. It's going to take more than a month. We're going to get to peak day this summer with 240 CFS of flow that normally comes from PG&E out of service. And so I'm going to tell you about what this means, because we're trying to outreach to our public. We appreciate the opportunity to let you guys know, so that you've got the worst case situation is in our upper zone 1. As you come up Interstate 80, the hill up to Newcastle really separates our system into kind of two different systems. Above Newcastle is our upper system, and below Newcastle is the lower system. We have two water treatment plants. We have the Bowman Water Treatment Plant and the Auburn Water Treatment Plant in upper zone 1 that serve this community and the surrounding communities. And the only water that we can get there is water that we can bring from Alta down through the Boardman Canal in our upper zone 1 system. And that total amount of flow is about 10% less than the two treatment plants need on peak day. So we're going to be outreaching to treated water customers in Auburn, trying to cut their demands. We're going to be outreaching to customers in Zone 3 to cut their demands so that we can at least have enough water for full treated water demands in Zone 3. There's kind of actually three groups of canals. There's the canals on the way to the water treatment plants. So those customers are going to get reorificed. They're going to get a little supply, and they'll get it constantly. The people in the worst shape are the people who come off of the canals that go to the water treatment plants. There's a nest of canals, Shockley, Freeman Canal right here in Auburn. They're very soon, if we don't get a bypass in, going to have no water delivered. Because all the water we can get into the top end of the system is going to be delivered to the water treatment plants, unless we can get significant cooperation from our customers. We do have arrangements with NID. NID is able to bring water into Rock Creek Reservoir over from Lake Comby on the Bear River. So we've got a 9 CFS supply in there. So the canals in purple down here actually have a little bit of water that we can share from the water we can get from NID. So right now they are on every other day rotating outages. If we don't get a bypass in soon, they will soon be on every third day, and then they will go to every fourth day. That is an extremely critical situation in the Auburn area. There's a little bit better news, as Dave, in the lower zone 1 area, we are able to operate our American River pump station and lift water to the surface near at our Ophir facility. It's right across the canal from the City of Auburn's wastewater treatment plant, just below PG&E's Wise Powerhouse. And we're able to lift enough water right now with the cooperation of agencies. The City of Roseville is able to take over service to a portion of our service area in the Sunset Industrial area. They're also able to supply water to us up in the Stone Ridge area, some of our customers. We have an arrangement with San Juan Water District to take over a portion of the Los Lagos area, and we've asked the City of Lincoln to turn on their groundwater wells and reduce their demands. And between those reductions in demand and supplemental supplies and the water we can get from the American River, right now we expect when we get to peak, we may have to begin reorificing some of these customers and cutting them back, but we don't expect that anybody's going to be out of water in lower Zone 1. That's a quick scenario of what's happening with the PG&E situation.
And I'm not aware of the latest. I was just talking with our customer service staff, and I can draw your attention back to the map closest to you, which is our upper Zone 1. When you look at the, I'm not urban trained to use this. You look at this area, you see what I would call a number of fingers in purple that come down. As you can tell, we're really dependent upon, as we release water, trying to get that water to come a very long way. What I want to illustrate is our problem is at the end of these fingers, we aren't able to shunt enough water, even within a 24-hour period of time, all the way down, and we reoperate this in a variety of different ways. So this is where we're getting the majority of our concerns, because we're out in the field looking to see if the water is even arriving, and we're getting real-time calls from customers. I have some colleagues and friends who live here at the end of the Sheridan track right in this area. And luckily, they have a well, some storage, and they're able to operate within the house, but there's really none available. And my fear is that's what we're going to continue to see, is a slowness of this being kind of creeping back up, that no matter how hard we try to conserve and put water, it is a long way to go. I don't believe anyone's using more than they need to use. When you have less than 50% supply overall, and then it only comes in with a certain amount off of the Zone 3 system and a smaller amount off of the NID, we are really going to have challenges to move that around. And our board is setting a hearing for next Tuesday night for consider under the Water Code. That's as soon as we could get it set for an emergency, and to begin to take extraordinary actions authorizing them to go forward with that. Unfortunately, none of that gets us any more water. And we are working as diligent as we can, and we know some of you are also doing outreaching to Pacific Gas and Electric Company. I need their attention not to walk us around and show us what the disaster looks like. I've seen pictures of it. I need action now on a bypass water, emergency water, pump it out of the Bear River just down below where the break is. I don't think we care. I know my customers don't care where it comes from. And that's how dire this is. It seems like 3 weeks. It's been 2 weeks as of today, the 19th. Yes.
I believe it.
Thank you. First, put that down. A good thing I corrected information on something.
Anyway, I appreciate your time. Again, it's frustrating that PG&E can't quite figure out how to solve the problem. We will continue to push on them as hard as we can. Any effort, any opportunities that you may have to either spread the word to the people in our communities that we have a real, genuine situation and they need to conserve all they can, or an opportunity to pound PG&E in the head with a big club, please take it. Thank you.
Einer, might be some other questions, but how is this impacting NID as well as you folks?
NID gets, they get water off of this system as well. Unfortunately, the map I have doesn't really go up. NID, most of the water that they take, they deliver down the Auburn Ravine. And they have customers that they serve along the Auburn Ravine, mainly to the north of the Auburn Ravine, and they supply some water to South Sutter Water District out at the end. Those folks are out of water because there's no water to put down the Auburn Ravine right now. Actually, we're doing an exchange. Let me back up. The water that they're putting into Rock Creek Reservoir for us, we're delivering some water from our pump station down the Auburn Ravine to meet some of their customers' needs. So, my mistake. There's a swap going on there. But they have a lot of customers in Placer County who are also short of water supply. But none of their treated water systems are threatened because they have the ability to serve all of those with alternate deliveries off of the Bear River. And the Bear River is in fine shape. So most of NID service area is okay. There are areas in Placer County which are having shortage.
And then any specific recommendations for the board?
No. We're doing everything we can with our customers. We're going to be having hearings. We're going to be asking them to begin to cut back. We're probably going to be reorificing our raw water customers, reducing the amount of water they can take, trying to get out of this rotating outage. We're going to be pushing on PG&E to get with it and get us a bypass flow in so that we have some delivery so that we can get back to at least some semblance of normal. Having some people with no water in their irrigation service in the Auburn system, the Upper Zone 1 system, is simply unacceptable. It is the reality of where we're at as the weather heats up. And PG&E has had enough time to do something, and they simply haven't been able to do it yet. So, no, it's a public outreach and try to make sure that PG&E understands this crisis and they need to do something.
Thanks. Jennifer?
Yeah, thank you, Einar. You and I already talked about this a little bit yesterday. Couple of questions I have. I did some outreach to PG&E. I'm going to continue to doing
Great.
What else I can in terms of that. Are there also issues in terms of FERC and getting an emergency plan or declaration through them? So should I be calling my federal folks and putting pressure on that side?
We heard that initially, and of course we have relationships with FERC because we've been dealing with them on our relicensing, and so we thought, aha, we'll call FERC. It came up in the last board meeting we had where PG&E had people present, and they said, wait a minute, our permits are not really our problem. They described the biggest problem as safety, and if you can imagine, it's a 1-to-1 slope, and the canal failed because the water, the earth below the canal saturated, sloughed off the hill, and then the canal poured into the opening and hydraulicked all the material off down to solid rock below the canal, which is 100 feet above the river. But the overburden above remains, and it's probably unstable because what used to hold it up was the earth below, and so there's a safety issue. And PG&E really hasn't come up with a method of how to strip the overburden and get the site into a safe working condition where they can begin building it back up. That's their problem. Why they can't solve it as others have solved it, we're not quite sure, but it's a safety, and that's what they describe as their critical path issue, is solving that problem, not the permits. So
the pressure really needs to be on PG&E
Right.
rather than FERC. Okay. I'll keep focusing on PG&E in that case. Is there something that PCWA can provide us, supervisors, to take to our various and sundry MACs that are going to be affected by this so that they have maybe a fairly simple one-page flyer that explains the situation and gives some specific recommendations for actions people can take to conserve water?
Yes to that. We're working on the specific recommendations because it's kind of stealth where the problem really is and what those people need, and what they need is H2O, and we don't have that enough of. Got to stretch it from others. We've actually, by our staff, been outreaching to the staff for the different MACs. We've actually have a master list. We're looking to come to the agenda, speak under public comment, do whatever immediately. I think there's 2 of them lined up tomorrow, I believe, and some others that come up in the usual rotation of your forums or MACs. Also, the Chambers of Commerce here in Auburn, we're looking to talk to the forum next Tuesday morning, and there are others. I won't go over them all, but we have been looking at every way possible to get the word out, to frankly get some pressure on Pacific Gas and Electric Company, place high priority. I could just paint a word picture. It wasn't all that long ago, it wasn't here in our county, but the train trestle across the American River in Sacramento burned down. Railroads decided that was a pretty important problem. They better get that fixed. The conveyance system was down. I don't know how they did it, but they mustered up everybody and anybody who needed to be brought in, and literally within a day or 2, took everything out, repaired it all, fixed it, put the track back in, and they were back in business. Their conveyance system was working again. I've had expectations I would see the same from the company, at least I pay my gas to. I live in Roseville, so I'm not the electricity side. We have worked a long time with Pacific Gas and Electric Company on the hydroelectric project and with other attributes. Lethargy seems to be the word of the day. I'm really going to be honest with you. I've been very frank with our board, and I know they feel the same way. We'd like to see a higher level of collaboration and cooperation to get an answer to us, get us some emergency water. they can take whatever, I guess, time they need to take to get the permanent fix. If they need to build something like the Golden Gate Bridge to gap it, design it, plan it when it's not a problem. Do that in the winter, do whatever they need to do. It's amazing what the Navy SEALs were able to do. I got a feeling the private sector can do the same thing. And I expect some action out of them. And our chairman penned a wonderful letter here that we've sent off. Again, kind of end back on this note. Again, Zone 5, if we didn't cover that, is our commercial ag in Western Placer. Last week, this day, we were at a meeting with PG&E, and that's when we learned this kind of dire news. We immediately made contact with the growers in Zone 5, told them no water available. We can pump it for you out of the canyon, but to pay us the cost to pump it up to deliver the water, frankly, you can go out by your fields if you've got the ability to do that and pump it out of the ground quicker and get yourself reliable water. The reason is for growers, they need it during the key growing time. They don't need a little bit now and a little bit later and not enough in the middle. So they have made decisions not to farm, several of them. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Is there, before you leave the podium, is there any point in putting any pressure on, say, the CEC, or is that not the right state group?
The California Public Utility Commission?
Yeah.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah, sorry, not CEC.
We're evaluating that. I don't know that answer.
Okay.
Sometimes I hate to ask a regulatory entity. They think, the question really is, do they think they have authority over PG&E for delivery of water
Right.
to a wholesaler like the agency or not? And I don't really know the real answer to that, but we've given a little thought to who you ask. Like any attorney would say, be careful what you ask, what the answer you get, you may have to live with it. I'm not trying to be trite with that, Jennifer, but we need action now, and I got a feeling regulatory inquiries and processes will take a long time. But we're looking into everything we can in that regard.
Thank you.
And the only thing I would add is we're trying to, we've added a page to our website, and we're trying to get as much information on the website as we can. So we haven't had the best website in the world, but trying to.
Well, that sort of takes me, is there a place where a particular customer can go and get at least a general
Yes.
answer as to what
And
they might expect? That's the worst case.
We're committed on this project, on this problem, to getting as much information as we can on our website. So you can find out what canals are currently in rotating outage. You can see all of the press releases that we've done so far. We've got previous generations of these maps. We'll put the new maps up so that you can get a feel. There's pictures of the Bear River Canal where it's out. So, yeah, we're trying to provide people with enough information. And as we move forward with any conservation measures that we're going to be recommending or perhaps mandating as a result of the forthcoming emergency declaration that our board's going to consider on the 10th, we will post that on the web as well.
And do you know if is there similar access to the NID system?
I don't know.
I think one of you asked, and I forget, what would be things to be done, and I think you've heard us talk about the ditch system a lot. Treated water, greater Auburn area that we serve, and our board is still, they're meeting in a special session this afternoon. They've held several meetings now on this. I don't know, as I stand here, if we're looking for, in the Auburn area, no outside watering at all, or if we're looking on the treated water system every other day. If we were looking at it every other day, for example, just as an example, is it hand watering only? Is it, I don't know. What we're going to do is run calculations. What we're not trying to do is just have dire hardship everywhere. We want to try to reduce the pain to the ditch customers, as we have described. But we have a limited supply of water, and so we're making as careful calculations as we can that if we trigger this kind of an action, what's the result? And if we have triggered another kind of action, what's the result? But to a great extent, it's going to be the three musketeer approach that gets us through this. I believe people are understanding the calamity we're facing, and I believe people will understand if we ask them to do extravagant conservation, treated water, as well as ditch water, in order to get some water to as many people as possible. I think they'll rise to the occasion to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Appreciate it. Thanks. Josh.
Good morning, Josh Hunsinger, Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. I just wanted to tag on to PCWA's presentation and give you a little bit of an update on the agricultural impacts of this situation that we're in with water supply. So far, my department has just done a very preliminary cursory survey of our larger growers, so I don't have the full scope of this impact, but so far we've just gone with our larger growers. It is planting season for our growers, and so right now they're making the decision. It's very crucial. Do we plant, do we not plant, and make that investment and then have it no water to sustain it? So far it looks like a minimum of about 3,500 acres, totally 100% out of production this year, potentially at least $10 million worth of production just right off the bat with about 8 of our larger growers in the affected area. Significant employment impacts I would expect as a result of that as well. Working with County OES as well as a USDA Farm Service Agency to see what can be done to assist our growers, what emergency declarations need to be in place, and we'll continue to update your board as those processes go forward. At our next Agricultural Commission meeting, which will be May 9th, next Monday, both PCWA and NID will be there to present and give an update to the agricultural community on exactly what's going on as well. So just wanted to give you a brief overview of the agricultural impacts, and we'll have better information going forward. We're still in the process of gathering that.
And appreciate any feedback you can give us as you get it more in real time, I guess. The growers you're referring to, are they predominantly rice growers?
Of that 3,500 acres, approximately 2,300 acres of that is rice, and the rest of it, there's a dairy down in the Lincoln area that grows their own feed for their cows. That feed production's totally out, so that will have a significant impact on the dairy because hay prices right now, feed prices are through the roof, and it's really not economical for the grower to purchase feed for that dairy herd. Fowler Nurseries is a big one that they're basically at the point where they have to make a decision, and that's a very significant, it's a little bit smaller acreage compared to the rice growers, but a higher dollar per acre value, so a really significant impact as well.
And of particular concern are vineyards and orchards, where there may be significant investment that's fairly mature, but for lack of water for a full season would be completely destroyed. Do you have any assessment as to that?
What we're hoping there is, it's sounding like most of those are not down in the valley floor, but up in the foothills where they will be receiving some water, certainly not their full allocation, and production may be significantly impacted as far as, if you're growing peaches, for instance, or grapes, you may not have full production of your fruit, your crop, but hopefully there'll be enough water to at least maintain the trees or the vines, keep them alive, and so even if production's not there this year, the investment in the infrastructure of the trees or the vines will survive. So that's my hope at this point.
And so do you have a handle on the percentage impact, if you will, split for ag deliveries between the water agency versus Nevada Irrigation District?
I really don't at this point. It's almost on a farm by farm basis, just depending on
their location.
So some are 100% gone, others are 50%, others it really depends. I mean, the irony of it is this is a very wet year, and we are looking forward to good water supply. So it's really
part of all of this, right?
Yeah. So
is South Sutter affected at all?
South Sutter's in really good shape because the Bear River is where they receive their. I believe it goes from NID to South Sutter via the Bear River, and the Bear River, of course, itself is unaffected by this canal break. So South Sutter's in great shape, and all the growers who are served by it are in fine condition.
Thanks. Jennifer.
Yeah, I see Jim Durfee, our facilities director here, which is perfect, because I was going to ask that, Jim, if I can ask you to identify any and all county facilities, whether they're parks or buildings, that fall within this affected area so that we can make sure that we're taking steps as an entity and showing some leadership in cutting back on our water usage. It may be very minimal, but I think it's important that we present an example for people to follow.
Absolutely. About 3 years ago, we instituted water-saving measures, partly due to dry conditions, partly in response to budget issues. So we've been prioritizing only the high-value landscaped areas and the ball fields and so forth in terms of what I would call normal irrigation for the last 3 years. We'll be working with PCWA to institute greater water savings measures in response to this issue. In the Auburn area, the area that was discussed by PCWA, we only really have one park area. It's a small park up in North Auburn. So we don't manage most of the ball fields in this area. That would be ARD. We have mostly landscaped campuses, this campus and the Placer County Government Center out in North Auburn. We've already, as I said, we've already been focusing simply on the high-value landscaping in those areas, and we'll continue to ratchet that down. We'll also be sending, historically in the summertime, we send out a lot of messages to county staff to be sure to save water in the buildings. We will be upping those efforts as well, and we'll be working very closely. We've been monitoring the issue with PCWA. We'll be working very closely with them to be sure that we do take that leadership role.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're still in public comments, so if there's someone else from the public who'd like to address the board on something that is not on the agenda, please come forward and state your name. Seeing none, I will close public comment, and we will move to Supervisors Committee reports. Jack.
Yes, I just wanted to report on the criminal justice policy meeting that we had on the 27th. We discussed the governor's public safety realignment proposal, what some of the things we anticipated and next steps. We also discussed in furthering the impacts of the realignment, a one-day retreat with local public safety partners to plan for realignment, and that is in the planning stages right now. And we also discussed the Apollo data integration project, fairly interesting and I think a very good information project that seems to that's going to have a global effect on communication between a lot of different agencies, and I thought it was quite interesting to have that discussion, even though we're currently facing some pretty dire consequences with regards to our public safety budget, and also the possibility of using some of the grant monies, a good use and good ideas of how to complete that project and at least get a prototype put together. So very good discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Jennifer?
Wanted to report on two committees. The first was the Economic Development Committee. We did meet at the Flower Farm, and we had, unfortunately, I had to leave early, so I was not there for the entire meeting, but we did have an excellent set of reports on the business walks that took place in the south and west ends of the county, as far up as Auburn, and I would say that probably the best news out of that was that overall dissatisfaction from businesses seemed to be lower this year than last year as a whole, which gives me some hope for the future and the direction that we're moving both within the county and within the individual cities. These were business walks that did cover unincorporated areas versus as well as, I should say, incorporated areas. There were some interesting anomalies. There was strangely more dissatisfaction in Auburn with signage regulations. Interestingly, just after Auburn had relaxed their signage regulations, but I think just the message had not got out to the business community. So, Robert, did you want to add anything to that? You were at that meeting as well?
Pretty comprehensive.
Okay. Then I did attend as a member of the audience the TRPA Governing Board meeting last week, at which the Boulder Bay Project, which is on the border of Placer County, it's in Nevada, in Washoe County. That project was heard. It was approved on a 12-2 vote. So there was a fairly strong consensus on the governing board that this was a project that was worth moving forward. I bring that up because there's been a lot of news reporting that Nevada is potentially looking to remove themselves from the TRPA, from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, because of a perceived conflict with California as it relates to projects. And I just wanted to really point out that California seems to be on board with these projects. As I say, it was a 12-2 vote. The Boulder Bay Project will be moving forward if it's not litigated, and that is my report. Thank you.
Kirk?
Just make the board aware that the proposed continuing resolution that Congress debated ended up not adopting, but certainly kind of put on our radar screen with my hat as our representative on the Golden Sierra Job Training Agency, would have zeroed out funding for workforce and investment boards. So clearly, as the 2012 budget gets debated, we've kind of been put on notice that workforce investment board is something that Congress is looking at right now very critically. And I'm not here to debate the merits either way, simply to put the board on notice that that at some point in the future I might be back reporting that Golden Sierra is going to be shutting its doors because we've been defunded. So just wanted to let you know that.
Thanks. Okay, seeing no other supervisor reports, we'll move to our consent agenda. These are a list of items that are intended to be passed all in one motion, but the board would be happy to pull any items if the public requests and or if any of my colleagues request. Check.
Item 28, A, B, and C.
Any others? Is there anyone from the public who'd like us to pull and discuss any items? See none.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of remaining items. Second.
I'm sorry, point of clarification, if I may. On item 8, Board of Supervisors, since Supervisor Euler was absent, do we actually need to pull that for a voice vote, or does he abstain as part of the larger motion of approving the rest of it?
I think that's why it was independently agendized, and you know, however the chair chooses to proceed, I'm fine either way.
That is on the regular agenda.
Right.
It's not on the consent.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
that's
My
why
apologies.
it was agendized, I think, for that reason.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with removal of item 28. Roll call, please, Ann.
Holmes?
Aye.
Duran?
Yes.
Euler?
Aye.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Weigand?
Yes.
And move approval of item 28 inclusive.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 28. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we will now take up our 9:15 timed item. Supervisor Holmes has a nice presentation to Mr. Persisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Persisi family for being very patient with us during our public comment session. You can see there was a lot of things going on here in Placer County, but I'm very pleased to be able to present a commendation to Bud Persisi regarding his long-term service to the community. And also, the Persisi family has been very important in my education as a politician, because I learned many of my political knowledge at one of their establishments back in the day. So, Bud, can I get you to come up to the lectern, and I will be pleased to read this. In the matter of a commendation honoring Basilio Bud Persisi for his many years of dedicated service to our community, whereas Basilio Bud Persisi is a third-generation member of an Auburn family that has set an example to others of the rewards of hard work and carefully planned investments. And whereas Bud and his family have been active throughout their community by their giving and personal involvement in community affairs, as evidenced by Bud serving on the City of Auburn Planning Commission from 1965 to 1974, and whereas Bud has been a trustee of the Auburn Cemetery District for over 30 years, where he has shown his dedication to his role as trustee by his remarkable record of attendance. And whereas during Bud's tenure as district trustee, the district has seen a succession of trustees, district managers, and staff. And whereas throughout these years, Bud has remained to acknowledge with grateful appreciation those who are ending their service to the district, and to welcome those who are beginning their service with warmth and respect. And whereas Bud serves as a role model by displaying a positive and professional approach to doing the public's business as trustee, and whereas over the many years, Bud has displayed his leadership in decisions related to labor negotiations, the purchase and development of land for the expansion of the cemetery, and the building of a much-needed maintenance facility. And whereas Bud's Processi's dedication to fiscal responsibility and his common-sense approach to problem-solving assures that the district will continue to meet the needs of the public that it serves. Now therefore let it be known that on this day, May 3rd, 2011, the Placer County Board of Supervisors does hereby thank and acknowledge with grateful appreciation the dedication and service of Bud Processi to his community. Thank you. I see we have members of your family here. We have the district manager of the cemetery, and I believe one of your fellow trustees. I'll come down and present this to you. You could say a few words, and then if anyone else wants to make a few comments, they are certainly welcome to.
Well, Jim, 33 years. Yeah. That's a long time.
No kidding.
But I can say this, I'm very thankful that I'm still alive.
Me
and
too.
And that I can actually be here to receive this award and to thank the Board of Supervisors for presenting this to me. You mentioned so many of the things here that I was going to mention, but I'll try and mention it. Oh, you're going to break your camera there, young man. We're talking water here a few minutes ago. Right now, we have a little problem at the cemetery. We're very concerned as to how much water we might be able to get to keep the grounds green and keep everything going. We've worked very hard throughout the years to try to make the cemetery as nice and comfortable, especially for the people who come to buy graves or to bury the dead, and to make it a nice place to be. I'd like to say that throughout the years, we've had some excellent managers, excellent secretaries. Right now, we have this, would you stand, please? Our manager right now, excellent young lady, and her secretary, Danielle. They work together well. We all work together well, and as a result of this, we are able to accomplish these things that we have been accomplishing throughout the year. I think I've talked enough.
Well,
I thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to go home pretty quick, but I better introduce my family here, or else they may not let me in. I'll start off with my sister, Lena Processi, my son, Robert Processi, and his lovely wife, Michelle, and the two beautiful little girls there, Laura and Caroline, my son-in-law, Todd Jensen, and and our president of our board, Mrs. Landreth. Please stand. She's doing a good job, and who's doing an especially good job for us is our manager and our secretary. They have brought professionalism to the board. They're on the ball. They keep us on our toes, and if there's anything that we ever need, they're there just to give us the information that we need. In fact, she's arranged for Thursday morning. We will be meeting with a representative of the Placer County Water Agency to see just how this is going to affect the grounds and how much water we are going to get. So I understand the problem that you have. It's very, very, very large. Ours is very small, but as a director, we are very interested in keeping our grounds green and our roses in bloom. Thank you.
Thank you, Bud.
Okay, we will now move to our first department item, which Administrative Services authorize the purchasing manager to to sign a blank purchase order, maintenance of property tax systems, etc. How was that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. Jim Bogan, Purchasing Manager, and with me is Kathy Buchanan, the Deputy Director of Administrative Services for Information Technology. Item 6A is requesting your board's approval to renew a sole source blanket purchase order with Megabyte Systems Incorporated of Rockland for maintenance of the county's property tax system. This system is used by the assessor, auditor, and tax collector to manage property taxes, billings, and payments. Administrative Services Information Technology Division manages the property tax system. The blanket purchase order provides for the software licenses and maintenance, server maintenance, system access to the web, software upgrades, and State of California mandated property tax changes. Megabyte is the software licensor and the only vendor authorized to provide service necessary for support of this system. Megabyte has agreed to provide enhanced service levels, additional functionality upgrades, and additional modules for assessment appeals processing for the annual renewal period starting July 1st for a total amount of $335,787.24. This represents a decrease of $4,850 from our current blanket purchase order. So upon your board's approval, I will issue a renewal blanket purchase order in the maximum amount of $335,787.24. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions of Jim? Seeing none?
Yeah, real quickly.
Gotcha. I'm sorry.
Not that it's not a good thing, but the decrease of $4,850.04, did we lose anything in the process, or was that just goodwill or good negotiating? How did we end up there?
I wish it was totally goodwill. Each year we get certain services that are different from the previous and the forwarding years. And in this case, we're taking a little bit less service. The price is about the same for the services.
Pleasure of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the purchase order just discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Jim. Next department item is Ag Commission resolution considering the Fish and Game proposed changes to the California Code of Regulations regarding dredging in Placer County. Josh.
Good morning, Josh Hunsinger, the Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. I also serve as county staff to the Placer County Fish and Game Commission, which is an advisory body to your board. The item before you today addresses suction dredge mining, which is a process by which material is sucked up, removed from the floor of a waterway, and it's processed through some equipment. The precious metals are removed, and then the rest of the material, other than the precious metals, is returned to that same waterway. It is considered a type of placer mining, to give you an idea of kind of the roots of our county. For instance, suction dredge mining is regulated by the California Department of Fish and Game, and it has it's a very common occurrence within the gold-rich waters of many California streams and rivers, including those in Placer County. However, all suction dredge mining was banned back in 2008 due to a court order, and then also within the same time period some legislation. And both the court order and the legislation required that the Department of Fish and Game produce a new environmental impact report and regulations to address some of the deficiencies identified by the legislature and the court order. As of February of 2011, Department of Fish and Game completed that draft environmental impact report and proposed regulations. And on April 27th of 2011, the Placer County Fish and Game Commission reviewed those regulations and made a recommendation to your board. That recommendation included 4 main points, which I'll go over real briefly here. The first is basically to oppose the regulations as they're written. The reasoning for this is there's a number of contradictory statements, and also the way in which the Department of Fish and Game evaluated the environmental impacts of the regulations. Many streams and rivers that are identified in these regulations have different requirements based on which side of the river. For instance, Placer County could have one requirement for the American River, and El Dorado could have a different requirement for the same body of water. There's a lot of instances like that where it seems very contradictory. That causes a lot of confusion trying to interpret them. Also, Fish and Game evaluated kind of the statewide impact of these regulations as opposed to a stream-by-stream impact. Secondly, the Fish and Game Commission requests that you recommend to oppose dredging on wild and scenic rivers and those rivers that are considered wild trout rivers. The North Fork of the American River between Iowa Hill Bridge and its source is considered by both the federal and the state Wild and Scenic Rivers Acts as a wild and scenic river. Next, the Fish and Game Commission recommend that you recommend to oppose the use of 8-inch dredge nozzles. The standard size of suction dredge nozzle is 4 inches. However, the proposed regulations would allow nozzles of up to 8 inches in diameter on the American River, which just allows the dredger to process significantly more material and possibly be more disruptive to the stream overall. And finally, the Department of Fish and Game, their proposed regulations and the environmental impact report do not address the issue of metallization of mercury. Typically, there's quite a bit of mercury in our watersheds. It's a legacy of gold mining back in the past practices, part of what was used in gold mining traditionally. The mercury lays on the floor of these water bodies, and but it's not active in the environment. Dredging, among other things, can stir up that mercury, allow it to metallize and become active in the environment, be absorbed by fish and other things like that. So those are the recommendations from the Fish and Game Commission. The current regulations, which are put on hold, prohibit suction dredge mining on the wild and scenic portion of the North Fork of the American River. The proposed regulations would allow suction dredge mining within the wild and scenic portion of the North Fork of the American River, and specifically from the Iowa Hill Bridge upstream to Big Valley Creek, which is quite a ways into the wild and scenic river. On behalf of the Placer County Fish and Game Commission, I respectfully ask that you consider the recommendations from the Fish and Game Commission, and specifically the recommendation to recommend to Fish and Game that you oppose allowing suction dredge mining within wild and scenic rivers as determined by the state or federal governments. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Questions of Josh at this time by the board? Jennifer.
Josh, I had a question. There was one thing that I read, and I just want to make sure I read it correctly. It appeared that they're also proposing within the new regulations to allow dredging in rivers, streams, and lakes that feed into Lake Tahoe. Is that a new? Is that something new that they're proposing?
I don't believe so. They've had the current regulations, which are being replaced by the new ones, I believe do allow some of that, but there may be other requirements. These regulations don't supersede any other water quality regulations or things like that. So, for instance, if the Regional Water Quality Control Board had other regulations they would concerning water quality, they would override Fish and Game's ability to issue a permit.
How would a dredger be expected to know those other regulations? Or how would Fish and Game be expected to implement denying a permit for a river that has other regulations that aren't Fish and Game regulations?
Yeah, it's the jurisdiction, Fish and Game just has the jurisdiction over issuing the permit, and then the Water Quality Control Board would have jurisdiction over the water quality impacts that dredging would create. So Fish and Game wouldn't necessarily be required to review those water quality impacts in issuing their permit. And then it would be on the regional board to
Okay, yeah, and
address those.
my concern about Tahoe specifically is that, as this board is well aware, we now are subject, due to our California water boards, to making sure that we implement the Tahoe TMDL, and that's going to be very expensive and very time-consuming and require a lot of public monies into making sure that we improve the clarity in Lake Tahoe, and I'm certainly concerned about what impacts potentially could come from dredging. And if Fish and Game is saying, oh, it's fine in those waters, but there are other pieces of legislation in place and other laws in place that prohibit it, I'm just concerned how anyone is expected to know how those pieces work together.
Yeah, and that's some of the Fish and Game Commission members have had conversations with the Department of Fish and Game staff, and they're very adamant that their jurisdiction is only to look at the permitting of the suction dredging and any of the other water quality impacts other than what are outside of their purview.
Okay, and then a technical question I had is to the recommendation about the 8-inch nozzles. What makes an 8-inch nozzle, from the Fish and Game Commission's perspective, so much more objectionable than a 4-inch nozzle?
It's a couple of things. Philosophically, they feel that an 8-inch nozzle, the size of dredge that would be used, the number of people it would take to operate that size of equipment would be more on a commercial scale rather than recreational, and that just from a practical standpoint, the impact on the river would be, more than doubled due to the volume of material that could be used by an 8-inch nozzle compared to the standard 4-inch.
Thank you.
Kirk.
Couple questions. First of all, as we look at the area designated wild and scenic that we're proposing prohibiting all, if I'm reading the recommendation correctly, we are proposing prohibiting all dredging, whereas the recommendation coming to us from the state is to allow dredging from September 1st through September 30th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So looking at the affected area, do we have any idea how much of that property affected is currently in private ownership?
Yes, I had planning look that up, and there's there is a number of private ownerships. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but it is somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 20 plus private owners within that.
Okay. My concern goes straight at the heart of what has happened or what is seeming to happen with the erosion of private property rights. No pun intended as we talk about dredging and erosion. But with the erosion of private property rights, how many people own property on the river that predated the wild and scenic designation, that had certain activities that they were entitled to by virtue of their natural property rights, that we now are chipping away at with prohibitions just like this. And so I'm not comfortable prohibiting an activity that has historically taken place without any demonstrable negative impact really on our environment. I've been in and around these kinds of mining activities over the years as a whitewater rafter and all the rest, and seen the little pumps moving, and quite frankly, the immediate downstream impact where the water is returned after the water and the largely silt are removed. The immediate downstream impact, yes, is noticeable, but you get more than 100 yards down and things have either settled or so diluted that you can't really tell there's anything going on. And so what I'm wondering is this a significant enough issue to the quality of the water, the clarity of the water, anything in the water where an outright ban is really justified? And I'm curious, in weighing that against the property rights that people have who've owned property along that river and engaged in this activity perhaps for generations. So,
yeah, that was a significant concern, and I want to be very clear that the current regulations which are in place, which are about to be superseded, prohibited suction dredging within, at least in Placer County, within the Wild and Scenic River. So traditionally, there hasn't been suction dredge mining, even on the private property within that stretch of river.
That designation was overlaid.
Yeah.
Because it was a historic activity prior to that.
Yeah, prior.
And that's kind of it looks like we're taking a small step toward loosening up what, some of us had concerns about wild and scenic designations because of the prohibitions that they place on the utilization of private property. And so it looks like we were taking a step with this recommendation, a small step toward perhaps reestablishing some of those pre-existing property rights before that designation. And so to hear us now turn around and say, no, we want to keep that restriction, that's my concern.
Yeah.
Jack?
Yeah, Josh, and I'm glad Supervisor Euler brought that question up. I had an opportunity to spend a little bit of time on the DFG's website and took a look at the DEIR. I didn't have an opportunity to look at all of the responses that were provided on commentary, but I would expect that if a property owner did have an issue, that they would have written a letter and expressed that. So if you could, kind of maybe let us know if there were any folks that did from Placer County that were Placer County owners, I think that would be very good information to have. The other question I had is that by our taking this position, does this, in accepting the recommendation, does that have any effect on current legislation that may be moving through with regards to suction dredge mining, specifically SB 657?
Let me go back to your. I'm sorry. Your first question again. I'm sorry, Supervisor Duran. Was it just the legislation you're asking about?
Yes. Is there any effect, by us taking the recommendation, or does that have any effect on, taking a position on SB 657?
I don't believe so. These regulations, this EIR, is in direct response to the court order and the previous legislation that basically said all suction dredging is put on hold until this EIR and these regulations are completed.
Okay. Great. That being said, if you could let us know, whether or not there were folks that did
okay,
comment.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this issue? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Jim Ricker. I'm the president of the North Fork American River Alliance, so we're located out of Gold Run. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I appreciate the work that the Fish and Game Commission has done. I think they've identified a lot of the issues that we share about the North Fork American and particularly the wild and scenic, the wild trout designation on that river. We urge you to support the resolution, and we'd like to see you include all of the items that Fish and Game Commission has identified. I'd like to point out a couple of things I believe are mistakes. One, the regulations that are proposed would allow year-round suction dredge mining between Heath Springs, which is the edge of the North Fork Association property, and Big Valley Canyon. That is of great concern to us because it's a steep, narrow canyon that gets very little use, and our experience is that the miners pack their stuff down but take their rigs out and the gold, but leave all their trash, all of their batteries, all of their fuel cans. And maybe not all of them, but it is an issue, and it puts a burden on all of the other agencies as well as the nonprofits who try to keep that river clean. We think you're on the right track. Another point to Mr. Euler was that the historic use of these canyons also included the major placer mines in Gold Run and Dutch Flat that caused the issues we have with the mercury, with the debris in the river. And you can go to the Placer Library and find the the transcripts to the Templeton decision, which was the state case that prohibited the discharge of debris by the Gold Run Ditch and Mining Company. And their arguments are the same that Mr. Euler has made, that this is somehow an historic use. Well, those uses no longer are valid if they destroy the resources that you're charged to protect. And that's the same with the Department of Fish and Game. And we find their proposed regulations appalling, particularly when they are allowing suction dredging in the Wild and Scenic River. That should be a no-brainer. Those activities have no place in that. And so, again, I urge you to adopt a resolution that does include all of the items that Fish and Game Commission has identified. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
I'm Michael Garabedian with Friends of the North Fork. We really praise the Fish and Game Commission's work on that and deeply appreciate just the effort that the board is, the time and effort the board is taking to get up to information level that you have on this and to be aware of these. This is really a major step, I think, in a number of key fish and wildlife issues that are coming. There are a number of people and agencies now working on reestablishing anadromous fish runs in the waterways above Folsom Reservoir, and this is one piece of that puzzle. So really, I'm just coming up to thank you and answer one question. The suction gold dredging, the 8-inch actually uses 5 times the volume of the 4-inch. It's really a very massive impact and unnecessary from our point of view. Thank you. Appreciate your work on this.
Any other comments from the public?
Rob Haswell, 1630 Berlin Way in Auburn. I'm the District 3 representative on the Fish and Game Commission. Thank you. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for taking this issue up today. I'm here to urge you to follow the recommendations that our commission made to you that are in your packet. I did want to address a couple of the things that I think are important to note. One is as it relates to the 8-inch suction nozzles. This is a doubling of what has traditionally been allowed statewide. What I found interesting, and this gets to the point that Josh was making in terms of the presentations, is that Fish and Game did a statewide study of this, and there didn't appear to be a lot of localization in terms of their work. So the American River was one of only 9 rivers in the entire state that they proposed to allow the 8-inch suction dredge on. And so I thought that was a significant issue. I don't know where they came up with that criteria. I do know that we had some members on our commission that are very close with the dredging community and actually have friends in it, and they opposed this. It was a unanimous vote. It's worth noting that they were the ones, one of our members mentioned that an 8-inch dredge is literally a dredge that cannot be operated by 2 people, which is traditionally, how it's been done. The current regulations have been in place, I believe, since 1994. Is that correct, Josh?
At least.
So it's been quite some time since the Wild and Scenic has been closed, and I do think, as we all know, and we had several private property rights advocates on our board, but we, obviously, when you live in a society, we do have rules that we live by. Obviously, there's clean water issues in terms of septic and stuff that we, expect out of folks. I believe that it's a very similar scenario here. I've also want to encourage you to think about the methyl mercury issue, because we have a river in Placer County. I've heard several reports on this already, the Bear River, which already has levels of methyl mercury that have made eating the trout caught down there and unsafe. You really have to monitor, and pregnant women, that kind of thing, can't be eating those trout. I think it's important to note that as a historic activity, mining did put a lot of methyl and mercury into the waters. This is an activity, I think the evidence is pretty clear, can cause this mercury to methylize and get into the danger is it gets into the food chain. So I think it's something that we shouldn't take lightly. Again, those are my main things. I truly believe that having heard very long presentations on this, that much long as my comments, these were very hastily put together regulations. I urge you to have them do a rewrite on them. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address this issue? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for consideration.
Move approval of the item, Mr. Chair. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution to send off the letter as discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Actually,
Opposed?
I needed a clarification before we voted.
I'm sorry, Jennifer.
I would like to be clear that what we're going to be sending off is the recommendation that comes from the Fish and Game Commission.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. In that case, aye.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
We'll take up item 8, very complex, and I'm sure something we can make into a lengthy discussion. It's the minutes of the March 22nd meeting. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the March 22nd meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Let's take up our item 9 meeting, which is resource agency regarding our recent census and redistricting, presentation by staff and seeking some direction from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. Since your January 25th board meeting, a redistricting team comprised of management staff from the County Executive Office, County Council, the County Clerk Recorder's Office, and the Community Development Resource Agency have been meeting to go over and outline a process to be followed for the proposed redistricting that results from the 2010 census data. In late March, we did receive that 2010 census data, and since that time, staff has been preparing a series of alternatives for your consideration as it relates to the population changes that have occurred over the past 10 years. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the County Clerk Recorder's Office. They have been instrumental in helping our staff understand the precincts and census districts and how that information comes together to formulate the responses that we will provide here to you today. Today's presentation will be led by Kelly Berger, who has been the lead staff person from the agency on this matter.
Thanks, Michael. As Michael mentioned, I'm Kelly Berger. I'm the GIS coordinator out of Community Development Resource Agency. And what I'd like to discuss this morning is present a little bit background on where we're at and where we've come from. Look at political geography of the county as it exists today. Look at some changes in population over the last 10 years, briefly, and then review a few scenarios of potential redistricting, and as well as seek your direction on where to go next in this process. So, real briefly, we have a requirement every 10 years to redistrict, not just the supervisorial districts, but legislative districts, congressional districts, and so on. Our concern, of course, is your districts. We have a deadline of November 1st to present and finalize a new supervisorial district boundaries for the county. As Michael mentioned, we received the census data in March, and my excellent GIS team and I have been one with the data for about a month or so, if I may say that. And so in January 25th board meeting, you directed us to begin developing district boundaries and as well as to present to you and through deliberation, through public deliberations, various potential changes in the district boundaries. As we went through the redistricting process, there's a number of criteria that we used to develop these boundaries. Some of them, well, I'll just go down the list real quickly here. We looked at cohesiveness, compactness of the regions, cohesiveness being that they're all one piece and not split up into multiple pieces. Compactness, that they have a shape that is not absurd, if I can use the term. We wanted to look at the integrity of the communities of interest. We wanted to minimize, if at all possible, the division of cities. We wanted to retain central downtown cores and communities such as Penryn, Newcastle. Through the process that I'll take you through briefly here, we looked at the numbers and we kept it within a 5% deviation. That's from the percentage high to the percentage low in population per district. And we also began developing the district boundaries based on the 2000, the existing district boundaries. And so we used those as a base and built from there. And where possible, through this initial process, we attempted to use existing voter precincts as a base for our development. On a couple occasions, we could use, and we have used, topography and geography, and those are legitimate boundaries for redrawing the lines. So, real quickly, I just want to look at the political geography of the county as it is today. The map that we're all used to looking at, that I know so well. And if you look at the high and the low as far as the total area per district, District 5 is 73% of the entire county, and the low is District 1. Now, of course, that's where all the population is in District 1, or a majority of the population is in District 1, and whereas District 5 is spread out over a larger area. District 1 and 4 roughly are about the same size in geography. If we look at the cities and the county, again, unincorporated Placer County is almost 90% of the county, and the cities making up the remainder of that. And we're going to look at population real briefly in relationship to these areas as well. So, looking at the population changes from 2000 to 2010 within each jurisdiction, you'll see, of course, I don't think it's any surprise to anybody, tremendous growth in Lincoln area as far as a percentage goes. A lot of growth in the city of Roseville and Rockland as well. The number is a little bit higher in Roseville, of course, the percentage being a little bit lower. Population growth by district. We've seen District 2, because of the growth in the Lincoln area, primarily South Lincoln, 112% growth in population over the last 10 years. If you look at District 5 on the other end of the scope, which is primarily unincorporated Placer County, we have a 2% growth. If we look at it a little more on a localized level, as where the growth has occurred over the last 10 years, we'll see that tremendous growth in South Lincoln, North Lincoln, West Roseville, the Galleria region in Roseville, between Roseville and Rockland, as well as Woolagra Road region south of Lincoln and south of Roseville in unincorporated Placer County. We've also seen some population decreases in the county, primarily in the Tahoe Basin. The numbers are relatively small, but as a percentage, they're quite high due to the 2,000 population at the time. Some minor population decrease in the North Auburn region. That would be the Quartz Drive area, the region around Dry Creek Road in North Auburn and around the airport. So, based on these population changes, the arrival of the 2010 census data, We've developed a few scenarios for what districts may look like based on population and based on the criteria that I mentioned earlier in the slides. So the differences that we see in this first base map scenario are obviously the growth of District 5 to the west. District 5 needed population, and that population is in the Auburn area. And that was pretty much the only way to go if we were to keep it within this 5% difference. District 3, you'll see creeps significantly to the south and west into the city of Rockland. District 2, even though the District 2 had a tremendous population growth, we still needed to compensate for the growth in Rockland and Roseville. So you'll see in the base map scenario that District 2 creeps into North Roseville somewhat. Significant population in that region. We also developed a second scenario, alternative map 1 we called it, and the changes from the base map, or from the previous base map that we saw, one of the more significant ones is the removal of the Placer Vineyards region from District 1 and moved it to District 2. Expansion of that Galleria Highway 65 region to take District 3 out of the city of Roseville and square off around Loomis for District 3 to make it a little more cohesive, but still retain the city of Lincoln, Loomis, and Auburn all in one district. The third scenario we developed, you'll see significant changes in District 5, not picking up a tremendous amount of population, but in the north and west region and the south and west region of south and west of Auburn. You'll see in this scenario as well, we have Loomis divided by Interstate 80 and the growth of District 1 north of the Placer Vineyards region. Not a lot of population there, but to make up for the numbers, we move the lines around. And the last alternative, or scenario that we have come up with, retains District 1 pretty much as it is today, although we're still moving District 2 into North Roseville. We are expanding the region around Highway 65 into District 4 from District 1. That's primarily non-residential expansion and commercial expansion in that region. And we've put back, based on the previous scenario, we've put back the region here south and west of Loomis. District 2 has expanded down into the Rockland region. These numbers, the maps that we've looked at, are strictly based on 2010 population at the block level. Again, using precinct lines as at least existing line boundaries, and using the existing supervisorial districts to grow and expand and or change the existing districts. So lastly, what we're looking for in the next steps is a continuation of the refinement of boundaries for the districts, a direction to go and present scenarios to the MACs in Placer County, provide outreach. We're requesting that we receive direction for the county clerk recorder's office to provide outreach to various entities within the counties, the school districts, PCWA, and possibly other special districts. And we would like to return to the board no later than August, and sooner if you'd like, with findings from the outreach process and seek some direction for finalizing the district boundaries. As I said earlier, we have to November 1st to bring this to closure. So with that.
Questions, comments by board members? Jim.
I don't see any of the cities. Were you providing outreach to any of the cities about?
Yes. Yes, I didn't mention that in the PowerPoint, but yes, I think the cities would be quite appropriate.
The county clerk recorder has volunteered to make presentations to the cities similar to what he did back in 2000.
Okay. And then Auburn has been in District 3 since the creation of Placer County. I see it looks like it's going to go into District 5. Is there any way around that, population-wise? I don't see anything to the west. It's enough population there. I just wondered if you could...
If we were to keep the compactness and continuity, our options are very limited with the city of Auburn at this time. We have looked at scenarios of taking District 5, quite frankly, all the way to Sutter County, across the north. And even going in it's a nice drive.
Sheridan becomes District 5. Wow.
Why not?
Robert, how do you feel about that?
But even in that
I always
scenario,
wanted to live in District 5.
Can you...
but even in that scenario, you can't. You just can't pick up enough people across the northern portion of the county to compensate for that. Auburn is the linchpin, I guess, or the key here to District 5. Yeah. I'm sorry about that. The key to pick up some numbers for District 5.
Kirk.
If you would jump back to alternative map 3 for me, please, if you have that opportunity.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Just my thoughts on the various alternative maps. First of all, having asked you to put up alternative map 3, let me just say alternative map 2 to me is just doesn't make any sense to me. So if I'm eliminating a map, I vote to make alternative 2 go away. I don't think splitting Loomis makes sense. I like the idea of trying to keep communities whole and intact within the districts. I would be very curious to see a modification to this base map or this alternative 3 map that would increase 3's population. 3 currently represents most of the Horseshoe Bar Community Plan area. 4 has some of the Horseshoe Bar Community Plan area. But expanding to the east, more of the what is currently unincorporated Loomis, which 3 currently represents, and perhaps even picking up more of what 3 doesn't represent of the Horseshoe Bar Community Plan area, and perhaps making that whole and intact in that area. That's correct. Then you would modify 4's population on the opposite side of 80, on the west side of 80, south of 65, by perhaps coming over and picking up a little bit more of the circle. You see the brown area in the circle that you have down right down there, exactly. So perhaps 4 picks up a little more population there. 1 picks up a little bit more population within the city of Roseville further to the west, and 2 takes a little bit more of Rockland on the north. So I just think from the standpoint, what I didn't like about your base map is you introduce yet one more supervisorial district into the city of Roseville. So you have 4 supervisorial districts in the city of Roseville. And from the standpoint of managing relations with our neighboring cities, it's as we're seeing right now, it's cumbersome with 3, and I can't imagine how far it would go with 4. And so if by increasing 2's share of Rockland, and I don't mean to design Robert's district for him, of course, but I'm just sharing my thoughts. If increasing 2's share of Rockland creates enough fluctuation to get 1 to where Roseville is essentially split just between 2 supervisorial districts and not even 3, you're able to actually take it that far. You keep all of Lincoln in 1 district. You have just 2 in Rockland. You have all of Loomis in 1. You have all of Auburn in 1. So the only 2 incorporated areas that share a supervisor under that scenario would be Roseville and Rockland. Rockland, of course, split between 2 and 3, and Roseville split between 4 and 1. So that was just kind of my thinking, was there a way to move those districts so that you had supervisors who are able to work very closely with our colleagues in these cities without too much fragmentation of those cities, and then that kind of, my sense is, and maybe Supervisor Holmes will tell me I'm wrong, my sense is the unincorporated Loomis area identifies more with Loomis and the incorporated Loomis area than perhaps they do with Granite Bay or other parts that are a little bit more suburban or clearly parts of my district urban. So that was just my thoughts.
If I was to speculate just briefly on that scenario, and that would be Rockland with 2 districts and Roseville with 2 districts, I don't know if you're going to, whoops. I'm not sure, let me get my little light on here, what type of population we're going to pick up here. It's relatively, it's rural, or semi-rural residential region out here. You possibly, if we were to pull District 2 out of the western portion of Roseville, I would speculate that District 2 would probably start to sneak around into this region, into the Placer Vineyards region, and pick up some of the newer population down here south of Roseville. That would be, generally speaking, just kind of off the top of my head, what we would probably see the pattern that would pop up.
And again, I'd just be curious to see what it shows. I'm not saying that that's the only thing I'm going to support. I'm just curious to see, you know, my objective, of course, once again, being trying to keep those communities as intact in the incorporated cities as possible with as little bifurcation as possible.
Lauren writing notes for me, so good.
Jennifer.
Kelly, am I right in thinking that all of these are based upon the 5% deviation?
Yes, and if you looked at the maps, and I'm sure you did, every one of them is under 5%. And yes, if we were going through a scenario and we went over 5%, we went in and modified these scenarios to come within below the 5%.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
My understanding, and I think County Council confirmed this for me yesterday, is that there is a variance that's allowable up to probably 10%. What I'd like to see is just some mapping that would cover that 10% scenario so that we can have an idea of kind of what our sideboards are in terms of the mapping and in terms of those percentage of variances. I think it's going to be critically important to have those maps to take to our municipal advisory councils, because I know I've already heard a little bit of outrage on the part of a few people at my municipal advisory councils about some of the changes that they've heard might be proposed. And that community voice is going to be really critical, I think, in settling on a map ultimately that we can all agree on. Having said that, to follow up on both Supervisor Euler and Supervisor Holmes, looking at alternative map 3, which is up, thank you. I agree with Supervisor Euler and Supervisor Holmes. I think people have visions of what communities their community belongs to. And just looking at this at first blush, the land area that's been included in Supervisorial District 5 below, so that would be south of Auburn. I'm not sure the folks who are represented in those municipal advisory councils necessarily identify with, Auburn or Forest Hill or, Donner Summit for that matter. So I just think it really is important that we give the municipal advisory councils as broad a range of alternatives to look at as possible so that they can really help us craft our decisions based on their community input. So can we see 10% maps?
We can see 10% maps. And I can speculate, and I think you may know that we can move this region to the north at 10%. There's not a lot of population down in the Loomis Basin area down here. But Auburn, we would creep into Auburn for sure.
Something else I'd like to see just come forward as information is the percentage by district of incorporated population, people represented by cities or towns, in other words, versus unincorporated population? Because I know, for example, right now, as the districts stand, District 5, 98% of the population in District 5 resides in the unincorporated area of the county, with only 2% in Colfax having a city council to whom they can turn. And I think Supervisor Duran's district is almost the mirror image of that. Yeah, so it does affect how we as individuals deal with our larger populations. Obviously, we represent everyone in our districts, 100% of everyone in our districts, but there are different ways people go about approaching their elected representatives, whether cities, towns, or counties. So I think it would be important to have a vision of that number, also to be presented at the municipal advisory councils. Thank you.
Jack?
Yeah, the November 1st, that's the drop dead date. Is that pretty much when everything has to be finalized?
On November 1st, if the decision has not been made, Tony, maybe you can help me out here a little bit. I believe we have, after that, a commission will be mandatory, I believe, made up of representatives within the county, or to have a month, December 31st, to finalize that, if we cannot come up with something by November 1st.
So if the board does not conclude by November 1st, it loses jurisdiction over the discussion. It goes to a committee that includes the county election chief, Mr. McCauley, the district attorney, Mr. Owens, and I'm trying to remember who.
I think the assessor.
The assessor is the third member.
So between August 11th, you're going to come back. Hopefully we have this plan finalized, and then we can move forward to meet that deadline. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And my comments are that, as sort of along the line of Kirk's, I guess, as District 2 representative, I'm much more in favor of maps 1 and 3 as compared to 2. Having had the job for a while, the couple of issues, the primary perspective is that District 2 represents a significant portion of the foothills, rural residential agricultural, the valley floor, predominantly agricultural, and urban areas. And when I first started, the urban areas were Lincoln and Rockland, but now they also include Roseville. If you could simplify that by removing Roseville, that would be improved, I guess. But if you can't, it's not a big downside, just somewhat more complicated. But I think the perspective of the foothills, the ag, valley floor, and urban is good, because as we go forward over the next 50 years with the conservation plan, the vast majority, 80%-ish of the future growth will occur in District 2 as it currently stands, and about 80% of the conservation plan will be implemented also in District 2 for exactly the reasons why there will be growth. Another smaller element is that except for map 2, the rural Lincoln MAC boundaries would all be simplified and contained in District 2 rather than being split. And I've, in my first years here, actually did have joint governance regarding a particular MAC. And again, it's not the end of the world, but the more you can simplify those kinds of things, the better and more effective I think the government results are. Jack, did you have more?
No, I'm good.
Tom?
Yes, just two comments. One, just to let the public know that on the county's website, there are these series of maps, a precinct map that has the number of population per precinct. So if anybody wants to design or look at different alternatives, they have the tools essentially available to do that. And I want to thank GIS for doing that. The other thing, back to the direction or the question of staff, pretty clear. I just want to make sure we're in tune with the board that the 10% factor, District 5 does not want to get 10% larger. It can go different ways. So there could be multiples of 10% factor maps. So is the intent here to come back to a percentage that allows District 5 to be smaller? In terms of the
existing 5%
yes,
proposal?
right.
Under the 10% scenario, yes, smaller.
Okay. It just, otherwise you could be doing 10 more maps to show, or even more, about what the request is, and just trying to make it easy to understand.
takeover in Newcastle.
I thought the Sutter County issue.
I really feel like I have enough geography right now. Thank you.
Okay, so it's just helpful to staff to know what the ideas are out there.
Yeah, if I can just comment, one brief comment on the 10%. We can look at the 10% in various ways as well, and that is subtract 10% from District 5 completely in population, and then assume 0% deviation with the remainder of the districts. We'll probably not get to that 0% deviation with the remainder of the districts, so so the loss of population in District 5 may be 8, 7, in that range.
And just
Potentially.
just to clarify for the public, we each need about 69,000 residents, as I recall, per district on a 0% variance. And so the 10% proposal would allow a variance of up to about 6,900 people within a specific district, I do speak English, as long as there was a 0% variance within the other districts, which is almost impossible to achieve, and I understand that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this issue? No, there's not, Tony.
Just doing my job.
I won't go there. So we will now move to our 10:15 timed item, facility services, which is a public hearing regarding Sheridan sewer and water rates. And Will is going to present that for us.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Today we're recommending that your board hold a public hearing to consider an ordinance to increase Sheridan sewer and water connection fees from their 1981 levels, which are still in existence, to more accurately reflect the current cost of building capacity in those systems. A moratorium on new sewer and water connections in Sheridan has been in place since 1985. Because there was no opportunity to connect to either system, connection fees remain unchanged at $1,700 per equivalent dwelling unit for each of the two services for the last 30 years. So that would be $3,400 total to connect to both sewer and water at this point in time. With the completion of the Sheridan Sewer Spray Fill project last January, we now have available sewer capacity and a firm basis for establishing a new sewer connection fee. Most people in the area, of course, will need both sewer and water to develop their property. So we also need to update the Sheridan water connection fee. And although that we have a major project underway, the Sheridan Water Supply and Distribution Project, which is still in design, we feel confident that we can fit 5 to 10 more new connections onto our existing water system during the interim period before project completion, which is expected sometime in 2012, probably mid-2012. Exhibit A shows the methodology we use to calculate both the sewer and water connection fees. Exhibit B shows the comparative fees in other local districts. By comparison, these fees will be much lower than the average fees in the area. In fact, lower than any fees in the area that I've seen. The Sheridan MAC supports the proposed connection fee adjustments, and they are very excited about the prospect of allowing new growth and development in their community, and particularly the opportunity to increase school enrollment and keep their school open. With that, I'd recommend opening the public hearing and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Phil. Any questions? Jack?
Yeah, a couple of questions. What was the methodology to come to the 84 EDUs?
That is the capacity that we feel we're adding to the sewer system. In particular, the water system, we're shooting for a design that gets us to about the same place. Some parts of that design may end up providing more capacity than other parts. There's a well and a storage component. Those are probably not going to be matched up exactly at 300 EDUs, but that was the target design level.
Okay. Is there some play in that number? I mean, is that the high end of, or the low end of what you could have done?
We conservatively looked at designing we wanted to come up with a design that conservatively could serve 300 EDUs. We feel that with experience, we're going to find out if maybe there's more capacity in there that we can adjust some of these numbers in the future. But right now, we wanted to be very conservative about it, and so in answer to your question, yes, there is some play.
Okay, and as far as with regards to the 5 or 10 new water connections, what if demand shows that 15 people want to hook up? What do you do then?
That's a great question that we've been debating at the MAC for the last year or so. My recommendation would be to wait and see what we find when we canvass the community before we cross that bridge. I think the logical thing to do in that case would be either to do a lottery system of some type, or on the advice of County Council, we'll find some other fair and equitable way to allocate that capacity.
Right. And does the fee increase, or the fee that you have there, does that include C&M or the O&M, down the road, or what happens if you need to do something after it's designed?
This only includes the capital costs for adding capacity. The O&M costs are all incorporated in the O&M fees that we charge for sewer and water at the Sheridan district.
Thank you.
See no other questions or comments at this time. So this is a public hearing. I'll open it up to the public for any questions. Please come forward and state your name for the record. Questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration.
Move approval. Second.
Moved and seconded to approve staff recommendation as it relates to the Sheridan sewer and water fee schedule. I just want to take the time to thank Will and staff for all of the work they've done out there, Jack, to address some of the issues. Sheridan obviously is one of our historic small communities. It has a sewer and water system that would not be allowed these days, but an incremental level of new investment out there could have a huge positive impact on the community. And concurrent with that, Community Development Resources is also doing a minor cost type of review of the community plan that does exist out there. So hopefully we'll have a good strategic approach as to how to best direct this opportunity and get the best outcome for the community for the potential investments that's available.
And that's great, since I'll be representing it.
Just envisioning that map. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move to our 10:25 timed item, Facility Services, Annexation of Dry Creek Community Park property into the Community Service Area Zone, or Community Area 28, Zone 173.
Yes, Bill Zimmerman's going to handle this item for me.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bill Zimmerman. I'm the Environmental Engineering Manager with Facility Services. This morning, we're asking your board to conduct a public hearing, and at the end of that public hearing, to adopt a resolution that will annex the Dry Creek Community Park property into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone 173, which is the Dry Creek Sewer service area. The park property consists of 26.43 acres, and it's located on the east side of Willerga Road along the south bank of Dry Creek. And the Parks Division of Facility Services has requested that we annex that property into the district, or into the county service area, for the purposes of providing sewer service to the snack bar, the restrooms, and a maintenance building that will be constructed as part of the park development. We've calculated those uses to be the equivalent of 2 equivalent dwelling units, which is basically the wastewater flow we would expect to see from 2 single-family homes. There are no annexation fees in the Dry Creek CSA. There is a reimbursement agreement with the developers that constructed the original sewer improvements, and this project will be required as part of the annexation process to pay $10,540 in reimbursement fees that will go back to the developers. And so in order to proceed with the annexation, we're asking you to conduct a public hearing, and at the end of that public hearing, to adopt the resolution that's included with our staff report. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions of staff at this point?
I just have a comment, and I think, and this is just for me, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but, anytime we make a statement that a negative declaration has been reviewed and certified, I always feel it appropriate. I would like to see something to that effect that basically says that. So, I don't want 50 pages stuck in the book, but it would be nice to see a certification of some type that, if one exists in this case, to include that in the packet. Thank you.
Seeing no others, I will open up the issue to the public. Anyone who would like to make public comment, please come forward and state your name for the record. Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Moved and seconded to approve staff recommendation with regard to the annexation of Dry Creek Community Park. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We will now take up our 10:30 item, County Exec Community Grants and Loans. Jim LeBlue is going to make a presentation. This is also a public hearing with regards to $35,000 Community Development Block Grant. Jim.
Good morning. Thank you. Jim LeBlue, Redevelopment Agency. Within our North Lake Tahoe redevelopment project area, we have some older mobile home parks, a number of them in Kings Beach and Tahoe Vista, some of which are older than 50 years old and were built when standards for development were much less strict than they are today, and we've seen a lot of deterioration in those parks. The county has some limitations in what we can do about it because the jurisdiction for the enforcement of the standards is up to the state for mobile home parks. However, there is a great interest, and with the redevelopment agency in the county, we are interested in applying for a Cdbg planning and technical assistance grant to do a survey of the parks, get information from the owners, from the tenants, and from the general area about the conditions and the needs of those parks, do some technical analysis, and then to seek out what resources could be available. There are some programs at the state level in particular that may provide grant funding to provide assistance. We want to look into all of that, come up with some strategies, and work with the owners and the communities and see what we come up with. So anyway, we are requesting authorization to apply for a $35,000 Cdbg Planning and Technical Assistance Grant, and public hearing is required before that authorization can be made. That concludes the report.
Any questions of the board? Jennifer.
Yeah, my question is, the ultimate goal that's stated here is determining the feasibility, opportunities, and constraints of rehabilitating dilapidated mobile home parks in Kings Beach and Tahoe Vista. Given that we don't actually have any jurisdiction over them, how would we go about that, even if we did go through this study?
I think it would have to be with the concurrence of the owners.
And have we reached out to the owners?
That's the plan, to reach out to the owners and talk to them, and if there are resources available, grants and so forth, to make that, gather that information and make that known to the owners and see if they're interested in doing something. So there's no guarantee that we'll get, dramatic results out of this, but we want to make an attempt.
My question is, I realize that this is for that kind of outreach. Have we done any of that in the past, and if so, what has the response been from the folks who do own these trailer parks?
Not recently. I think there have been years ago, but not recently.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, so I'll open up to the public. Anyone who'd like to make comments, please come forward and state your name. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I do have one question, and it kind of dovetails on what Supervisor Montgomery just asked with regards to feasibility. What's it going to cost in staff time to put together the grant?
We would use existing staff. The grant application has actually been prepared, but to work on this project, I think we are planning to do the work in-house and not hire any consultants to do the work. But it would take some research.
Dollar figure.
Well, the grant is for $35,000. We would expect to be able to do it within that amount.
And if I could just jump in and clarify there, the only direct county dollars that we're asking for here are the $1,400 matching. Is that correct?
Correct, and that is also CDBG funds program income that we already have.
Thank you.
Pleasure of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the CDBG grant application as discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Let's move to our department item 10, County Exec Emergency Services Fire Contract with California Department of Forestry. Ray.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Rui Cunha. I'm the Assistant Director of Emergency Services. The item before you asks that you adopt a resolution approving the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection Cooperative Fire Protection Agreement for fiscal year 2011-12 in the amount of $8,633,428, and then additionally authorize the chairman to sign 4 copies of the agreement. The contract that's before you represents less than 1/3 of 1% total cost increase across the contract for just under $25,000 in total increase. That increase is directly attributable to increases in employee benefit rates, similar to the benefit rate observations that we've had in the county. Certainly the state has been impacted similarly, and so some of those benefit rates are showing up in the contract. In addition to funding fire service, also in the contract, similar to last year, is a fire mitigation dollar amount under the Forest Hill Bridge, which does reduce fire risk under the bridge due to the bridge retrofit and that work. And that portion of the contract is fully funded by the Department of Public Works as part of their project. While the contract is fully funded in the Fire Control Fund, as your board is aware, there are 2 zones of benefit that actually will not be able to meet the level of costs with ongoing revenues. Those 2 specific areas are Dry Creek and North Auburn for fire zones of benefit. Both of those zones of benefit will experience just over $190,000 and $520,000 in revenue shortfalls for this coming fiscal year 11-12. And as your board was briefed on April 5th, we have balanced those 2 budgets using reserves that have been collected over a number of years that ultimately were designed specifically for emergency contingencies as well as apparatus and facilities replacement in both of those zones of benefit. So clearly not designed for the purpose that we're using them in this coming fiscal year. The primary reason for this shortfall, as your board has been briefed, is due to the reductions that we have seen in property tax values over the past couple of years. And those tax revenues have represented significant reductions within both zones. Next steps, it is our intent, per your board's direction, to put together a couple of studies to take a look at both of these zones of benefit and to take a look at the road ahead and how we might either impact services and or impact revenues so that these 2 zones of benefit can continue to function. And we'll look at all options in either case. Clearly, it's a community decision as to how the communities decide that they want to move forward as it relates to this service. The zones of benefit are exclusive to the communities, as you know. Simultaneous with those studies, we will do some community outreach to both communities, visiting with the MACs and so on, to make sure that the communities are aware of the issues that exist in both North Auburn as well as Dry Creek. And finally, it's our intent to come back to your board during the board workshops in August, and ultimately using both data that comes back from the communities as well as what we get back from the study efforts to make some recommendations to the board as how we might move forward, either on the revenue side or cost side, or both, depending on your board's direction. Subject to any questions that you might have, I'm joined by Chief Harris. And Chief, anything that you'd like to add?
You know, it's our privilege to serve the community, and we look forward to continuing in that service in the future, realizing that we have some difficult budget decisions ahead of us that may affect the level of service that we provide. But we're going to work diligently to make sure that you have the appropriate information to make a very difficult decision that's coming in the near future. And just look forward to serving the board in the future.
Thanks, Brad. Any questions? Jack?
Yes, Rui, one question. In your analysis of the zones of benefit for those two areas, is that going to be including a evaluation of the funding method between commercial and residential and providing options as to how revenues can be affected by that?
Yes, and that's especially the case in North Auburn, where in fact there are more commercial revenues that are realized in North Auburn, less so in Dry Creek, as you know. However, we do intend to take a look at all of the different revenue sources, what's coming in terms of revenue, parse revenues by land use types, as well as parsing by service benefit, so that we can do some comparison of who is benefiting from the service versus who's paying for the service within each of the zones of benefit. I think that'll be an important data point in moving forward with any recommendations.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's real important that we all have the, both the 30,000-foot view and, what it looks like on the ground level. So,
yes, sir.
As much data as you can get us, that would be great. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Jennifer.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understand what the future holds for us here, which who knows what the future holds for any of us. What we're looking at doing today is approving this fire protection agreement for the full amount of the $8,633,428, but it will potentially be coming back to us in August as part of the budget hearings for ratification, amendment, cancellation. I mean, there's any number of options out there that could occur in August. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I agree with Supervisor Duran that the information that we get that comes back at those hearings is going to be critical in terms of our making a decision. I will just tell you that from my perspective as a policy standpoint, while I understand that the community service areas, I believe, are out there that have been funding this, and I say funding lightly, over the past couple of years, I'm concerned that if we do take some drastic action in August, that we have not given them enough notice to gather their forces, to marshal their forces, because this is going to be a vote they're going to need to take to decide to impose additional fees on themselves or not. So I will just tell you that I'm certainly at this point thinking about, even though it is deficit spending, and I understand that, I think it's going to be important for the next year to potentially continue doing that so that we can give the communities the time to organize themselves to fully support the services that they are using.
Understand. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jim.
Supervisor Montgomery, I just want to let you know that I have raised this issue at the North Auburn MAC and also at several community events in the Auburn area. So it's out there. The word's starting to get out there.
Thank you, Jim.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to address this issue? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Robert, can I just say something real quick?
Tom.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the benefit of folks who are in the audience at home listening, the full fire fund itself, the $8.6 million, is well-funded. There are plenty of resources in there, whether direct charges or property tax assessments. The issue before the board is the Dry Creek area in the North Auburn, and that's the area specifically staff will bring back further dialogue. But we clearly expect the contract to CAL FIRE and all other aspects to continue forward in providing more than adequate and actually very fine fire protection to the balance of the Placer County citizenry.
And it's the North Auburn Oper.
Yeah.
Pleasure of the board.
Move approval, sir.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the $8.6 million contract with CAL FIRE for our collaborative fire protection for Placer County Fire. Are those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got 4 which appear to be extraordinarily quick department items, and we could send all those good folks back to work if we could do them very briefly. So why don't we take those quickly before we do our next timed item. Public Works blanket purchase order for surveying services. Ken.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works. This first item, we're asking you to approve blanket purchase orders with Andrade Geomatics, KB Foster Civil Engineering, Stantec Consulting, and Wood Rogers for surveying services in eastern Placer County. You approved a list of 8 qualified candidates on February 22nd of this year. We're asking now to authorize you to, or I should say, ask you to authorize the purchasing manager to enter into these blanket purchase orders. These are for various services to augment county staff, and they are all funded through projects and the various grants that fund those projects. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Anyone from the public? Seeing none?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the just discussed purchase order. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And Brockway Water Quality Improvement Project.
And we are asking your board today to approve several actions. Specifically, we're asking you to approve the project plans and specifications for the Brockway Water Quality Improvement Project. We're asking you to authorize the department to advertise for bids, award a construction contract to the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. We're asking you to authorize the Director of Public Works with County Council's review and approval and risk management to execute that contract. And finally, authorize the Director of Public Works to enter into any construction contract change orders up to 10% of whatever that amount ends up being. The Brockway Water Quality Improvement Project. Brockway is located between Kings Beach and Nevada State Line, a residential area, very steep. We're proposing a wide variety of stormwater treatment facilities in that area. The total project cost is estimated at $3.6 million. The construction is estimated at $1.6 million. The project is fully funded through a wide array of partners, TRPA Water Quality Mitigation Funds, U.S. Forest Service, as well as the California Tahoe Conservancy. The final gap funding for this project is slated to be approved at the California Tahoe Conservancy Board meeting on May 19th, and with that, we'll have a fully funded package. And with that, happy to answer any questions, but asking for your approval.
Jennifer.
Is the Boulder Bay Project contributing to this in any way?
They are together in that, in fact, the Tahoe Conservancy was not willing to put in their money until the Boulder Bay Project was approved. They are not putting money directly into it, but the improvements they are constructing on their side of the border complement ours and make ours work more efficiently.
And that's great. Thank you. That was the answer I was hoping for. And then my second question is, does this help us move towards achieving the now mandated TMDL?
It is one step. We will get credits for doing this project, absolutely.
Thank you.
See no other questions. Anyone from the public wish to address this? Bring it back to the board for consideration.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve staff recommendation regarding the improvement plans, et cetera. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll now adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors, reconvene as the Placer County Redevelopment Agency, and Jim will present a resolution to us for the Auditor Controller to consider.
Yes. The State of California adopted Assembly Bill 26 as part of the fiscal year 09-10 state budget, which required local redevelopment agencies, including ours, to contribute significant funds to their supplemental educational revenue augmentation fund. That's a mouthful. And we, you authorized, and we did pay something close to $3.2 million last fiscal year. We're getting ready to make the second of two payments this year, which would be about $657,000. Prior to making that payment, the agency is required to report to the auditor controller for the county how we're making the payment, and we're proposing to make the payment with available tax increment funds from the North Lake, from all three redevelopment project areas, proportionate to the total revenues for each area.
Questions, board members? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for action. It's moved and seconded to adopt a resolution just discussed for the auditor controller. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Jim. We will now adjourn as the Placer County Redevelopment Agency and reconvene as Placer County Board of Supervisors to consider our last department item, which is a 3-year agreement, Placer County Sheriff's Office and Canteen Food Services for $325,000. Jan.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. Penal Code provides the sheriff jurisdictional authority to provide a store for the benefit of inmates and oversee the inmate welfare fund for the county. We are requesting that your board approve the inventory or commissary items for the inmates. It is a 3-year contract for $325,000 annually with a not-to-exceed clause, $975,000. The services are provided to jail inmates. We get 35% back, which is a 1% increase over what we currently are receiving as far as percentage of the gross sales that are generated from the contract. That would increase by another 1% for years 2 and 3 of this contract to 36%. The revenues that are generated are about $100,000 annually, and there's no impact to the general fund.
Questions? Any questions from the public or comments? See none, bring it back to the board for consideration.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the just discussed contract for the Sheriff's Department and canteen services. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
We will now take up our 11 o'clock timed item, facility services. 3 parts. Part A is Sewer Maintenance District 1, water treatment plant compliance, recommendation by staff to focus on upgrading Plant 1. Jim.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. Jim Durfee, I'm the Director of Facility Services. I have a bevy of staff and consultants here to help answer questions as we go through what's really a very complex issue. We've been here several times in front of your board to talk about compliance for Sewer Maintenance District Number 1. I'm not going to belabor the history of the project at all. We were most recently here in February with a workshop that updated the board on the history of both the potential upgrade expansion of the SMD Number 1 treatment plant and the offer from the City of Lincoln to construct, own, and operate a regional pipeline and convey the water down to the Lincoln treatment plant for treatment and disposal. We're back today with an update of that process and a recommendation, and what I wanted to do with our presentation today is focus on a detailed discussion of Lincoln's proposal and our staff's evaluation of that and concerns about it, a detailed discussion of the status of the SMD Number 1 treatment plant upgrade expansion project. The design of that project is substantially complete now, and we wanted to give you a detailed discussion of that. We're going to talk about the financing or the financial analysis, if you will, of both options. Try to paint a picture for you of what that looks like. I know Lincoln City staff also has information that they wanted to present to your board, and there are a number of interested members of the public and other agencies that are here as well. So if you'll bear with us, I think it's a rather lengthy presentation. I'll try to go as quickly as I can through our prepared presentation. As a matter of fact, at the end of that, I have a section that is simply the pros and cons that are already in your package. I have those on slides. I won't be going through that today unless there's questions about that from your previous review. So, without further ado, what we have is, I wanted to start out with a discussion of the proposal from the City of Lincoln. What Lincoln has done is come up with a very innovative approach that gives us a firm cost proposal and that firm cost concept applies both to the capital construction and to the operations. I'm going to separate those out for the purposes of this discussion and go through them. The way the firm price concept works is that there's an estimated project delivery cost plus a payment to Lincoln for oversizing reimbursement, and the two of those things together equal the firm price. If you'll recall from our previous discussions, Lincoln affected the oversizing of infrastructure through town, pipelines through town, and components of their treatment plant when they constructed it. That's the oversizing that we're talking about. That oversizing, what was pretty innovative about what the city did is that oversizing provides that reimbursement provides for the contingency to SMD1 customers and to Auburn, should Auburn elect to participate, for cost overruns up to the extent of that value of the reimbursement. Cost overruns beyond that firm price would be paid by SMD1 customers, and the cost savings down to a certain point would be retained by Lincoln. I have some graphs later that better depict that and show how it works. So what we have is a firm price offer up to a point, and then cost overruns above that firm price would be borne by the customers upstream. And I apologize, this came out fairly small, but this graph depicts how that works. This particular graph is SMD1 only. It does not have Auburn participating. There's about a $7 million difference between Auburn being in and Auburn not being in. In other words, it's $7 million more expensive for the county to do this alone without the city of Auburn being in. And this shows how those costs are distributed. And you can see that if you pay particular attention to the left, that we've got the soft costs on the bottom, the construction costs that total about $54 million for both capacity at the treatment plant and construction of the pipeline itself, and then $7.1 million worth of oversizing. Yes, ma'am.
Would you go back to that? Would you mind just reading down the left side and the right side so that we all understand what that says?
Certainly. These are cost estimates based on information that the city provided to us. The total firm price without Auburn being in the project would be $71.5 million. That's comprised of $7.1 million of oversizing, $54.8, I believe that is, million for the construction, and that includes contingencies and inflation. That's comprised of about $30 million worth of conveyance and about $28 million, I believe, of treatment capacity. And then the soft costs are below 4.1, I believe that's a $4.1 million in project management and construction management, and then design and environmental reviews, $4.8 million. So that comprises the total $71 million cost for the county to participate without Auburn. Did that answer your question?
Yes. And then the right-hand side?
The right-hand side just breaks that up into the components of the firm price. It shows the oversizing value, county's proportional share, again, the construction cost, and it's not part of the graph, actually. We're just identifying the components that are over here.
Okay. Thank you.
And I apologize, that came out much smaller on the screen than we had intended.
I didn't think mine.
This does the same thing. This graph does the same thing, only it depicts the cost with Auburn in, and you can see the difference is that the county's cost on the firm price is $64.5 million if Auburn's in, and we did this to depict the difference between the costs with Auburn and without Auburn.
Okay. Thank you.
There is variability in the firm price concept. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask a question.
Sure.
I know at one time, a couple of years ago, you had I know that you had a cost estimate if Placer County built the pipe to Lincoln. Can you refresh my memory about how much your estimate was on that?
Well, for the pipeline component itself, our most recent estimate is in the range of about $37 million to construct the pipeline itself, which is about $8 or $9 million more than what the offer from Lincoln is, the firm price offer from Lincoln is. The firm price concept and I'm going to focus on capital for now, there is variability that exists in this. In the offer that was provided to us, Lincoln has the ability and the right to increase the price under a number of conditions. The first was that the price could go up by 5% if the first payment of $1.9 million was not received by March 31st of this year. They retained the right to increase the cost if delays were caused by the use of federal grant funds. And in working with the Army Corps of Engineers on the grants that we have, that's a long, slow, arduous process. It is slow to get that money to the table from them. They reserved the right to increase the cost if there were regulations that changed, or if there were changes to the draft construction and operations agreement that were provided and discussed through this last several months of process. All of those cost increases could be legitimate. Lincoln certainly should be compensated if those things go up. We don't debate that those costs would be real and that Lincoln should not necessarily absorb those costs. The point of this is that that price could go up between now and the time that an agreement is entered into. Then, after the agreement's entered into, the actual price of the construction could include overruns, and as mentioned, if we go above the contingency amount, above the reimbursement amount, those cost overruns would be borne by SMD1 customers. The other part of their offer to us is a firm price concept on the operations agreement. What they've offered is a 20-year operating agreement. They've have offered a firm price to operate the treatment plant, pump station, and pipeline for the first 5 years of that agreement. There is an inflation adjustment that's available. It's based on essentially a COLA that analyzes certain aspects of the operation of the treatment plant. There are a number of fairly volatile types of costs, chemicals, energy, and so forth. It's appropriate that the cost be addressed for unforeseen changes in those. The offer would include the ability to make a cost adjustment after the first 5 years. If the initial estimates for operations prove to be inaccurate, they could adjust at the end of 5 years. Again, that's probably appropriate. And then we put down here that the treatment costs are based on metered flows. That's the only way we can do this. We have to determine how much water the upstream partners flow into the system versus Lincoln residents flowing into the system, and you apportion the actual costs based on metered flows. The concern that we always have, and there's no way around it in this type of an operating agreement, is that wastewater metering is an inaccurate science at best, and it is this topic of lots of discussion. I know a couple of the board members here are members of the South Placer Wastewater Authority. We're currently in a multi-million-dollar discussion over that very fact, over the complexities of metering the wastewater. It's a fact of life in that part of the business. The point would be that agreements that are put together have to address that, and we'd have to be sure that we were equitably addressing that between the partners. That's the only point in that part of the discussion. Again, there's variability in the firm price concept. Lincoln can and probably should be able to increase the firm operating price, again, for delays caused by the use of federal funds, for changes in regulations, changes to the draft construction and operations agreement, and for inflation adjustments, not the CPI that we talked about. And again, there could be and may be a cost adjustment after 5 years. So the prices that we have today could be different than the prices that we enter into some months from now, should we go down a path and continue to negotiate those agreements. Lincoln's proposal, and we articulate a number of these in the written staff report, but Lincoln's proposal has many very positive aspects. I think they brought a really innovative approach to the table. They brought a way to leverage and utilize and get the value out of oversizing that was done in town as a way to positively impact the project. It would bring fewer coordination issues into the daily operations. We're operating one treatment plant instead of 2 or 3 if Auburn is in. It has the potential for the lowest cost regional project, and I'll emphasize that. We've been working on this for a decade, and the regional project, the regional concept has always been significantly more expensive than staying at home has been. It is still more expensive. Lincoln's approach has brought the most cost-effective approach that we have yet to see on this. It still is, in our evaluation, more expensive than staying home. But
Jim?
Yes, sir.
I want to stop you on that. Having been a member of the JPA forever, there was analysis done years ago that predicted that the actual operating cost over the life of the project would be cheaper if we went regional. Then subsequently that was updated, and for several years we grappled with a scenario whereby the regional cost appeared to be about $40 million more expensive over the life of the project. And now, in my view, we're in a circumstance where there's certainly disagreement as to, but our costs are roughly the same. So I just want to clarify, there was a study that was done probably 5 years ago, 6 years ago, that actually reflected that the long-term cost of regional was expected to be less expensive.
That's correct. As I recall, part of that was due to the way we were estimating. And I don't control that. Greg, my microphone's not working.
I promise I didn't turn your microphone off. Go ahead.
Is it back? I'll try to project.
There we go.
It came back. Part of that was due to the way we were estimating improvement projects actually into both projects. And I'd look at Will a little bit. That was really, he and Kathy Domenico were far more involved with that, if you had further explanation of that.
Yes, my recollection is there were a number of assumptions that we ended up having to change as we got more information.
Right. My point was only that this has been somewhat of a moving target. There hasn't always consistently been this perception that regional was going to be more expensive. There were a lot of strategy involved with that particular question, but it's always been, I think, the crux of the volatility as to everybody's position and the strategies by which we thought we should move forward.
Correct. And I think that what we've always struggled with is on both projects we replace treatment capacity, either on an upgrade project or if we move to Lincoln. In both projects we create treatment capacity. On the regional project we also create a pipeline. So is there enough inherent savings in the long run on the operations side to make up for that additional capital cost, has always been the question.
That's a valid concern. I think a key part of the question in front of us is that we have always held out, particularly, for example, in our lobbying in Washington, seeking federal funds under the old notion of the Clean Water Act, that there's a community federal interest in cleaner waters, that it was difficult to abandon our existing investments, build a pipeline, and buy capacity. But again, just want there to be clarity about the fact that there hasn't always been this perception that regional would be more expensive. Grappling with that question was always the challenge.
Right. So moving down through this, what we articulated in the staff report in these exhibits B1, B2, and B3 are the remaining concerns that staff has about Lincoln's proposal. And I'm not referencing that you go back to those. That's simply where those answers are. I'm going to walk through them. Our concerns relative to cost, the firm cost could change. The firm price could change. I've already talked about that. Costs could exceed Lincoln's firm price. The cost as proposed by Lincoln, based on our analysis, results in an upfront $10 to $20 per month higher M&O fee as compared to our similar analysis for the upgrade. And Kathy Domenico is going to go into that in detail further down the discussion. And then our ability to utilize federal grants under Lincoln's proposal may be limited due to those time constraints. And frankly, at this point in time, the federal grants that are available on the table are a small proportion of the overall dollars in any event. And we're not hopeful that we're going to get any appropriations towards those anytime in the near future. As regards to the agreements, the construction and operation agreements are really needed to fully understand the impacts of the offer and the impacts of the costs. As we go through the negotiation of both the operations agreement and the construction agreements, there are invariably or inevitably going to be things that will impact cost one direction or the other. So at this point in time, it's difficult for us to tell your board with any certainty what we think the cost will be, because the negotiation of those agreements will have a lot of bearing on what those costs actually are. We found that to be very true with the South Placer Wastewater Authority, and as we went through that process, and I was at the table through those negotiations, negotiating those agreements took over a year, and we already had an up and operating system at that point in time. It's difficult for us to really get into great detail in terms of negotiating those agreements until there's been further design work and further environmental review work, because the mitigations that come out of environmental review and engineering issues that come out of the design work will likely impact various aspects of those operations agreements. At the same time, we have to complete environmental review before your board can take action on those agreements. Those actions would be subject to CEQA review. So we would have to go through that entire process, and we could be, certainly would be, negotiating contracts concurrent with the development of that agreement, but they aren't ready today. The information that comes out of them is not ready today. The draft agreement as proposed is just that. It's a draft. We know that we already have concerns about it, and that we know that there are some unknown risks. And, of course, changes to those agreements could mean, not necessarily, but could mean increased costs. Local control has been an issue that has been voiced at your board, at the PNWA board, the North Auburn MAC. Virtually every place we've taken this in public, local control is an issue that is of concern. Under the operation, or under the proposal, Lincoln would own and operate all of the facilities, and they would establish the costs. The county elected official would have an advisory role. Now, I'm speaking about the specific offer that the Lincoln City Council recommended. We've had a lot of discussion at the staff level and at the Placer Nevada Wastewater Authority about that. I believe Lincoln's very open to negotiating some sort of a governance structure. I think that's actually a very achievable thing to do. It doesn't exist yet. It's not. It hasn't been discussed in any great detail. This next bullet, where we say trucks and scales versus flow meters and lab tests, I think that the JPA that I'm certainly most familiar with, and a couple of your board members are, is the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. Historically, we have very few debates with the partner agencies over money. That's because it's easy to weigh the garbage in and out. We know exactly how much garbage goes into the facility. We know exactly how many recyclables go out of it. We know exactly how many tons of garbage get buried in the landfill, because the scales are very accurate and everything is weighed. Back to the issue of flow metering. One of the strong concerns we have is that we haven't defined how that would work, and the inherent inaccuracies in flow metering, and then combined with what we put down lab tests. What we mean by that is the difference in effluent strengths, the difference in constituents that may be in the effluent from the different agencies will complicate the discussion about what it costs to upgrade, treat, handle the wastewater. All of those things can be worked out. There are lots of models of those out there. They aren't worked out yet today. And so that's another level of uncertainty that we have over the ultimate cost of the operations agreements. What we find is that in the wastewater JPA that we belong to down in Roseville, the SPWA, we end up having more of these what we call zero-sum decisions when, and I'll go to flows, if there's a 5% discrepancy in the accuracy of flow calculations, that 5% is dollars. If an upstream partner is, if their meter is inaccurate to the point where they're getting the benefit of that, Lincoln residents would be paying that 5% increase and vice versa. So a lot of times, oftentimes in disputes, when your measurement methodologies are so inherently inaccurate, you end up with decisions that actually just transfer money back and forth from one partner to the other, and that's what we mean by that. Lincoln, rightly, as the owner and operator of the treatment plant, would always be the dominant partner. They're always going to be the provide the majority of flow into the system. That's simply a fact. It's probably neither a negative or a positive. It's simply a fact in the discussion. We have a lot of concern over the proposal because, in our view, it's based on planning level information. There currently is no detailed design or commitment to the project specifications, and primarily we're talking about the pipeline. The pipeline concept is well thought out. It is not designed yet, and right now there's no alignment for it. There's a route. It's not aligned within that route. Environmental review hasn't been completed. Survey work hasn't been done. So they're basing cost estimates based on a well-thought-out concept and then cost estimates provided by two general contractors. At this point in time, in our process, we would have a much greater level of contingency, and we've been criticized for that in the past, but at this point in the process, at the planning level, we would have a greater level of contingency in our cost estimates, and then we would ramp that contingency down as we gathered more information. So it's a very different approach than what either Public Works or Facility Services brings to your board in terms of a capital project, and these issues put us in a position where we have a lower level of confidence in the cost estimates than we would under our normal process. The schedule that's been proposed by within the city's offer, in our view, is very aggressive. They estimate completion of a CEQA NEPA document in 12 months from March of 2011 to be done concurrent with design. We don't believe that the project's actually ready to quite begin environmental review on yet. We don't believe that there's enough information to adequately describe the project in order to start the environmental review process. And it's our experience in this area that environmental review EIRs take better than a year to complete. We're not seeing them done in a 12-month time frame. So we believe that that's an aggressive schedule. There are a number of issues that will play into that. Probably central to that is removing the effluent from Rock Creek, Coon Creek, and then securing replacement water. We believe that consultations with the federal agencies over that issue will be complex at best. Lincoln has assured us at the table that they have had discussions with NID and PCWA to provide water. We don't have verification of that assurance, so we are taking them at their word for that. And then we're concerned. The reason that concerns me isn't that it won't get done. I think the environmental review will get done. I think that the construction can get done. What concerns me about that is that the cost is based on the timeline. I have yet to see, in my career of managing capital projects, I have yet to see a delay that doesn't cost money. And what concerns us is that if the basis of the cost estimate includes this very aggressive schedule, if there's delays in the schedule, the cost goes up. There are a number of optimistic assumptions in the proposal. They've estimated $250,000 for rock excavation along the 12-mile pipeline. Our previous geotechnical work suggests that cost could be as much as $2.5 million. We don't believe that there's been sufficient additional geotechnical investigation to come to the conclusion that there's only 10% as much cost in rock. There's the pipeline that Bickford Ranch was constructing for this project, for the regional project, was not completed. There's some length of that pipeline along Highway 193 that's yet to be completed. The county would have to pick up the cost of that construction, and then we would be looking at that per Lincoln's offer. They would suggest that we look to the Bickford Ranch development to reimburse the county for the cost of that. There are other ways that could be done. We're also concerned that their plan includes treating 1.7 million gallons per day of wastewater from SMD1. when they currently only have 1.4 MGD of treatment capacity. It hasn't been detailed to us how they will accomplish that. They will be in the process of expanding the treatment plant at that point in time, and presumably there are components of that expansion project that will accomplish that, but that has not been designed or detailed to us how that will work at this point in time. At the pump station, and remember that the concept is to turn the current SMD1 treatment plant site into a lift station, a pump station, pump the wastewater over Hillendale down through Lincoln. The Lincoln proposal only has an estimated 5 hours of emergency storage for that wastewater, and we believe that that lack of storage severely limits the amount of time that the system could be out of service for whatever reason, whether it's some catastrophic failure. And it is a much smaller storage number than we had recommended in our previous design. The design build-out is actually, their flows assume that in the future, Sewer Maintenance District 1 will significantly lower the future I&I. And what that means is that new construction, the premise is that new construction will only produce 10% as much I&I as existing older infrastructure does. That's actually also, we use a similar number in our SMD number 1 expansion design, except that we have a much greater cushion within the capacity to deal with that. So we think that that's a very aggressive number. It's theoretical at this point in time. We don't know whether we can achieve that 90% reduction or not. If it's not achieved, it will mean that there's additional storage will be needed in the future to handle the flows as they head down the hill. From a financing perspective, the plan from Lincoln for future capacity is to use the remaining 1.4 MGD of capacity to build up connection fees for future expansion. That's a typical approach. Our concerns about that is that approximately 500,000 gallons of this capacity is already paid for. We don't believe, and Lincoln can correct us if we're wrong, we don't believe that that money exists in a reserve anymore. We don't think that that money is there. So there's a deficit of that, of those dollars. On top of that, Lincoln is proposing to lower their existing connection fee. It remains to be seen whether that will happen or not. There's further analysis that we believe would need to be done to determine whether that's a prudent move. These issues raise questions about the ability to finance the construction of future expansion of that treatment plant. And this graph puts that, paints a picture of that. What we have on the left is the currently available capacity. There's 1.4 MGD of capacity available. Prepaid connections are 500,000 gallons, and they'll be able to collect connection fees on 0.9 MGD. What we've been told through the process is that the most cost-effective, what they'll call a balanced expansion increment at their treatment plant, is laid out in 2.1 million gallon components. That's simply the most cost-effective and efficient way to expand the treatment plant, as we've been told. If that's the future approach, the way that it looks is that there's 1.2 million gallons of unfunded cost there. So somehow that will have to be financed, probably financed against future connection fees. At this point in time, unless there's questions about the information I've provided, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Webb Owens. Webb is the Senior Vice President with SOMAS. He's the engineer of record that's designing the treatment plant expansion and upgrade at Sewer Maintenance District 1. And I wanted Webb to walk through the current status, what we're doing there, give your board an opportunity to ask questions about that project and what we are proposing to accomplish there. So, Webb, if you're comfortable here.
Jennifer and Jim have questions, Jim, before you leave. And Kirk.
Thank you.
Sure.
Jim, you indicated that the county cost to build the pipeline was $37 million, and that was $8 to $9 million higher than the Lincoln estimate. What causes that kind of a discrepancy?
First of all, our design concept was more robust than the Lincoln proposal is. It was, we had assumed ductile iron pipe. The pipeline was actually going to, our assumption was it would be deeper in the ground. It's a little bit different from a design perspective. We also had planning level contingencies built into that number. The Lincoln project assumes, or the proposal assumes, shallower burial of the pipeline, and it also assumes the use of HDPE pipe rather than ductile iron, so less expensive pipe to construct. A lot of the difference, though, goes to this issue of the contingencies based on the level of understanding of the project we have.
My next just clarifying question is, you said that there were not construction and operating agreements in place for the regional facility currently. Do we have this in place for SMD1?
They're not. They're different things. What I was referring to is interagency agreements between the county and Lincoln as to how the project would be constructed and how the project would be operated once it was constructed. Neither of those types of agreements are necessary for the upgrade expansion project.
So in essence, then the county piece would, I mean, if we stayed with SMD1, it would just skip that step, basically.
Correct. That's not a required. That wouldn't exist for us, so it's not required to undertake.
Last, I know that whenever we or anyone else does projects, we have a percentage of design where those are moving through the design process. Can you give me an estimate of where SMD is as compared to where regional is in that percentage of design?
The SMD number 1 project is essentially, the design is 90% complete. All that's left to do is prepare the actual bid and construction documents. The design itself, for all intents and purposes, is complete. It won't change at this point in time. The Lincoln project, I would say, is in the development of the design report stage. There are, I believe they have some design documents on the shelf for the expansion of the treatment plant at a larger increment, not at the smaller increment, is my understanding. And then, but there is no design yet of the pipeline pump station project. There's the preliminary design is being developed.
So in other words, if I understand what you're saying, part of it is fully designed, meaning those plans that are sitting on the shelf for expansion, and part of it is not designed at all yet?
That's my understanding, and I don't want to mischaracterize it. My understanding is that they have a design for a 2.1 MGD expansion at the treatment plant.
I'm concerned about the discrepancy. The hard rock problem, $250,000 versus $2.5 million. That seems like a big. And if I recall, when the pipeline that Bickford put in from Sierra College into Lincoln, they ran into quite a bit of problems with rock, and I remember they had to do quite a bit of blasting and actually disturbed the roadway, which they had to do improvements to as well.
That's correct.
And then it's my understanding also, talking to a Newcastle Sanitation District board member, and not Ed Sander, they run into problems building their pipeline that they're in construction now. They had some serious problems with that. So I just wanted to point those out as far as the discrepancy. I think your estimate is probably a little bit more, again, robust.
We find that rock is a fact of life in the foothills.
Life, and I've seen that. And then the contingencies, there's been questions about the contingencies that you build into your projects. Can you explain, is this what you've done in the past with all of our buildings? You look at some pretty significant things that could happen and build those into your proposals?
Very similar. Typically what Facility Services does, and I know this is very similar with Public Works, as we develop a capital project, You start out with higher levels of contingencies, typically in the 30% range or so, as you're developing your concepts, putting together your preliminary design. As you work through the development and evolution of the design and through your environmental review, you gain more knowledge, more specifics, you eliminate concerns, you may identify concerns, and you adjust your contingencies according to that process and what you've learned as you go through the process. Typically, I'll use this project for an example. We've run our contingencies for the last several months in about the 20% range. We are currently at a point where Mr. Owen is recommending that we lower our contingency on his design to 12%. So we're at a point where we've got a 90% design. We're ready to lower that to 12%. I will probably be recommending to you, depending on how the bid process goes, should your board decide to take this project, put it out to bid, I would probably be, after I've received bids, depending on the number of bids we've got, depending on the quality of those bids, I would probably come to your board with a final project estimate that would include about a 7% contingency on a project like this one. Typically on a building project, brand new construction, we'd go to 5% as we go to construction when you award a bid. This one, because it's it's a 3-year project, it's working in and around an existing treatment plant, we'd want a little bit of extra cushion on it. So we take all of those things into consideration as we work through the process and evolve that contingency level.
The approach you took with the South Placer Jail.
Correct.
It came $20 million below your estimate?
That's correct. A lot of that is because we put conservative contingencies into the planning process. By the time we get to the point where we've defined the design and are ready to award a contract, typically it's very rare that our project estimates go up as we get to that point. You can get fooled; it could happen, but it's not typical. The large projects that we've constructed, the CDRC building, the Auburn Justice Center, the Western Regional MRF that the Western Placer Waste Management Authority went through, we use that same process for all of those. At the end of the day, all of those projects came in on budget.
According to what I think I heard you say, then the concern about the Lincoln proposal is there's not a contingency proposal from your perspective.
The contingencies, that's correct from our perspective. At this point in time, we would have probably at least 5% more contingency built into that cost estimate than what is there, based on the level of development of the project that exists right now.
Kirk. Jim, we haven't really gotten into yet how these costs translate into monthly fees.
That's coming.
In the presentation?
Kathy Domenico is going to present that, yes.
Questions regarding that right now. However, under the terms of the proposed agreement, if there are changes in state or federal standards regarding discharge, who bears the cost of that in the agreement with Lincoln?
We would, to the extent that it affects our proportion of the capacity, we would bear that cost. So if there's a
should there be requirements to upgrade the facility based on evolving standards for discharge?
Yes.
The proposal is, so clearly, obviously, with the stay-at-home proposal, we bear the cost.
Same thing.
And what I'm hearing is with this proposal, we share the cost, or we bear the cost for our percentage.
Correct. We would bear the cost for our percentage.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have a list of questions, but I'm saving them for different times. But one thing that just came up that is going to cause me to ask this question now, Jim, the contingency issue has been something that's been grappled with and debated and discussed and disagreed with. And so as I've wove my way through this maze, I've tried to talk to individuals and try to find my own consensus for lack of consensus at the staff levels. So you said that at this point in time you would raise the contingency that Lincoln proposes by 5%? from what they currently have?
We would, I believe at this point in time, we would probably have about a 25% contingency on a project that's at this level of development.
And so I think, backing up, for me, I think it's well known that my strong preference, all else being equal, is to do a regional project, if there's any way possible, keeping in mind that if it costs dramatically more, even in the short run, I wouldn't have that opinion. But for a range of reasons, which I'm sure we'll get into as we move forward, I think all else being equal, that should be strong county policy and policy for everyone, actually. So if your worst-case fear is that the project, there's about a 15% contingency in it currently, in the Lincoln proposal. So if your worst-case fear is that it could be 5% more than that, I guess as we move through this hearing, those are the kinds of specific numbers I'd like to get, because again, for me, if our costs are similar, but regional is 5-10% more, maybe 15% more, I don't know. There's some threshold where I would still prefer regional. So keeping that in mind as we talk about these contingencies, Lincoln's of course going to make a presentation, having some definition. Clearly, I would also say that Lincoln's proposal on a cost basis is more risky because it has less design work applied to it. And upgrade numbers are more certain because they have more design work. So the question is, what is that difference? What is the relative risk exposure? Because there is some threshold where that would be unacceptable to me, but not 5% different.
Well, and I think that we use these numbers for both of the things that you just described, frankly. I don't have enough certainty about Lincoln's costs to tell you that I think it's going to cost 5% more or 5% less. I don't know. So and where I'm coming from is I want the board to understand that this issue really is one of my ability to stand here and tell you that I think it can be delivered the way it's proposed.
Right. I appreciate that, and that's your job to do that. But there has been over the years a huge amount of analysis and review and discussion, and the critical cost components are known. For example, the amount of rock that might or might not be in the ground as it relates to the construction of the pipeline. But there are also risks to upgrading the facility, like the upgrade may not comply with the regulation that is mirrored in the permit for which we're doing the upgrade. So our job is to balance all of that. So any other questions at this time? Jack?
Yeah, I just can't help but focus on that whole design aspect. Designing this project is very important, right? It's the single most important thing that allows us to be able to run off costs, to bid the project, to estimate what the costs are going to be to future users and ratepayers, correct?
That's certainly our culture. That's certainly how we go about coming to the level where we have that confidence.
You're in the design phase. You're able to drill down on value engineering. That's the peak place where you get to do that, right? Correct. And then whatever value engineering happens off to the side or after construction begins is just a minor compared to what you can do during the design phase. Correct. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. With that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Owen.
You'll have to show me how to run this.
This is forward.
Thank you. You guys have a long day ahead of you. And just real quick, we'll go through the SMD1 project, and something happened, and I didn't do that. I didn't touch anything.
Craig, we have the wrong presentation
Got
on
the
the
wrong.
screen.
I was on the right slide. Whoever.
Looks like a nice plan.
Okay.
Thanks, Craig.
Now you want me to bring it forward?
Greg, so just queuing that up. That'd be great.
Forward further, Greg. It is an active dot.
Debating whether I should do anything or not. Don't touch it, right? Let him work his way through it. There we go. Okay. I'll take it from there. We have done a comprehensive and very thorough engineering analysis and design for your expansion to this plant. And it goes back to in 2007 when we were asked conceptually whether you could upgrade and build a plant at this site and do what you need to as opposed to going to regional or something like that. And we did that conceptual design. And yes, at that time, that conceptual analysis showed that you could upgrade at this plant site. We put a budget together for it, and that's what was used to move things forward. Will things fit? Can we meet the standards? And a very important part of that is to meet the unique requirements of your treatment facility. That is, your service district has waste characteristics, flow and loading, that are unique to it, and this plant needs to be able to design for that. And so we, at that time, then started the preliminary design report. And this isn't just a real simple piece of paper. It's a very complex document, and it's backed up by 16 engineering technical memorandums. The most important three of them are the flow and loading study. And the flow and loading study is where we analyzed your history, and this goes back from when we worked on this plant in the late 90s all the way up to now, on what the flow and loading is now and what it is likely to be, and projected that to the future so that you wouldn't run into some of the traps that you have now. The second most important tech memo was the one where we evaluated the permit requirements, because the design of the plant has to, one, meet what's coming into it, and number two, meet the discharge requirements. But an important part of that technical memo was also to be looking to the future. We know the regional board and everything going in that direction is to be more and more restrictive as the future goes forward. From those, we did the process and selection technical memorandum, which decided what process to put here. And that was a really important decision to make sure that it's cost effective, life cycle costs were taken into account, and that's the facility that we ended up with. A year ago, we presented that tech memo, that preliminary design report, and we started the detailed design as a result of a May 2010 board meeting. We now are like Jim has said, 90% complete as of March with the detailed design. In that time frame, we also had conducted a serious value engineering where an independent engineering firm looked at our preliminary design and our 30% plans and specifications. And in that process, working with your staff and ourselves, they came up with suggestions that have been incorporated into the design. So I truly can say that you have the best design for this plant, for this site. We are now very close to having those done. We're preparing the final documents. I might point out that that set of documents consists of 600 plan sheets and 4 volumes of specifications. I didn't bring those with you to bore you with that. The features of the plant. It's a state-of-the-art 2.7 MGD treatment plant. It is similar to the plants that we've engineered for Placerville, Hangtown treatment plant, and a couple of treatment plants for El Dorado Irrigation District. All of those plants are in the foothills, have similar standards, have similar flow and loading requirements. They're very interesting. I might point out that the Hangtown plant in 2010 won the ASCE Outstanding Wastewater Treatment Plant for the state of California, and it won American Academy of Environmental Engineers Honor Design Award on the national basis. Last year, we ended up doing a report and presented at the Water Environment Federation that plant is operating at 35% less power, chemicals, and solids processing than prior to all of that upgrade. That attests to how strong a design that we have for your plant. Not only that, unlike your existing plant, this plant is designed to be expandable. It's expandable to the ultimate loading for your service area, as well as easily upgradable to increased standards. Things like advanced oxidation, if they were necessary for microcontaminant removal and so forth. We've got space for those. We do not have any hydraulic constraints in the plant that are going to constrain this at all. This new biological treatment process at MLE, it's a high-rate SRT treatment plant, which really produces the best quality water. I'll show you in a minute on some the drawings there associated with it, followed by filtration and UV disinfections. And these filtrations, this isn't just a Title 22 filter, micro strainer to 10 micron. This is a drinking water treatment filter that is configured to work in a wastewater application. It is exactly the same kind that is at Hangtown, and it's exactly the same kind that is at the El Dorado Hills plant. It's proven technology, proven to be efficient and cost effective. Real quick, the basic thing, engineers like to talk about these things. I hope you can bear with it. The preliminary treatment part of the plant, which removes the sticks and stones and rags and that to protect all the rest of the plant and make it a lot easier to operate it. And the primary treatment, which removes the sellable biological solids that are then processed in the digesters. We obviously need a new power source. The power and everything at the plant just doesn't fit at all anymore. The heart of the plant, and I circle this on my own little diagram, the BNR and the clarifiers, that's the heart of an activated sludge treatment plant. And the design of this plant is such that the water quality coming off of those clarifiers will, for the most part, meet the discharge standards all year long without even having to go to the filters. Now, it won't be disinfected, but it will nevertheless will be below 2 NTUs most of the time. But then we add this robust filter with a disinfection, UV disinfection, eliminates the trihalomethanes, the carcinogen byproducts that come from the chlorine like your existing system has, and will be producing water that, for all intensive purposes, when you look at it, will look like drinking water. It's not drinking water, mind you, but it sure will look like it. All of those are designed such that we can add ozone if we need to for advanced oxidation. We can add chemicals at different points to if we get into some real microcontaminants for stuff in the future. And that's all easy to add without significantly adding to the cost. Solids processing is a key. Treatment plants, everything that comes in goes out, either in the water or in the solids, one place or the other. And by upgrading the solids processing to be state-of-the-art, we will not only be pasteurizing the solids to the point that they meet the 503 regs, but they also will reduce the odor potential and the vector attraction associated with it. The solids will be solid that can be reused. A lot of discussion about cost today, and it's interesting. The basis of our cost estimate, and that is the cost estimate that we just presented 2 weeks ago. We call it the 90% review. It is based on these 600 sheets of drawings. We have done detailed takeoffs of quantities, multiplied it by unit prices that we've received from contractors, from our records, and from equipment manufacturers. So they're not just numbers pulled out of the air. We couple those with tailoring it to the site, where we have included in it, there's $2.2 million in environmental mitigation. Those are the fact of life nowadays. You have to deal with those things. They're ground into the cost. They're not just an arbitrary number. We have actually worked it into it. And we feel very confident that this is a solid price and we use a 12% contingency on it. We are no longer at a planning level or anything like that. Our final steps, we're anticipating that the plans and specifications will be 100% done next month, and that we anticipate that hopefully the board would authorize this to go out to bid, and that we would receive bids late in August, early in September, right around Labor Day. That's when we'll know what a firm price is from a contractor, as you're all aware. At the same time, the environmental documentation is being circulated, and whatever impacts of that will be added to the project if necessary. The SRF approval cannot take place until you have a bid. That's why we're showing that it would be December before we would actually have the financing approval. By the way, the Hangtown project went exactly the same kind of schedule with SRF funding on it. We're looking at construction to begin early at 2012. Important aspect about that, people say, well, how can you start in January? I tell you, you can start in January because, one, you got to order all the equipment, and it's on the critical path. So the sooner you get that coming, you get everything else going. Plus, we have to do some work on the existing site to keep that plant running so that we can build these facilities. And we've laid that all out, and it's all included in the costs in that. We anticipate construction in 3 years. We have a detailed construction schedule that we've worked out, and that is primarily dictated by the fact that we have to get this main process train online before we can start taking some of the existing stuff offline and running it. With that, I think I kept it short enough. Anyway, if there's any questions or Jack, turn it back over.
Yeah, I'm just curious about your final design. I'm going to assume that you've gone through your conceptual, your schematic, you've done your construction. What's the component in the final design? What do you have left to do before the design is complete?
Just checking the details. We're down to literally checking the details. That have we got all the I's dotted and T's crossed? All of these documents exist. The plans are, well, I mean, some of them are 99% done. They're just the last little bit. You could almost bid them off of this set of plans.
Jim, then Jennifer.
And you're confident that any upgrades that need to be done in the next few years that, is dictated by State Water Quality Board, that we'll be able to have the ability to meet those requirements with the existing plant without too much?
That is correct. This plant is a state-of-the-art activated sludge plant with multi-stages, and we have taken that all into account. We spent a great deal of time deciding on this process to make sure that it would be able to do that. In fact, the Placerville plant, the Hangtown plant, the copper and some other microcontaminants, the zinc and stuff, we've been able to reduce those significantly just by how we operate the plant, and actually have brought those into compliance without it actually being a quote-unquote design criteria. When you get into the microcontaminants and that, things get to be real tricky. It's some emerging, in fact, that's what I call it, emerging contaminants. Your permit is good for 5 years. This plant would come on in 5 years. You'll be getting a new permit at that time. Exactly what that permit might have in it, I can only guess, but I can assure you that this plant will, if not be able to meet all of those requirements, with some minor changes, would be able to meet them.
Okay. Thank you.
Jennifer.
Webb, thank you. Had a couple of questions for you related, I think, to what Supervisor Holmes just asked. In a conversation I had with you previously, I want to make sure I understood what you told me. I believe you told me that the clarifiers are designed to go to a chemical process in the future, so they can be adapted for future.
That's correct. That if necessary, we could add chemicals to the primary clarifiers and or the secondary clarifiers to even remove more particles out of them. Basically what happens is the water is so clean you can't see anything in it. I mean, there isn't anything there. So you need to add chemicals to attach whatever the contaminant is and drop it out. And that goes into, depending on exactly what you're looking at improving.
And the same would be true for the Lincoln plant?
I have not evaluated the Lincoln plant. I'd be surprised if it isn't very similar.
And I'm sorry, I phrased that really poorly. What I really meant is that regulations that we would need to meet would be the same for the Lincoln plant as they would for the SMD1.
For the most part, yes. I'm sure there's some differences as you get into the valley. The goals of the regional board appear to be the same wherever they are. It's just that depending on down there, they do land application, which allows a little bit of changes in exactly what your process are. You have to look at the overall process, but certainly the regulatory requirements essentially are the same.
Okay. Interestingly, on Donner Summit, they allow land application as well, way up the watershed. So a question that's been raised by a
Jennifer,
number.
if I could, there are some folks here from the Sacramento Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board that I think that can specifically answer those kinds of questions for you.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Great. I look forward to hearing from them after I'm done with WEP. A number of people have raised pharmaceuticals as an issue. Are those currently regulated?
No, they are not.
Okay, so this plant would not be designed to treat pharmaceuticals?
No, it's not being designed to it, but the preliminary research is showing that advanced oxidation, ozone and coupled with UV would be a very likely process that would be used. And this plant is designed such, I've got the place for the ozone to be added, and it does have the UV. So those are the thought processes. In fact, on that particular issue, Dr. Stencil from University of Washington, who is leading up some of the national research on that, is one of the key people that I work with on this plant on deciding what process to use.
Okay, so just so I understand what you just said, because there were a lot of words in there. Currently, pharmaceuticals are not regulated, but this plant would be suitable for an upgrade to treat those at some point in the future.
To some level of discharge.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
I'm going to start talking about finance, and I'm going to bring Kathy Domenico up after this slide. We put this graph together, though, to depict the difference in the two projects in terms of what the money goes for. On the left, we have the upgrade and expansion project at SMD1. You can see that that's an overall project cost is $62.2 million. Webb was just giving you construction costs a minute ago. This is a total project cost, $62.2 million. That's comprised of the current needed capacity of 1.7 MGD. There's also future capacity of 1 million gallons per day. That's approximately 4,000 EDUs, a little bit more than 4,000 EDUs, for a total of 2.7 million gallons of treatment capacity. And then there are components, some of the concrete, some of the hydraulic components are oversized beyond 2.7 MGD out to the ultimate build-out of the Auburn-Bowman community plan of 4.2, I believe is the number, 4.2 MGD. The Lincoln proposal is currently $64.5 million. That includes a current capacity of 1.7 MGD and then a pipeline capacity out to that build-out number of 4.2 MGD. So it's two different products is the point of this slide. In this one, we have $62 million that gets us 2.7 million gallons of treatment capacity. On the Lincoln proposal, we get 1.7 million gallons, and we're paying for a pipeline that has ultimate capacity for the build-out of the system. That future treatment capacity would be paid for on an as-needed approach through connection fees as time comes on. But this shows the relative value, if you will, of the two different projects and what we're paying for. With that, I'm going to introduce Kathy Domenico with Capital PFG. I think you all know Kathy. Kathy's worked with us to put together our analysis of the financial issues that surround both the upgrade project and the regional project, and I'm going to turn the phone over to Kathy. I'm sorry?
Calm down. We'll get there. So, David, so before you do that,
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Holmes has some
So if you could go back to that last.
I could do that.
if I remember.
My apologies.
So the oversized capacity of 2.7 MGD would meet the requirements of future development in North Auburn?
For about 4,000 units plus or minus, 25 plus years.
So that's about, what, 150, 200 a year?
Our projection, our historic, comes out to about 150 a year is what we use.
And then on the $64 million one, that includes the city of Auburn participating, is that?
That's the $64 million price? That's correct. That's at Auburn in price. It's $71 million without Auburn.
Auburn's not.
That's
Right.
correct.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Flip back to that slide because I think it shows the picture quite well. Conceptually, we looked at the project costs that Jim just shared with you for the two scenarios, the upgrade scenario and then the two regional scenarios, one with Auburn, one without Auburn, and came up with a conceptual financial plan that was in line with Prop 218 and Government Code 66,000, which is the Mitigation Fee Act that connection fees are imposed under. And really tried to come up with a methodology that equally distributed the financial burden among the type of users that benefit from the project. So I do want to go back real quickly. Jim was kind of going through and talking about the current capacity, the area in blue. That's the portion that would be funded from M&O fees, where the red and the green areas would be funded from connection fees. Again, based on the types of users that benefit. It's important to have a justifiable methodology when we're thinking about a financing approach, not just because the law requires it, but it also makes sense on the types of users that benefit. If you think about from an individual property owner, they want to pay for what they're using. Future connections should be responsible for the additional capacity that's constructed to accommodate them. So when we go through the financial plan, that does pose some financial challenges. If you had cash in the bank, you would pay cash. You could easily distribute the revenue that way. But in reality, we're talking about very large project costs that need to be paid for over time through a series of budget years. Under these projects, we're actually looking at financing construction costs over a 20-year period, and ideally, we could actually achieve funding from the state revolving fund program. They actually have the lowest cost of funds available at about 2.7% interest right now. That's based on 50% of what the state is able to issue their general obligation bonds at. So it's a very low cost of funds. The county is able to access the traditional tax-exempt markets in the event that they're not able to access all of the low-cost funds. But of course, we're going to try to structure our financing to meet within those requirements to the extent possible, of course maintaining our overall methodology to split the fees between the M&O and the connection fees. So what we've put together in a financial plan is we're financing the total project costs over a 20-year period. Debt service, the annual debt service is then repaid by a combination of connection fees and M&O fees on a proportional basis for each project. But again, looking back a couple slides, you see the proportions are a little bit different. So it's not really a true apples-to-apples comparison because the regional project, if we were going to include that up to that 2.7 MGD, we would have to add some additional project costs in there in order to make it a true comparison. But that project cost would only apply to the connection fees. So when we look at M&O fees, that is really a direct comparison. So when we put together this analysis, we wanted to really translate what all this means and all the financing means into rates. What does this mean to ratepayers? Now, these are for comparative purposes only, and this isn't the numbers that the rates would actually be set based on, but this will give you a pretty good idea at this point in time of what the rates would be and will enable you to compare the two projects. Just looking through, what you see on the board here is three different lines. The red line at the bottom represents the upgrade project. The rates there are estimated to start at approximately $79 per EDU per month. That increases, and you can see there's kind of a blip. We've noted there's a $200,000 repair and rehabilitation contribution that we add in, so we actually increase the rates in a couple years to account for that. But you can see the rates gradually increase over time. That's really just to reflect inflation. It's not a capital increase, it's just an inflationary increase. The light blue or green line is the regional project scenario with Auburn. It results in rates starting at about $92. Again, you see a repair and rehabilitation increase in about 2020. Then the darker blue line at the top is the rate estimate without Auburn, which would start at about $96 for the regional project and increase over time. Looking to the connection fee side, again, I mentioned earlier this isn't exactly a direct apples-to-apples comparison. Part of the reason is because we really just don't have that additional capacity that's being constructed in the regional project. But based on the information from the analysis for the upgrade project and the information contained in the firm price offer from Lincoln, this would be the resulting connection fees on the projects as is. You can see the upgrade project has a substantially higher connection fee than the two regional projects. And those increase, and we're projecting those to increase at 2% per year. We wanted to get an idea of the sensitivity of this analysis. So we created 3 scenarios, a high end, a mid-range, and a low end. I want to be clear that this is not a best case, worst case scenario. It is really just different comparisons with different assumptions. And we didn't exhaustively analyze different assumptions. This is just kind of our best guess on what could happen in some of the ranges of possibilities. I'm not going to go in detail on a lot of these graphs, just want to flip through. On the upgrade scenario, with the adjustment and assumptions, over time, you do see that the lines kind of spread apart a little bit, but even in the 20-year period, we're really looking at about a 5% sensitivity in this particular analysis. On the regional scenario without Auburn, the real difference here is when the repair and rehabilitation the contribution comes in and whether one comes in at all in our analysis. But you see there is a deviation of about $10 per EDU per month over time. Again, that's kind of your sensitivity on the rates there. Same thing in the analysis with Auburn. On the connection fee side, you can see there's a little bit of a differentiation between the high end and then the mid and low end scenarios. That's really just a sensitivity to the number of units per year and the connection fee that would be required if there are less units over time. And you will see that really in all 3 scenarios. Just to kind of put this financial plan in perspective, the county is actually familiar with this methodology. I don't know if you're familiar with the details of the SPWA financing arrangement or recall some of the details, but that arrangement, which the county is already participating in that Jim mentioned with Roseville and SP Mudd, it has the concept of a project financing that was repaid over time by annual debt service, and it's actually repaid from connection fees. And there's a backup plan. And I kind of glossed over the backup plan, but I want to focus on that a little bit. Connection fees are an unstable repayment source. So we've talked about M&O fees and connection fees, but if you think about it, we don't know what the connection fees are going to be because development is uncertain. So you need to have a backup plan if you're going to rely on connection fees. SMD1 actually has substantial reserve funds to date and would not be required to repay debt for approximately 4 years or actually until the completion of construction. So you're able to build up substantial reserve funds that can be used for 2 things, either to buy down the project cost or in this situation, to pretty much act as a rate stabilization fund over time in the event that connection fees fall short. And I compare this to SPWA because that's actually what SPWA has in place, is a rate stabilization fund, where if connection fees do not materialize, the rate stabilization fund is used on an annual basis to make debt service payments. So it's that concept that we're also applying here so that we are able to still share the cost of the project between the existing users and the future users, but we're able to mitigate that risk related to the connection fees. So I wanted to bring that up and make sure we're very clear that this plan on its face would be risky. However, if we have a dependence on a reserve fund, which the county does, which SMD1 specifically has, then we're able to mitigate that risk by setting aside reserves and dedicating that as a repayment stream. It may also be to buy down part of the project cost. Again, if you don't have to borrow money, you don't want to pay interest on money that you don't really need. So we would apply reserves to the overall funding methodology. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, and I'll start off, Kirk, because I want to frame some of the. We got fairly late yesterday, and I thank you for the work Kathy an analysis done based on the couple of meetings that you and I had. But sort of to frame this in a way that I think is important for all of us to consider is that we're talking about making an investment and funding that investment from monthly charges plus connection fees. That's the way this world works. So Kathy's original work, I learned, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that what we have as a result of it is that using Lincoln's cost, admittedly, so we can separate our respective arguments or discussions or disagreements, the hookup fees, connection fees are less expensive if we go regional, but the monthly rates are higher if we go regional as compared to upgrading SMD1. But philosophically, there are a lot of policy questions in that mix. For example, I have yet to have anyone tell me, so if there's somebody in the audience today, I'd love to hear it, that most people, if not everybody, believe that it will be less expensive and easier to comply with future regulation if we regionalize. So if that's true, then an investment to do that today is going to disproportionately benefit in the future rate payers, both folks who connect later on and who pay later on. So within range, within legal requirements and the ability to fund the debt, we could craft a circumstance where essentially if the capital cost and the operational cost are similar for regional as compared to upgrade, we could actually craft a monthly fee schedule and a connection fee schedule that are close to being identical, and then ask ourselves whether or not those rates are legal and whether or not they would result in a viable debt financing mechanism. Is that correct? Did you?
Right, and from a financial perspective, we would take the input from staff and engineering team on how the project would be divided up, just as we have in this situation. So what we would need is a viable methodology for how the project components are broken down, so that we can translate that into the fees, the respective fees.
Thanks. And so what has not been done is that kind of analysis. If you can create equality amongst the rates, connection fees and monthly fees, and if they're both financeable and both legal, then you're left not disputing that, but the relative risk in the investments in upgrading as compared to going regional. And we have the ability to do that analysis, correct, Kathy? I mean, in your opinion, Kathy, that financially we could do that?
From the financial analysis, we could do that.
Could be.
I don't know on the engineering side.
Right.
If I understood the question is, can we change some of our assumptions to front load more of the cost of the regional project, reflecting the concept that in the future there will be savings to future users, and those savings should be more, the cost associated with those savings should be passed on to future users?
Yeah, more specifically, well, there are a lot of assumptions being made by both alternatives as to what of these investments benefit existing ratepayers as compared to future ratepayers. If we expand SMD1 for 2.7 MGD, but today we only need 1.4, obviously that extra capacity should not be a burden to today's ratepayers, and so the calculations reflect all that. Some of those things from an engineering perspective are fairly black and white, but some are very discretionary. And the discretionary part clearly is board policy. So the question would be to try to create the circumstance, I think, for decision-making purposes where if you assume that we have very similar capital investments and very similar operational costs, we could then craft similar monthly rates and connection fees and then ask ourselves whether or not it's financeable and legal and fair, but we could then focus on the policy questions and not just an engineering calculation.
Well, for all of our rates, of course, we have to have some engineering basis for the assumptions, and unless there's an overriding policy question that you would like to address. I think that we've used the most reasonable and supportable engineering data right now that we have available right now. The difficult part of what I think you're saying is something we've recognized all along is that there may be some future savings when we have to do the next compliance project. There's going to be costs at both Lincoln's plant or our plant to try to meet those compliance, future unknown compliance requirements. We've always assumed to some extent that it will be cheaper on a per gallon basis to meet those requirements at the Lincoln plant.
But those assumptions are not in any of our...
And we've never included those because we've never had anything solid to base that on, and for an engineer, that's kind of a hard thing to do. It may be entering more into the policy realm of trying to anticipate something in the future, and unless my engineers want to.
I think what I would add to that...
And just be clear, I'm not disputing the way these calculations were done or the assumptions that were made, but it does not provide, in my view, the opportunity for the board to really delve into what might be discretionary policy.
I think I don't disagree with you at all. I think that the quandary that it poses, where the art and the science come together, is what would those increased, what's the delta between those increased costs at the two different sites? When would they take place, and who would benefit from them in the future? That's what we haven't been able to pin down.
And I think largely because, in fact, those are policy questions. And your staff and we make policy decisions.
That's correct.
So, again, but the GRAP plan, this isn't a historic decision. We get to do this once for the next 30 years. And once we spend $60+ million in upgrading SMD1, we're not going to be revisiting that question tomorrow. So the policy part of it is critically important to me. And again, I appreciate and have a high regard for the work that's been done and the reasons why it was done and the analysis and assumptions behind it. But I don't think I think there are more policy questions at hand that are being presented to us. And the point I'm trying to make is that we could do that. We have the ability to do that. You have the capability easily to do that. And it hasn't been done. So, Kirk.
Yeah, I need to get a better understanding of exactly what I'm seeing when I look at the monthly fees that we're talking about. Because I thought what I heard was these are simply maintenance and operations fees, cover existing costs or costs as they will exist once SMD1 is upgraded versus the regional solution. And yet Supervisor Wygant just made the comment that we're funding the investment, and I assumed he meant the capital improvement investment, from monthly cost plus connection fees. Can you
to just be the total cost of being in this business is the operation and maintenance plus capital investments that we have to make for expansion and or upgrades. The total revenue that comes from that are monthly rates that we charge our ratepayers plus connection fees. How we split and spread those and calculate our prices, if you will, provides us some policy discretion.
Okay. So then, thank you for the clarification. So then what I am seeing does not have, in terms of the monthly fees for M&O, does not have any of the 20-year finance costs for the capital improvements baked into that.
It does. Let me explain the components of the M&O fee.
Okay,
The
please.
M&O fee is made up of operational components.
Yes.
That equates to about $56 per EDU per month in the initial year. That increases annually as inflation occurs, and whatever the operational costs happen to be. We don't know what that number is. For the purpose of this graph, we are assuming a 2% increase in operational costs, and which results in the increase in the fees.
And you assumed that operational cost increase of 2% on both scenarios?
Yes.
Okay.
For the operational costs.
So looking at what looks like about, what is that, $78 a month where we start on the upgrade project, we're up to 56 of the 78. Where's the other 22 come in?
The other $21 and change is the capital component, and that is a fixed component. Annually, it's $21 a year. It doesn't increase, it stays the same, because that would be the amount that's used to pay debt service.
Okay.
And debt service is locked in place as soon as you borrow money, and it's fixed over time.
Good, that helps. Then let's break down the other two lines, starting at 92 $42-ish for the regional project scenario with Auburn. Can you break those down into operational versus capital?
Just double check the numbers. On the regional project with Auburn, the treatment, the operational cost equates to about $53.56. And the capital component is $36.93, so about $37 on that.
36, okay, so we'll round up 37, thank you.
And on the Auburn one, on the one without Auburn, it's the same operational cost, an increased capital share over, it's about $42, $41.
Okay. All right, so what we see is that from an operational efficiency standpoint, and I don't think staff has presented anything that disagrees with this, from an operational efficiency standpoint on a monthly basis, we would be looking at a savings on the regional plant. So it is the baked-in capital costs associated with a higher financing up front, a larger financing up front to pay for our share of the pipeline, those kinds of things. That's what we're looking at. Okay. Interesting. It's not what I was expecting. And then when you say that the capital component is simply, when you say the debt service, you're not talking about interest only. You're talking about principal, interest, buy down.
Principal and interest.
Okay. So then over the 20 years of, I'm sorry, were we anticipating a 20-year repayment?
In this analysis,
okay.
Yes.
So then in year 20, why am I not seeing a drop-off in the monthly connection fees if we have paid off that component of the financing? I'm not seeing that.
The debt repayment, it actually would happen off the graph. So the debt repayment begins 4 years. Basically, we're estimating 4 years from today because you wouldn't begin repaying debt until after the completion of construction, and then the 20-year repayment
We have no
begins.
debt service that we have to make upon receipt of the money. We don't begin debt service until we've actually completed construction.
Exactly.
So it's not technically a 20-year financing. It's more like a 24-year financing.
I guess, yes, from the time you begin receiving proceeds, but the repayment period is a 20-year
Right.
repayment.
Once you start making payments, but you're actually paying for that money for 24. I mean, I guarantee you they're getting their 4 years of interest out of us.
There is accrued interest.
Okay, all right. So then, that being the case, it's going to be somewhere, according to this, it would be somewhere around 2016, 2015-ish. Therefore, by 35, 36, we would see that piece come off. The $42 come off. You'd have the annual escalating of the $53 and the $56, which were our start rates for operation. You'd have the annual escalating component of that dropping off, continuing on, having escalated at 2% per year, but you would see this $42 per connection, or excuse me, per monthly, and the 21 dropping off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think that would be an important little slide to see what happens on those things when all of a sudden now that's gone. I think to Supervisor Wygant's comment about what happens in the future based on decisions that we make right now. Not to throw too many more wrinkles into this, one of the things that we haven't discussed as we're talking about financing of capital improvements, one of the things that we haven't discussed is a future revenue source that the county anticipates that the League of Taxpayers last year made a big splash about in terms of wanting to tie revenues from the relicensing project to water and water-related projects. Clearly, this would be one, a water-related project that I'm sure would meet their litmus test, not that that's ever been my guiding principle, but would meet their litmus test. And I think if we were looking at, I don't think, I should say, I apologize, that your capital improvement costs, including interest carry, might have taken into consideration the issuance of a revenue bond using that particular revenue source as repayment. Is that correct?
Not in the graphs that you have in front of you. We did look at what type of contribution would be required from an outside source In order to get the rates essentially equivalent, we're looking at probably a $20 million buy down of the interest rates. Not a buy down of the interest rates, a buy down of the principal.
Principal, right, right. Which you'd have to bond in order to get that. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just one last finishing. First of all, again, I have high regard for the staff and Kathy, the work that you did. I probably believe my spreadsheets would never have been as good as yours, but they would have been similar in theory. But again, your primary focus in the graphs that you showed as compared to the analysis that was sent to us last night was to look at the engineering-driven separation of cost in terms of current versus future benefits, plus how you could package something that was most financeable, the most attractive loan package.
Yes.
That was the method by which you took your analysis.
Exactly. Exactly.
Thanks.
Too late to say this, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip past a whole bunch of stuff here. This part of the presentation was simply a recap of the pros and cons that are part of the published staff report, and I won't go there. We did get advisory recommendations from two different public bodies. We visited the North Auburn MAC twice, gave them updates, and about a month and a half ago, the North Auburn MAC voted that their recommendation to the board was to do the upgrade project, not the regional project. The Placer, Nevada Wastewater Authority has, of course, been very active in working through this process, and their unanimous recommendation was that this board consider accepting Lincoln's proposal with refinements of the governance issues, and that's a direct quote from the action that they took. So we have those two advisory recommendations also for your consideration. Very quick recap. Staff's concerns over the Lincoln proposal include cost, local control, project feasibility, and the capacity to accommodate growth. We didn't try to grapple very hard with that policy issue. That's not our role. We tried to do the most objective analysis of the two projects that are on the table and provide you with our opinion of the viability and cost of those. We believe that that's our role. We bring this back to your board for discussion. I believe at this point in time, our recommendation stands as it is in the report. I know that Lincoln staff is here with a additional presentation. There are a number of interested parties that want to speak to your board on this issue. We have staff and consultants available at your disposal. So I will, at this point, I think I would turn the microphone over to the City of Lincoln with your approval, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Jennifer, do you have a...
Yeah, I just have one quick clarifying question. You went flying past it in your slides
sorry?
there. That's okay. This 4.2 MGD, there's been a number of people who have raised some concerns that this would be growth-inducing if we upgraded to the 4.2. What does that 4.2 cover?
Well, first of all, the upgrade, there are only certain components, some of the hard concrete and so forth, that actually would accommodate 4.2 MGD of capacity. The 4.2 MGD is a calculation of the hydraulic flow, essentially, into the treatment plant at build-out of the Auburn-Bowman community plan area. So it's based absolutely on that pre-approved number. It doesn't consider growth beyond that at all.
So it's based then on zoning and conditions on the ground today, not future ideas about either up zoning or down zoning or
that's
just
correct.
Exactly what's there today.
It's a direct takeoff of what would be allowed under that plan today.
Thank you.
And for what it's worth, Jennifer, that's probably the one issue where I don't have to reconcile anything after all these years. There was a lot of discussion about that in the early period, and so as it related to the original project, we sized our pipeline so that within the county and our general plan, the county's general plan, we would not provide for any growth inducement The city of Lincoln, of course, if we went regional, also had plans for significant expansion, but in our general plan, that part is the same in both concepts.
Good point. Both projects use that same number as the build-out number.
Right, and that's really exactly what I was getting at, is just this nebulous concern that's been expressed to me that either proposal would be growth-inducing, and both proposals are at the 4.2 for the county's share.
Correct.
So I just really wanted to get that on record. Thank you.
Jack, and then
Jim, I just wanted to clarify, and you can leave that up there. What is it practically you're asking us to do right now? And those are exclusively focused. Can you just...
Well, we already have authorization essentially to complete the design. What we are asking you today is to make a decision whether you want us to focus our efforts solely on the design, bringing back a package to your board for consideration of bid, or whether you want us to further investigate other issues, or whether you want us to switch gears and focus exclusively on the Lincoln proposal. Any of those things, we could take that direction. Our recommendation is that we focus our efforts on the upgrade expansion project, but we would take direction from your board as appropriate.
And let me ask you this. Is it possible to continue down both tracks?
I think it's possible. We will certainly do, as I said, whatever your board wants us to do. We will continue to incur costs on both sides of the ledger as we spend money. You know, we've talked about, could we complete environmental review and design of the Lincoln proposal so that we have that greater level of confidence and assurance at the cost level? Yes, we could do that. It would take approximately a year. It would cost approximately $5.5 million to do that. So that's an option that's available to your board. It would put us, at that point, we would be missing deadlines on our current permit. It would head us down a road that would be difficult for us to turn back to the upgrade project. That is a policy question for your board to grapple with. If we miss the bid times, if we miss award of bid, if we miss the start of construction on the upgrade treatment project or upgrade expansion project, we start to miss deadlines that are in our current permit. It would ultimately become impossible for us to complete that project in time to meet the final requirement date. I know that the regional board, and I believe Pamela Creedon is here today, they have stated that they would, that they'll cooperate with us on a regional project, that they'll provide us time to complete a regional project. And frankly, as much as I appreciate that, I don't think we need more time to complete a regional project. I think a regional project can be completed by 2015. I think that can get done. The problem is, as we head down that path, A, we're spending monies that we've got in the bank that would have been applied to the upgrade project, and B, we start to slip dates. So we can do that. It comes with those risks.
Thank you.
And Kirk.
And then this question of 4.2 million gallons per day accommodating projected build-out. We have talked about the possibility at some point in the future of tying Applegate in. Does that 4.2 accommodate the flows that would ultimately come from Applegate if we were to go that direction?
That will happen. Applegate's underway right now. That will happen regardless of a decision today as to which direction we go. And we're talking a total of how many connections available out of that pipeline? The Applegate pipeline?
How many connections will be available when we build the pipeline?
Build the pipeline.
Bill, can you jump in on that?
There are 54 existing connections that would hook up immediately. The ultimate capacity of that pipeline is, I believe it's just under 500. It's in the high 400s.
It is. It's a very small increment into that total. From a treatment capacity standpoint, that won't be an issue.
Okay.
It's being dealt with in an environmental review standpoint under a separate project.
So I just, based on the conversation we'd had about Applegate and its potential growth, that was
correct.
The reason.
What we've done, we're building the smallest pipeline that we can build into Applegate for that very reason. We don't want to induce growth in that area.
Thank you.
Okay, and thanks, Jim. No more questions right now. So what I'd like to do next, we have a couple of folks here from the Sacramento Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and I'd like them to come up and speak if they want to first, and then, for obvious reasons, we have representatives from the City of Lincoln, and then I'll open it up to the public.
I'd like to say good morning, but good afternoon. My name is Kate Hart, and I am the chairperson of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So good afternoon, Chair Wygant and members of the board. This has been a very interesting presentation for me. I just came on the board after the 2005 NPDES permit, which you all have to discharge, was issued by the regional board. And there were a number of dates in that in that 05 permit that have already been missed. And I'm not sure if you all are aware of that. But for instance, the county committed to a determination of regionalization as a compliance option with numerous violations, water quality violations, by January 2008. So I'll just say that again so everyone's really clear. The 2005 NPDES permit required a determination of regionalization by 2008, if that's in fact what you all were going to be doing, because what we're dealing with here is such continual violations with respect to water quality, and we're talking about ammonia and nitrates and all these other types of constituents being put into the water, because the plant your existing plant has not been upgraded, and because you haven't regionalized, that we were looking forward to that commitment to either regionalization or to an upgrade. But we understand that these are very serious and cost-dependent issues for counties and cities, and so we gave additional time and even approved the county's option to expand its SMD1 plant, which you all are considering today, and which I am shocked to see that staff is actually recommending to you, because your staff has come before the board recently and indicated that they were determined to work out a solution to regionalization. So I think I speak for all my board members, but certainly this board member, in adopting a resolution in February of 2009 strongly urging the county to regionalize. I'm shocked now to hear that that is not at all what's going to be considered, especially with the knowledge that the costs to regionalize are now ultimately fairly equal. And from a conceptual perspective, the purpose of regionalization, even if you overlook the environmental benefits of it, from a taxpayer, ratepayer point of view, it is a lot more cost effective to have a regionalized plan. So you all have had the discussion about capital costs up front and the fact that connection fees are not a reliable source of paying back these costs. And so essentially you're going to have less ratepayers paying more money to expand and upgrade this SMD1 plan. Now, I am not here to make policy determinations for you. That's obviously your job. What I am here to do is tell you what the regional board's policy is. And our policy is regionalize, because that's what's best for the environment, and that is the best thing for your ratepayers. I have some additional things that you all might want to consider that were not pointed out by your staff in terms of the pros and the upside of regionalizing. For one, it doesn't appear that costs to the on-site construction costs for SMD1 operations and maintenance have been calculated into what is going to be done if you do expand your SMD1 plan. So that's something you all might want to ask about. I've already talked to you about the economies of scale issue. I'm not sure, Auburn has come to us on a number of occasions, and we recently just approved a plant for them because they're interested in regionalization. They have committed to the regional board to regionalize, but they can't come on board until you all do, for economic reasons. So I'm not sure why there's ever even a consideration of what if Auburn doesn't come along with the plan, because they have committed so far, as I can tell. But I know the Auburn folks are here to discuss that, so I won't speak for them. But that's certainly something the regional board has been informed of and is considering, that they strongly wish to regionalize but can't do it without you. There was some discussion, and Board Member Montgomery asked an excellent question with respect to pharmaceuticals and unknown constituents right now. And I was extremely surprised to hear from the consultant that, in fact, if SMD1 is expanded, that there would easily be some sort of a solution on how to address pharmaceuticals once they are regulated, because the consultant's correct, pharmaceuticals are not currently regulated. And the main reason is because we don't know how to treat most of them. We have no idea. So plants across the state are going to have to be dealing with how those upgrades occur if and when pharmaceuticals do become regulated, but you all should not be voting to expand your SMD1 plant because you think at some point in time it'll be a snap of a finger and not too much to upgrade to treat pharmaceuticals. That's, I don't believe, the case. I'm not an engineer, but it's hard to believe based on the information that I have. Another thing that didn't appear to be considered, but I don't know, is a reduction in cost to the county for staff to run SMD1. You won't be running it if you regionalize. And that could be a big cost for you, I'm not sure. And I don't know if the City of Lincoln will be proposing things to you. It's my understanding that at some point in time, at least when you have regionalization efforts, you often have recycled water efforts and the potential to resell your recycled water. And so that potentially brings in a profit offset to costs that you may want to discuss. Either with your staff or ask about, because I didn't hear anything about recycled water occurring with respect to the SMD1 plant. There was a discussion early on the firm prices and the price variabilities with respect to a downside on regionalizing, and I just want to emphasize for this board that those firm price variabilities occur whichever way you go. There's never a guarantee on the costs of the construction because regulations do change. The regional board, I don't think takes, at least I as a member, don't take any joy in telling permittees who have just upgraded their plants that they're now going to have to add new treatment because there's a new regulation that wasn't considered when they designed their plant. So that's going to happen no matter what in going forward, and that's not something we control. I guess finally, you all should be aware that you are effectively now incurring upwards of $200,000 per year in mandatory minimum penalties. We as a regional board have no control to reduce that for you. Our discretion was taken away by the legislature. And the sole reason that you are incurring MMPs of $200,000 upwards about per year, and that will continue until either your plant is upgraded or you regionalize, is because of noncompliance with your existing permit. And the regional board has given extension after extension after extension on compliance. And because we understand that these are very complicated issues, but I'm certain you can tell from my message today that we strongly encourage regionalization, especially given you need an aggressive time frame no matter which way you go, and I can't imagine having a more motivated, dedicated partner. It appears that Lincoln's on the ball about these things, everything I've heard, and I would strongly, strongly encourage you to move forward with regionalization, not sticking with an expansion of a very, very old and outdated plant. And if you all have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. And our executive director is here to answer any technical questions you might have about your permit. whatever your pleasure.
We have a, Jim, you have a question.
It's my understanding that the Auburn plant is in compliance at this time.
They are, and they have expended extensive amounts of money because they didn't want to risk non-compliance.
But I haven't heard anything about them being committed to going regional. I haven't heard anything from the city council about that. Has it been before the city council?
I don't know if there's been an actual vote, but I believe that it's fairly common knowledge with folks who have been working on the project that Auburn's committed to it. You all should, I would encourage you to ask them. I believe that there's someone here from Auburn.
I don't see any electeds here from Auburn, so I wouldn't want to ask anyone else. But I represent the city of Auburn on this board, and I don't recall them ever being committed to this proposal.
Well, statements were made at the regional board, so I suppose that's some.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to know.
I mean, I'm not sure that a city council can vote to regionalize, and if they know they economically can't move forward until the county actually does it. I think they're waiting for you all to do that.
But these estimates are based on Auburn participating.
Some of them are. Yes, there was a difference between $70 million or something to that
The
extent.
Lincoln proposal is based on Auburn participating in the regionalization. That's all I want to make clear.
Yeah, in some of the numbers.
I think Lincoln proposed both ways. Yeah. Both ways. Jennifer.
Thank you. I appreciate you answering my question.
I don't know if I can yet, but I'll try.
No. I meant the one I asked earlier that you addressed in your comments. Thank you. I have some. I have to absolutely agree with you that there is never a guarantee of costs on construction, but I think equally true is the closer you are to having a completed, fully vetted design, the more reliable your construction costs are. And one of the concerns that I have is I see two very different pieces of design in two different very places that the designs are in process. So just, my statement is just, if I'm looking at a 90% design, I'm going to have more certainty about those costs than something of a lesser design. I think I've worked in construction, and that's pretty much standard in construction, whether you're building a house or you're building a sewer system. Just really wanted to address that. I fully agree with your statement, but I think there are mitigating factors that play into that.
Well, I would just say with respect to the design, I know if you've worked in construction, then you know that your design costs are really minimal if you compare them to your construction costs and your operating and maintenance costs.
No, and I agree completely with that. My point is, if you have a design for, let's just call it a house, that's 90%, you know what's going to be in that house versus I want to go build a house, you have a very much more solid understanding of what your costs are going to be with that 90% design than an idea that you want to build a house.
So I don't know if what you're telling me is because your staff is telling you they're at 90% design and Lincoln isn't quite there on the 90%, that there's a concern on your part that maybe they can't meet their timeframes. And you would be best to address that question to them, but if they have a construction or a design and construction schedule, then, and they say that's what it is, they upgraded their plan in 2004. We've had one violation from the City of Lincoln. One, over 6 years.
Absolutely.
7 years' time.
And we're talking apples and oranges there. We're talking about what exists today and the violations that go with that versus what are we planning for in the future. So I'm not arguing with your statement. I'm just saying that as someone who's worked in construction, I know that I have a much better idea of what costs are going to be when I'm at 90% design construction than at 10% or 20% or even 40%. As you continue to move forward in the process of designing something, whether a house or a sewer system or a wastewater treatment plant, you identify your costs more completely, more thoroughly, and more reliably. That's all I was saying, not having an argument with anyone here. I did want to follow up on Supervisor Holmes' comment about Auburn having committed. I don't know what they did or didn't say in front of your board, but a point that you brought up that I sort of had to laugh about was, in 2005, this board, which a couple of us did not sit on at the time, made a commitment to a date in 2008, and that commitment was not followed through on. So commitments are, worth the paper they're written on.
Well, actually,
And
that's
when
in your
they're-
permit, and that's enforceable, and we could technically
I'm
impose.
I'm referring to verbal comments made by representatives of the city of Auburn. Take it for what it's worth. A verbal commitment is just a verbal commitment. Again, not arguing with you that they may or may not have made a commitment, not arguing with you that Placer County did make a commitment in 2005, just saying, I also have not heard in discussions I've had with electeds at the city of Auburn that they are committed. So while they may have told you that they were committed, and while Placer County may have told you in 2005 that they were committed, take it all with a grain of salt. That's all I have to say about that. On the question of pharmaceuticals and potential future treatment of pharmaceuticals, I'm assuming that the standard would be the same at either facility?
Yes, I mean,
No, just
statewide regulations, and you have receiving water limitations on certain things. It depends on the constituents, but the blanket regulations will be the same.
Okay.
How they're imposed may be different under individual permits.
Okay, excellent. And then I did have I wanted to follow up on the two issues that you raised, the potential to sell recycled water and also the on-site costs. Can you rephrase that on-site cost? I'm not sure I really captured it correctly.
But I didn't see any analysis in the numbers of whether or not on-site construction costs were calculated in on the expansion and or continued operation and maintenance costs on the expanded site. And maybe that was in there, and I don't know. I didn't take any detailed view of numbers. I was just paying attention to what was up there.
Right.
I don't want anything to do with those numbers.
And can we get an answer to that?
Certainly. The on-site construction costs are absolutely included in the construction estimates. The ongoing operations and the labor costs and operations costs are also included in the projections. They're included differently for both options. The stay-home upgrade option includes continued operation of the treatment plant using the same approach that we do now, using in-house county staff. The costs for the Lincoln proposal include those costs. Those staff would not be included in our costs in the future, and Lincoln's operation, which is primarily done through contract operations, and costs that they've provided to us are included on that side of the ledger. So in both cases, the long-term labor costs and operation costs are included. And I don't know whether I answered your question.
It wasn't really a question for me. It was just something that our staff had noted.
They were absolutely included.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
You guys have additional monitoring requirements. All permits do, all discharge permits do. And the county hasn't complied with monitoring requirements on a monthly basis since last July. So those are costs not only that you have from a staff perspective, but also from a fine and mandatory minimum penalties perspective.
Jack.
Yeah, just 2 points. I think the issue of regionalization isn't really the issue here, okay? I myself believe that regionalization is the wave of the future on many different levels. I think the idea of local control is evolving, whether we like it or not. But the point is looking at these numbers, and the reason that I pointed out design was because that's critical to making sure that these $53 and these $42 and these $37 and these $21 pencil out. And, the point needs to be made that at 90% design, you have a much better idea of where you're going construction-wise as opposed to no design. So I understand where you're going. But you also have to understand that what we have to wrestle with.
Oh, I do understand, yeah.
Because that's where the rubber meets the road. And then the other portion of this thing is that we've already spent, $3 million on design?
I believe we're at about 2.5 right now, but yes.
Okay, well, we've got that point. So we have to go back to our constituents if we take a left turn, Clyde, and justify why we're doing that, okay? Now, if someone wants to come out and wrestle, and that's really the 800-pound gorilla here in the room, if somebody wants to come back, with an idea of how to deal with that, you've got my attention.
Well, Jack and I have to respond to that. When this board agreed to start expending funds for designing an upgrade of SMD1, it was with the clear understanding that we were going to be on parallel paths. Had at that time I'd been told that we had one option or the other, that once we got to the point where we spent, I think we approved $8 million to go forward, that we had a significant investment in that decision, and I was going to be exempt from the opportunity to go the other route, I would have strongly opposed that and looked for methods by which we could delay this decision so that we had better information. And your point's well taken. It's a lot of money, regardless of what the circumstances are. But it was clearly with the understanding, the communication, the public record, that we were keeping both options open.
Yeah. And rightly so, And we're now at that juncture where we've got to, fish or cut bait.
So I have a couple of questions or comments, and maybe Pamela might have to participate. But you touched on one of the things that I've wondered about. One of the tremendous benefits of going regional for us from an environmental perspective, by the way, in concert with an open space plan that you may or may not know much about, but it hopefully will result soon in a habitat conservation plan and natural communities conservation plan. But we have one of our most sensitive habitat types in the county are for listed salmon and steelhead. The sensitive parts of those habitats are the spawning and smolt rearing phases, which are from this elevation essentially on down to about Highway 65. So if nothing else, the regionalization of wastewater discharge, if both Auburn and the county did it, would leapfrog over the most sensitive habitat for those species. It's all a moot point if all of these plants work perfectly all the time, but my perspective of them, as a non-expert in the industry, is that none of them work perfectly all the time. It's a lot like the county in the business of restaurant inspections. You always find something that, the lettuce isn't quite cold enough, so would you turn down the refrigerator? And so we have similar monitoring and reporting that goes forward. So I guess I'd like a perspective. You all have a resolution that strongly prefers regionalization, and so the bigger question is why. But I specifically would like to know, obviously our SMD1 plant is not operating very well, but we're talking about completely rebuilding it. Lincoln's plant has had one violation in 6 or 7 years. Is there a correlation between larger plant? I know Lincoln's site also has some huge attributes, tremendous amount of excess capacity for dealing with different technologies that may be needed in the future, as well as storage. But I'd like to have, but we are hearing testimony also about newly upgraded foothill small footprint plants operating just famously. And the fish actually aren't going to care as long as these things never violate their permit requirements. But I understand that no wastewater treatment facility perfectly operates in compliance with this. So I'd like some feedback on that question first.
I think fundamentally, and unless, Pam, did she leave? Oh, there she is. She's, I'm like, where is she? She's an engineer and probably from a purely mathematical or technical point of view can address it, but I think from a policy perspective, it comes down to rate, what your ratepayers end up paying. I mean, I think currently right now, I don't know what Placer folks are paying. You all might. I'm sure Jim knows. But I think Auburn's up in 90 and Lincoln's down at 30. So when the bigger the area that you're covering, the more regional it is, the more ratepayers you have, the more people you have to pay the rates for. And the issue is that even if you guys expand this SMD1 plan, and that's totally your decision, but you have to keep upgrading it, and you have to keep assessing your taxpayers that. But when you go from a regional basis, you have more folks to bear that burden. So I don't know, Pamela, if you have something to add to that. She agrees totally with me.
Okay, so another question I have. I know that, again, I'm not a technician, but I do understand that as it relates to state revolving loan fund questions, that the state and prospectively the Regional Water Quality Control Board has some level of purview or interaction with that. This board never knows what it's going to do on any given day, not to mention an issue like this and what we might do in a few minutes. But If there was a desire to achieve a higher level of consensus, perhaps as it relates to some of the questions and disputes, frankly, that exist among the different staffs, as well as the policy questions that I mentioned when Kathy Domenico made her presentation about her analysis, would you be available for sort of an unusual role to perhaps give us some direction in that regard?
Well, I think, I can't say, we can never guarantee what the state board does with its funds, but we certainly would do everything we possibly could to have our staff assist yours with obtaining, if you guys need help with applications, whatever it is, I'm sure we'd be willing to do that. Our board has really gone at great lengths to assist the county in coming into compliance. I really want to emphasize that. We want to see compliance. We want to help you comply. And we really want to see regionalization, but mostly it's just we really want to see compliance at a rate that's beneficial for your taxpayers or your ratepayers. And so, yes, whatever way we can lend assistance, we will do that. We don't have any necessarily better pull than some other region does in terms of getting loans, but we would help in any way.
If I could, I think the thing that would be of interest to me potentially is that, if we're pushing the envelope and or not, but as relates to the policy discretion that may be involved as it relates to assessing current ratepayers as compared to future ratepayers, and I know we have a lot of discretion as it relates to what we choose to set for the monthly rates versus the connection fees, but perhaps some guidance and or at least another set of eyes and ears for somebody like me to help get that perspective. Additionally, there are some engineering questions that I'm aware of that are in disagreement amongst different staffs, and it would be useful for me at least if I could bounce that off. Yes. So if that would be available at least at some level, I think it would give us.
Yeah, I definitely think our staff would be happy to sit down with the parties and sort of try to mediate, as it were, what appears to be more reasonable than not in any instance. Yes, we would be happy to do that.
Jim.
I just wanted to clarify the rates that the city of Auburn's paying. I believe they're $58. Is that correct?
56.
56.
I hear 56. Do I hear 70? Just kidding.
56, and the counties is 82, 84. I know I pay them, but it's what? $82 a month. So quite a bit of discrepancy. And so, if Auburn does come on board, they're going to have to raise their rates, I believe. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I don't know about that part.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, and we have a presentation by Lincoln, and then why don't we take a brief break after that, and we'll come back for general public comment. Pamela, I'm sorry, did you want to? So, absolutely, for sure.
Chair Hart said a lot, but I would just like to emphasize, especially Member Montgomery and Duran, the county, that requirement in the county that they make a decision. For whatever reason, your staff did not pursue looking at the actual design of a line, which is part of the problem. Today, you'd probably be looking at a possible design for both things, so you can have them make a really good informed decision on which project to go with. But for whatever reason, and your staff will have to explain, they never did the design on a regional line between Placer County or SMD1 and Lincoln. So that's part of the problem here. And that's part of the patience this board, my board, has shown, and the support we have for the regional solution, because we do have small treatment plants that technically can treat the water for small communities. It's the cost that's killing them. And I can't tell you how many small communities have come to my office and begged us to back off or give them more time or to not levy fines against them because they don't have the money to pay, or they have to raise their ratepayers' fees so high that it's impossible for them to pay. I've been to many city council meetings where I have people with, who are very poor being asked to pay over $100 a month because the economies of scale just aren't there. So you're going to reach a point in your district's areas where they can no longer afford sewer. But my board will have no choice. The environment's not going to pay for this decision. We're going to regulate regardless of where you stay, regardless. It's just how you spread those costs is the point here. And that's where you have to look beyond possibly the next 20 years, to look at what the benefit overall for this area happens to be. Our basin plan, which is our guiding water quality control plan, in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River watersheds, which you're in, does not have a requirement that regionalization has to be considered first before we allow individual discharges. We have that provision in our lower Tulare Lake Basin Plan, so that's why our board adopted the resolution expressing the strong interest in having regionalization considered because of the increased regulations, and more are coming, and communities begging us to not impose those more stringent requirements on them. But we will not, once they're passed, once the state or federal government tells us we have to impose those requirements, we will. And without, with sympathy and empathy, but we'll still impose them.
Absolutely, and let me just tell you, I actually live on Donner Summit. My sewer rates are about, I think, $130 a month. So I understand the implications of small facilities, and we are in the process of upgrading ours as well. I'm with Supervisor Duran in that, as a general rule of thumb, I think regionalization is the way to go. Unfortunately, I can only operate with the facts that are in front of me.
Yes, and your staff will have to explain why those are the only facts you have in front of you. So I'll leave that with you, because we have it, it's in our permit. It's not just someone coming forward. When I was appointed as the executive officer in 2006, within months after being appointed, Jim Durfee and his staff visited me to express their strong desire for regionalization. Twice they've been in front of our board to again express that regionalization was still their strong desire. So they'll have to explain why, after all this time, all they have to offer you is conceptual versus a 90% design for treatment. So I can't explain that. I would, we've always heard challenges from many sides, including my staff, the cost to regionalize and the contingencies built into it. We have, but we've never been offered anything else until the city of Lincoln really took the issue up, and their council has backed them, and so that comes with a lot of sway with us when the council's behind it, and that's what I have emphasized with Jim Durfee, is that it has to come from the supervisors. You have to help us as a board say, yes, we're still going to give the county more time so that they can pursue regionalization. It has to come from you. It has to be a commitment from this board telling us we're making a commitment to that. So we're looking forward to that.
And if I may, just it's certainly a question that I'll have staff address. My understanding is the city of Lincoln came to us and said, hey, we have this great idea. I think they have some level of responsibility to come to us with really solid facts and figures as well. It's a partnership. And so I'm not going to assign blame to one side or another for why that doesn't exist. My point is only, I can only operate with the facts that are in front of me. There's a given set of facts in front of me. And frankly, we need to stop messing about with this, and we need to make a decision, and we need to stop dumping polluted water into our waterways.
Exactly. Thank you.
And yeah, I mean, believe me, I am in full agreement with you on that. And we need to appropriately represent our constituents. We need to take the information that is in front of us, whether it's complete, incomplete, framed by one entity or another, and make decisions to the best of our capabilities. And that's what I hope we will do today. So thank you for your comments. I do truly appreciate them, and I'm not in disagreement with you.
And Chair Wiggin, I just wanted to emphasize to you, my staff technically, and Ken Landau, who's been with the board many, many years and a registered civil engineer, would be available to you to help you. We could also get assistance from the state board and their financial assistance technical staff that review these plans for approval of financing. I'm sure we can secure their support as well to help you in some of these decisions you want to pass by them and discuss, to have another set of ears and another opinion. I'll make sure that happens for you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And then Kirk, you have a comment or question?
Yeah, just briefly, if I may address this
Sure.
issue about why we have 90% design on one and not on the other, and it's very clear. It's because our board gave direction to staff and authorized a budget for them to pursue design of one and not the other, because we were relying on, and have relied and continue to rely on Lincoln as lead agency on scoping the regional solution, and we continue to work with them on that. And you may or may not be familiar, there's been, shall I say, a bit of turmoil in Lincoln politically in the last couple of years, and so they've been dealing with a number of issues, and this, while always being important to them, and I've enjoyed many conversations with Lincoln City Council members, while this topic has always been important to them, where it has ranked in terms of overall importance given some of the other issues that they've been dealing with, they've had to make a decision how they allocate their scarce time and resources within their city as well. And so, I don't fault our staff for coming to us with what we asked for and what we budgeted for, and that's why we're here today. And I say this as somebody that, going back to 2007, has been an advocate for regionalization. So.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you for that explanation. I didn't know that history. I do know that Lincoln's committed now, so I'm hoping that the county will reconsider that. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And Lincoln's up next, so let me give even a different perspective of all of that, somewhat. Having sat on the JPA board, my view of how things emerged was that over the recent years, the staffs, the technical advisory folks for the cities of Auburn and Lincoln and the county staff, there've just been some disagreements and issues, and there wasn't consensus emerging. So Lincoln can certainly respond to that. But what I saw happen and what was presented to us was that Lincoln decided to look at these numbers in a streamlined manner on their own and then make a presentation to us, because they couldn't come together as to design of 1 versus 2 pipes, depth of pipelines, those kinds of pumping stations, storage capacity, a lot of things that I wish I'd never heard of before. But Lincoln came forward because they thought there was an opportunity for them in that, and thus the proposal that they're about to make for us today. That's how that emerged from my perspective. And so if you want to come forward, Mark, I'll be right back.
Chair.
I'm the chair now.
She's the chair.
Temporarily.
Good afternoon, Acting Chair Montgomery and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. These are challenging times, and we appreciate the due diligence.
I'm sorry, would you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, I will. Mark Miller, Director of Public Services for the City of Lincoln. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. These are challenging times, and we appreciate the due diligence that the board is requiring. The concept of a regional wastewater facility has been discussed by multiple agencies over many years. Some of the agencies participating in those discussions have since gone on and joined in other regional plans. Now there exists an opportunity for Placer County, the City of Auburn, and the City of Lincoln to participate in a cost-effective, long-term wastewater treatment solution utilizing an existing award-winning facility and a new regional pipeline. The county has the choice to remediate and expand its existing facility at SMD1 or to participate in a regional wastewater solution. The costs of the two projects are approximately the same, but the long-term stability for the county ratepayers, all the county ratepayers, and protection of the environment are much better with a regional solution. The City of Lincoln took the initiative. We were not the lead agency, but we took the initiative when the process dragged on for quite some time. The City of Lincoln took the initiative in refining the regional project about 6 months ago. The city has a clear financial incentive with the regional project in recouping the $7 to $12 million in extra capacity that the city invested for the benefit of the potential partners in regionalization. The city's project cost estimates have been questioned as being low, but Lincoln has no incentive for the numbers not to be accurate, as its oversizing costs are only recouped if the project meets or comes under those estimates. Why is the regional solution the lowest cost for the taxpayers in the future? The obvious answer is economies of scale. You can see from the
photograph of the plant versus SMD, the size of the plant, and the ability to expand and take on new users. Lincoln's treatment costs at $30 a month, including collection charges, are already some of the lowest in the area, and regional partners will increase the user base, benefiting all. But the Lincoln plant also is the most robust and scalable in the area, the entire area. The largest challenge facing all wastewater facilities is regulatory compliance, and county staff and every sanitation agency in the county have dealt with that, and other counties as well. The current major cost driver is for plants to remove chlorine from the treatment operations. That's a big driver in these plant upgrades that are going through right now. In the future, plants will be required to use expensive technology to meet many new regulations, such as treating for pharmaceuticals, endocrine disruptors, and heavy metals. The regional plant solution is the best option to minimize rate increases for all our taxpayers. If I may touch on one final point before turning it over to our city engineer, you can't live here without appreciating the natural beauty and the wonderful water resources we have. The regional plant not only has tremendous storage capacity for the variations in flow and contaminants that are inevitable in all treatment plants, but the discharge of the regional plant is well downstream of the most sensitive salmon spawning and riparian species development habitat. It's a critical difference in the plants. A regional solution is the right solution for the environment. So our city engineer, Bruce Burnworth, would give you a few of the summary items on our project, the specifics, and both Bruce and I are here for questions if the board has any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Bruce Burnworth, and I'm with city engineer with the City of Lincoln. So the Midwestern Placer Regional Sewer Project was started up as an idea a long time ago. I've been involved in the last year and tried to make it the best project that we can in order to benefit not just the City of Lincoln, but also the county and Auburn. So first of all, I'd like to emphasize that this is a simple project. The regional project is a simple project. We have a pump station that is a standard pump station. There are thousands of them around the nation. It's a fairly standard pump station. The pipeline, the alignment, the route is defined. It's down roads, county roads. Where exactly in that 20-foot wide pavement or 16-foot wide pavement is going to be, we haven't defined, but it's down the road. It's a well-defined pipeline project. The treatment plant is a proven treatment plant. It's been in operation for 7 years. It's operated perfectly and treated everything and met all the requirements it needs to meet. It's a simple project: pump station, pipeline, and treatment plant expansion. The data we've developed so far is much more than just planning stage type data. It's a very thorough analysis. We selected Stantec to do this analysis. They are experts in the field of wastewater treatment, pipelines, pump stations, the whole works. They are the experts in it. They have gone through and looked at the specifics associated with this project and come up with a very solid cost estimate. It was very clear from the beginning of this exercise that we were going through that the City of Lincoln was committing itself to build this facility for this cost or lose some of its reimbursement. We were very conservative in coming up with these costs. We were not throwing out unconservative numbers. We were very conservative in all aspects of the costs, in all aspects of the schedule for the environmental review as well. We were very conservative in all those areas. The design, I personally have worked on a number of regional projects, 60 miles of water line with treatment plants, pump stations. Pipeline construction and treatment plants are different than building buildings. In some cases they're easier, in some cases they're harder. One thing is for sure is that in order for this project to move forward, we have to have a really good working group. I've worked on projects that have regional cooperation, and all parties in the regional project need to be cooperating and working together to make a project happen smoothly. The City of Lincoln, after this process of defining the project and coming up with cost, came up with what we have offered as a firm price per EDU. The regional capital component that we're looking at is $31.73. The regional treatment cost is $22, and we understand that the collection system cost is $30.57 for this county area, SMD1, for a total of $84.30 if Auburn is a part of the project. These are set costs. The City of Lincoln has offered these costs. We're very comfortable that we can meet them. That's where we are. If you have other funds that are available from like the Middle Fork, that'll reduce these capital projects and capital costs and further reduce the costs. Contingencies. First of all, in talking to the contractors and getting these prices from the contractors, we went through and told them, we want you to estimate the cost that you would bid the project today, not an estimate, an engineer's estimate, but what would you actually bid? We gave them detailed plans for a pump station. It wasn't the detailed plans for this particular pump station, but pump stations are standard. We picked one that was pretty close to what we would need to build here. We said, give us a detailed cost estimate for this pump station for the size. Their estimates are based on really good information. The treatment plant was the same way. We gave them the treatment plant that was designed and built 7 years ago and said, give us an updated cost for doing that specific design. On the pipeline, they drove up and down the pipeline alignment. They know how much it costs to put pipe in the ground underneath roads. As far as the rock goes, the contractors, they drive along the edge of the road, they look at the embankments, they can see the rock that's there. We also, as a part of this, dug holes periodically along the pipeline with large excavation equipment and showed these videos to the contractors. And they said, we'll use even larger equipment. We know there's rock there, but we can dig through almost all of that rock without any problems. Yeah, there might be some isolated locations where we need to blast, but we can dig through all of that rock with the excavators that we'd be using on this project. The team is, as I mentioned before, with Stantec and myself and experience we all have, are very ready to build this project. All we need to do is have the approval to go forward and deal with it. We also, as you heard today and from others, we have very strong regulatory support from all the regulatory agencies that are looking at and would review this project. They are very much in favor of the regional project. When we come to them, and we've gone to a dozen of them or more in preparing us to make sure that we're not going to have problems with these regulatory agencies, they've all said, yes, we strongly support regional project. We'll work with you to make this happen. We understand that you have to do certain things in order to meet our requirements, but we'll meet with you in order to accomplish that. One thing I'd like to go back on just a second here. On the expert data associated with the environmental analysis and the simple project, normally when you're building pipelines in a roadway, you do a categorical exemption for a pipeline in a roadway. You don't have to do an ND, you don't have to do an EIR, you do a categorical exemption. For a standard pump station, if it's on an existing site that's already disturbed, maybe a negative declaration. For a proven treatment plant that's already in operation, you're expanding it. We have an EIR that was done when we built the plant. We think we could probably go back and do a supplement or an addendum or maybe even just use that EIR. We're not talking about doing a lot of new environmental analysis. There's not a lot of potential out there for fatal flaws that will kill this project from an environmental standpoint. We've talked with all the agencies associated with these issues. We understand them. Again, from a very conservative standpoint, we have the time to do an EIR. We may not need to do an EIR for this project because of the various parts of it. So on the schedule, like I said, in the schedule we put in doing into full EIR, a year for doing that. We've even talked to the county's consultant associated with it, and they said yes, an EIR for this type of a project can be done within a year. We've confirmed that with a number of different sources. It can be done. We're ready to do it. There are some risks that have been talked about associated with the SMD expansion. I think you probably are aware of these. I can just run through them quickly. Right now, a mitigated negative declaration is on the streets being looked at. That might have to be an EIR. That could delay the project for 6 months to 12 months. As county staff goes through and clarifies the scope of the project, I understand it's gone up from $62 to $63.5 million. There are things that happen to projects to increase the price over time. Could go up and even higher. It is a complex project to build a new plant on an existing site. I kind of compare it to if you have a bathroom in your house, it's the only bathroom you have, and you have a 3-year project to reconstruct it while you're using that as your only bathroom. It's costly to do that, and it's very frustrating and time-consuming, and there are lots of challenges associated with doing it. It's very easy. I've done a lot of remodel type projects with plants, facilities. When you remodel something, you don't know everything about that project as you start construction. There's a good likelihood you'll have increases in cost. You don't know what those are, but you lots of times have those costs. There's a big difference between trying to get a price for remodeling a facility versus a new facility. If you talk to a contractor about building a new house, he can pretty much tell you, okay, here's the house plan, it's going to cost X dollars to build it, and he hasn't done all the detailed plans, he hasn't done cost estimates, but he can tell you pretty much exactly what it's going to cost to build that new house. If you want to tell him you want to remodel this older house that may or may not have a good foundation and may or may not have electrical, he cannot tell you at all what the cost is of that project. And that's the comparison we have between the regional project and the SMD project. The SMD project is a remodel project. Costs are, even though you have 100% design or 90% design, the costs are more unknown on that type of a project than they are on something you have hardly any design on, such as the regional project, just because of all those unknowns associated with building on top of an existing plant. As far as the split between the costs, the SMD plant, 52% of the costs for the SMD expansion are being borne by collection fees as proposed. And to me, that's a very high number for a plant to look for connection fees, and especially in this day and age. On the regional plant, we're looking at the connection charge with the pipeline and the pump station and the treatment plant of being about 28% of that total, as opposed to 52%. The SMD plant has been and is under compliance orders. Those costs could go up dramatically if you don't meet the requirements that you have. Future requirements for compliance could be dramatically higher and increased rates. You've heard about that. Pharmaceuticals and effluent from spawning areas. It could be in the future that the endocrine disruptors associated with those pharmaceuticals are part of the reason why we have salmon and steelhead population declines. We don't know that at this point in time, but that's a risk. So we're looking at what the Western Placer Regional Sewer Project is. Healthy Creeks in 2013, I think a very important thing for this is that's forever. You don't ever have to worry about pollutants from the wastewater treatment plants in these creeks from Auburn area all the way down to Lincoln. It'll just be out of the water if both the Auburn and the county proceed. Again, we have firm prices. That's a reasonable project. Firm prices are right here. They've been offered by the city of Lincoln. We're ready to go and build the project. It's a simple project. We have an experienced team. And with the support of the county, we are 99% certain. And I don't say that lightly. I've been involved in a lot of projects, and I know there are lots of risks associated with the project. But with the support of the county, we're 99% certain that we can deliver this project on schedule and on budget. Happy to answer any questions.
Flat of a question. Our earlier presentation, Jim, we talked about flows and how that can be a basis for a dispute as it relates to similar experiences we're currently enjoying down in Roseville. It just struck me that we don't have to worry about that in terms of this offer, at least for the first 5 years, if in fact we're paying a price based on the number of folks who are currently using the system and a fixed hookup fee. We don't have to, unless there's some...
If I may, operations are still based on gallons and the proportionate cost of operating the treatment plant.
But what I'm... So, go ahead.
I was going to say the offer that the city of Lincoln made fixed those costs for the first 5 years. You're correct. It's not based on the flow. After 5 years, then we modify the cost based on the flow and the loading in that flow.
Thanks.
I have a question. You're not off the hook yet, Bruce. Sorry. I'm sorry, your slides weren't numbered. Could you go back and then I'll tell you when to stop?
Oh, okay.
Wait, you have to go more slowly than that because I
All
don't
right.
read that quickly.
Sorry. Did I go too far?
Yeah. Your point there about removing wastewater pollutants from salmon and steelhead spawning areas in 2013, and then your other point about the pharmaceuticals is certainly it's a point well taken, but there's currently no requirement to do that. And any plant, whether it's the regional facility or SMD1, would be subject to those requirements, correct, if they were imposed by the state?
That is correct, that there aren't any current requirements. There are studies that have been done that show that those pharmaceuticals, over-the-counter type drugs, have an adverse effect on salmon and steelhead. They're not conclusive, and they're not yet the basis for regulations, but there are studies out there that indicate that.
Okay. And then just a question that you raised that I'm actually going to ask Jim, because you raised it, but I'll ask Jim because you won't have the answer to it, I don't think, but I think Jim will. Bruce raised the issue about, how difficult it is to remodel something. Is that really what we're proposing at SMD1? I mean, when I think of remodeling, I think about, exactly as you said, going into my existing bathroom and tearing it down to the wall studs and, trying to live with that until the bathroom's done. Is that what we're proposing at SMD1?
It's a construction project that will, for 3 years, be in and around an operating treatment plant. That is correct. And there is some nominal reuse of existing facilities. Ultimately, the majority of the treatment will take place in new facilities. But I don't think it's an unfair characterization to characterize the process as being like a remodel. It's building a new treatment plant in and around an existing treatment plant.
But, we're not going in and retrofitting a building. We're plopping a different building down next to it, essentially.
That's correct.
Okay.
There is some, as I said, there's some reuse of existing facilities. The majority, when the project's done, the vast majority of the facilities will be new.
Because even in a remodel, it's easier to install a new bathroom than remodel an old bathroom. So, I agree.
If I could expand just a little bit, it is a complicated construction project. We don't debate that in any way, shape, or form. We believe that the design, the schedule, and the costs are reflective of how complex this project is.
And Webb, maybe this is a question for you. The Hangtown project, was that similar, where there was an existing facility and then you essentially remodeled next to it?
The Hangtown project was much worse. It was someplace around 7 acres, and we were literally right on top of remodeling basins, and so it is similar, but actually a lot worse. Yours is going to be a lot easier to build.
Thank you.
Okay. Kirk?
Jim, if we were to pursue a regional option, are the costs that I see projected under the O&M, are they inclusive of costs to essentially shutter SMD1? Or what costs would you anticipate we would incur to wind down and shutter that plant?
I believe the cost that you're referring to actually what we would decommission the treatment plant, turn it into a pump station.
Right.
The projected costs include that. They address that. I don't know whether there's enough money in there for that or not. It's a low number, but it does address that. There won't be any real ongoing particular maintenance cost of that facility once it's decommissioned. At that point, it turns into the operation and maintenance of the lift station.
Right.
But they are accounted for in the cost.
So unlike, for instance, today, if I abandon a gas station, I have to go and dig out the pumps, the tanks, do any soil testing and disposal and all the rest.
That is not included.
I'm sorry?
That would not be included in the cost that you're seeing here. If we run into environmental cleanup work that needs to be done at the site, that is not addressed in the cost.
And is it anticipated, though, that simply converting this to a pump station site, decommissioning the actual on-site processing would trigger something like that where we'd have additional costs?
Frankly, I don't anticipate any significant environmental cleanup work at the site, but the cost does not have a contingency for that in it.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Mark, I have a couple of questions I think would be good for the record, if nothing else, even if everybody has kind of gone full circle on this. Earlier on with your proposal, there was some at least misunderstanding about Lincoln presenting us, quote unquote, take it or leave it proposal. And so questions like governance, there was concern that we just had to plug into what you were offering. My perception was that your offer was made to simplify the fact that there was lacking consensus in the TAC. And so you wanted to provide for us something that was black and white, straightforward, and something that you were willing to stand behind, so you just designed it and said we don't have to go to the process of developing a joint powers agreement. We're just going to offer to the county and the city of Auburn these hookup rates and these monthly charges, and we'll take care of the rest of it. So the question is, are you open to discussions about different governance structures and or variations on the offer that you made?
Absolutely, Chairman Wygant. The initial offer that was proposed was to move the process forward because it was dragging on. There was no progress, and we were spending a lot of time and resources on the project that was not headed anywhere. So we proposed that as a basic thing that was acceptable to our city council, and they did agree to vote on that as a minimum. Governance structure was expected to be refined, and we've had some good discussions at the PNWA level on governance and some of the other aspects of this. But I think we're totally flexible on something that works. We truly want this to be a partnership for the county, for the city of Auburn, and for the city of Lincoln. I've been in the fringes of wastewater for about almost 30 years, and the opportunity for a regionalization is so great, and all the parties will benefit from it. So yes, it benefits Lincoln, but it benefits the county and Auburn as well, and some aspects to a greater extent. So we want to make sure that the governance is something that is suitable for the long term, and that could be developed, I think, in a fairly short time because there's lots of samples of JPAs and other governance out there. And in terms of the actual contract, the pressure on that was, I think, to help the county in mitigating the fines that it was experiencing with the regional board. Our timeline was based on the county's timeline more than anything else.
Thanks. And then I would agree, I think, with all the concerns that were expressed today that the more complete the design, and obviously if you go out to bid and get contractors saying we will actually build this design for this price and take responsibility for it, that the more that's developed, the less the risk is for there to be cost changes, and we're obviously concerned about the costs that are greater as compared to ones that might be less. But also in the beginning, I think a significant amount of miscommunication about your the incentive by which you make that offer. So I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about that. As I understand it, the benefit that the city receives is, I would prioritize them if I was on the council, that you have the opportunity, if you're right, to recoup $12 million in oversizing that's been spent in the city of Lincoln. If you're glaringly wrong, you're going to get nothing as per the offer. There's no upside risk to you because that would be borne by the city and the county, city of Auburn and the county if, in fact, we exceeded
beyond $12 million.
Be over by $12 million, right? But the other benefit you get is the prospect, I guess, with a larger treatment pool of contributors, greater economies of scale, and potentially lower cost per EDU of treatment. But that would be something that would benefit you in the future, possibly. For that, you get the fun and the excitement of managing a project currently if we were just to accept your offer. Is there anything else in there that I'm missing, or how would any further development? I mean, it strikes me that you actually have a lot of incentive to make sure your $12 million cushion is accurate.
Absolutely. Those numbers are conservative, and we expect those numbers to be exceeded in terms of the amount that the project will come in under. And I believe we have a sharing part on that, Bruce. If it comes in under the budget, there's a sharing provision.
We have provisions for the sharing of if it's way under or if it's way over. I think all of those are a moot discussion because we're going to be pretty close to where we are. We're very comfortable with the costs that we have.
no offense to the engineers in the room, but engineers' estimates are estimates. When you go to contractors and show them the street and say, what did you build this pipeline for last month, they have some really good numbers, and that's the rigorous process that this design team went through. And I'm very comfortable with that because it is a huge risk for us. There's no incentive for us to be participating in this. The slightly lower rates, O&M rates, long-going, is a nice thing to have, but it wouldn't offset the risk of losing that money if we were wrong.
I've actually visited this question with County Council on a couple of occasions. Once was several years ago when we were in a similar discussion, but the local control issue, for me, I guess I just have a different perspective on it. In this line of work, I don't see very much local control. Pamela negotiates new performance requirements every 5 years with those of us who are in the sewer business, and essentially says this is what the law says. You can design something, but it's got to comply with this discharge permit as long as we're discharging into creeks. Other than that, then, the revenue to fund all of that are going to come from connection fees and monthly rates, as we've discussed earlier. So what Tony has advised me is that you can't charge me a different rate for treating my sewer at your plant than you treat your own customers. So unless I interpreted that wrongly, Tony and/or somebody else has got some comments to the contrary, there's a huge incentive for you to actually make sure that the operations of your facility is cost effective. You comply with the regulation because you get fined if you don't do that, and it's the right thing to do. But you have a lot of incentive to make sure that your monthly rates are the same at the sewage treatment plant. Now, that's not to say that there will be an additional component of cost for county customers as it relates to conveyance and our operations like pumping stations that are different than what's contained at where the wastewater is treated. So if I'm wrong on that, Tony, and if somebody else has a different perspective.
I think you got it at the end, but I want to clarify. Same methodology for calculating rates has to be used at both ends. You can't have a stay-at-home favored rate because we're in Lincoln and we have a good deal for Lincoln and we have a slightly different deal for North Auburn. But that doesn't mean when you apply that methodology you're going to wind up with the same rate. They are different tasks. They will have different prices attached to them. And within a range of some flexibility, but not a lot under the law, it has to be directly related to the cost of providing the service. And so you're not going to wind up with wildly, under the law, you wouldn't have wildly prejudicial rates by a city council determining that they don't run for election in North Auburn so that we can charge what we pretty much want. And but the methodology and it's all subject, thankfully, to the voters of the state of California, to their review. There are not a lot of things that you can do in California.
There are differences, though, and I know that facilities and the city has struggled for over 3 years on an operation agreement because the flows are different. There's maybe more metals, more industrial base up in North Auburn. There would be a different fee structure based upon those kind of evaluations that would occur. So it's not all flows are equal, whether they're from the city of Lincoln or from Placer. And I think that's also been part of the problem of ever arriving at an operation agreement. The struggle over at least 3 years that I'm aware of, one could not be executed in part because of the difference in flows.
That's correct. There is a strength component to it, but it's a small portion of the overall rate. So essentially the rates are the same for all agencies, and that's our intent and I think our legal obligation to do so.
So the strength rate is the same for the citizens in Lincoln as compared to the citizens of North Auburn.
Right. If we have an industrial aspect of Lincoln that is, we have, I think, very little pre-treatment in Lincoln, but sometimes it goes to the point where it's pre-treated on site and then it's equivalent to a residential discharge. So, but the strength would be charged equivalently for all three jurisdictions.
But there is, not to belabor the point, I remember at one time there was an issue of aluminum or some kind of higher metal concentration in the foothills that requires perhaps a completely different treatment type that would be attributed back to the cost of the foothill discharge. because of the kind of mineral content that our soils have. So they're very realistically, there could be different charges based upon what is necessary to treat effluent from a different region that has different kind of mineral content, its basic makeup.
Based on the science and the regulations, that's correct, but in terms of treating each customer equally, it would be the same.
You said that was minimal. What would be a worst case? Let's say North Auburn had the worst density of that horrible constituent. How much more could that possibly be under the
I'll
standard?
defer to Gabe if he's in. Gabe, Gabe has done some work on strengths of sewage, and maybe Bruce can weigh in on that also.
Hello, Gabe Marino, Stantec. Based on the data that we've evaluated to date, maybe I don't need to lean forward, there is a slight discrepancy in the metals concentrations between Auburn or North Auburn and the city of Lincoln, but it's considered to be minimal, and a water effects ratio, which is already underway for Lincoln, should be sufficient to adjust that particular parameter for compliance for everybody. In terms of treatment of metals, they're expensive and avoided at all costs. This permit permutation is the way to go on that particular parameter. I don't see any issue there based on the science and the experts that have advised me.
Thanks.
If I could just add one little bit on that. We have looked at the components associated with the wastewater from Auburn and from North Auburn and compared it to ours, and as far as we could tell, the only difference that we could see that was any significance associated with those differences was the BOD loading is a little bit different for North Auburn and Auburn. There's a little bit higher concentration, but it's pretty minor.
And the rates that you were proposing in this 5-year agreement, that takes that into consideration?
Correct. The only thing that would change that over time is if all of a sudden there's some big industry that goes into North Auburn and it creates a lot of pollution that needs to be dealt with in the wastewater, then we'd have to address that. But there's a requirement, all agencies are a requirement with this to have a pretreatment process that would, just like we're saying, get it back down to what a residential effluent would be instead of an industrial type of an effluent.
Thanks. Kirk?
Jim, I'm having issues on the whole fee structure again, and I'm hoping you can help clarify some things for me. Am I correct that we're looking at a capital cost for the county on the regional project? If Auburn does not participate, we're looking at about $72 million. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And on the SMD1 solution, approximately $64 million, to something of which 2.3 of which has already been spent.
Correct.
Okay, but about 64. So we got a 12% spread there. But when I look at the monthly fees that we're talking about charging, and those portions of the monthly fees that are dedicated to the capital payback of the capital, including financing, I'm seeing only $21 allocated to that in the SMD1 solution, and double the amount, a 100% increase up to 42 for the financing of the $72 million. How does a 12% delta justify a 100% increase in finance costs?
I'm going to let Kathy and Will completely clarify this, but it has to do with the distribution of cost between current and future users, and it's different between the two projects.
Okay. Well, if we could have that conversation, because if you are talking about a 20-year pay down, then your calculations on assessing it to current and future users pretty much better be the same, because you have that 20-year horizon, and one solution is not going to, as we've clearly decided, induce growth more than another solution, and therefore it's not like one solution would say in 5 years we're going to have exponentially more people paying in. Therefore, on an annualized basis, the amount that you'd have to collect and remit should be roughly the same. So I'm curious as to how we have a 100% increase in a capital cost when we only have a 12% delta on the actual capital expenditure.
It goes back to the nature of the two projects. So you remember the bar charts comparing the components of the $62.2 million versus $64.5 million.
Right.
On the $62.2 million upgrade project, a smaller portion is attributable to existing users because 1.7 MGD of that project is for existing users.
Right.
There's another 1 MGD to get up to that 2.7
Right.
capacity. That would be assessed to future users through
Right.
connection fees. And there's another component, which equates to about $14.5 million, that's for additional future users.
But the combination of those two, in order to hit the ultimate payback at 20 years, the combination of those two ultimately has to add up. They would have to be equal.
So it's essentially a 50-50 split over time, but as new users come online, they would be contributing to the M&O fee over a few years. On the regional project, the existing the treatment plant that's being constructed would really just accommodate existing users, the 1.7 MGD, with a small oversizing related to the pipeline.
So if I may, and I think I see where you're headed, if I may, truly from a risk standpoint to the existing ratepayers, there's actually greater risk with the SMD solution, because if you don't have absorptions that meet your projection of what are you projecting in your absorptions?
Two things there. So 150 units per year, which is the 15-year average, but we're also attributing reserve funds. So we're assuming that if connection...
But we could assume reserve funds going to the regional solution as well.
Yes, we do in both situations.
Okay. So if I'm a current ratepayer, what you're kind of, pardon the expression, what you're kind of dangling in front of me is, well, if I stay at home, I'm $10 to $20, depending on which scenario, cheaper if I stay at home, but I better hope that people start building homes. I better hope that this economy turns, that the existing inventory of standing homes gets absorbed pretty quickly, and we start putting in new people. Otherwise, we're not meeting that annual contribution that's going to be required to meet that 20-year debt obligation, and I'm going to see my monthly rates go up because we didn't add as many homes. So technically, if you want to look at one option or another as being growth-inducing, the one that requires new growth to actually pay for the capital improvement that we're going to make right now is the stay-at-home solution, and the county all of a sudden has an incentive to really hope that homes actually start springing up in order to pay for that. Otherwise, the existing ratepayers are going to be paying for it. Is that a fair summary? No?
I'm going to say not exactly because of the level of reserves.
Okay.
And that's kind of the key piece in this. If that would be a true statement if there was no money that was able to be set aside.
Okay.
What we have done in the financial plan is actually discounted the connection fees that we're relying on and shown just reserve fund contributions coming in to equate to that connection fee amount. And the reserve funds will be sufficient after, remember we have 4 years to build up additional funding.
Sure.
The reserve funds will be sufficient to fund a majority of the connection fee requirement. And it's not 100%, but it's very close.
And are you attributing likewise the reserve fund contribution in the regional solution?
Yes, and let me clarify though, in the regional solution, at the end of the 20-year period, not as much in reserves would be required.
Okay.
And if I could just, that's a great point, great discussion, but I've looked at Kathy's really quality work, seriously, very thoroughly, not because I particularly wanted to, or that I'm getting paid for it either, taxpayers. But so I believe that because of the reserves, there's minimal risk as it relates to recouping. I'm starting from the point that the upgrade of SMD1 is done at its current capacity because it's essentially the most cost-effective in the long run. It's just not smart to incrementally expand concrete parts. Right. But you are left with 2.7 MGD that you don't need and may never need. And could be, so I think from a risk-reward financial perspective, I don't think there's any argument, but I'd like you to argue with me if you think I'm wrong. Clearly, from that perspective of reliance of return on investment dependent on future growth, upgrade of SMD1 is far more risky.
And
because you don't.
And I mean, You can't argue. It's in the county's interest if we go that route for those homes to come in.
And there are two critical components to that. One is, we're having this horrible fight down in Roseville right now arguing about absorption.
Right.
If the SMD upgrade one, there's one absorption pool. It's the county's expected future hookup rates. If all of us go regional, there's a much bigger base by which, in my view, is a different issue, but the problem we're having with Roseville is only that the county committed to the fact that we were going to be completely responsible, arguably, for a particular amount of absorption, when in fact, if the system was functionally in total properly, there shouldn't be an argument at all.
Okay.
And we have the opportunity through negotiations on that question to have much more smoothing of that risk exposure with with a bigger user base.
I agree with Supervisor Wygant's characterization of risk. I just want to make sure I don't think the risk is that the ratepayer rates are going to be increased. I think the reserve funds can absorb that. That's a different risk analysis.
Because of the reserve fund, there's no risk. There's almost minimal risk to the ratepayers. I agree with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Could I offer one other way of looking at that? If these two projects were exactly the same cost, which they're pretty close according to these numbers we're given, and with one of them you have the potential to charge future customers through connection fees to help repay the debt. On the other one, you have a little bit of potential represented by this green area, but not as much. You, at least with this option, have the potential to recover that. With this one, you don't. So it seems to me, looking at this at a rough level, at the worst case, you could expect that your costs might come in the same if there was no development over time.
I think that's a good point. I think the SMD upgrade, as a result of the engineering and having to essentially oversize some components because it's most cost effective, the risk is greater. There's more risk dependent on future growth. It's acceptable because of the reserve fund and essentially what you just said. But I guess if you were looking at it in extremes and you assumed in this environment that there was going to be no more growth, period, taxpayers are going to get a better rate of return if the SMD if the regional numbers are correct, because we're in a circumstance we can more incrementally expand to meet a block of new users. I think that's.
And I know I raised this issue earlier, and I just want to throw this out, just kind of as food for thought for my colleagues, and that is in regard to, and believe me, I don't hold the relicensing and the revenues out to be the panacea for all our problems, but we are looking at an opportunity.
Personally, I'm very comfortable with that conversation, just for the record.
Okay, but we are looking at opportunities in the future to address what are some rather significant infrastructure needs. And whereas on the one hand, I would not necessarily be supportive of utilizing those funds for reconstruction of existing facilities that keep us in the business of wastewater treatment. If we were to dedicate some of those funds to getting us out of the business of wastewater treatment by a one-time sunk infrastructure cost, no pun intended, sunk infrastructure cost that we can use those revenues for, I'm very much in favor of that kind of a project that sees long-term county savings by getting us out of the O&M business when it comes to wastewater. So I'll throw that out as food for thought, because I know that none of that has been calculated into what we're looking at by way of projected rates. And so, if there were something that said, okay, with a contribution from the county, which the county would then have to figure out, does it come from that future revenue source, with a contribution from the county of X number of dollars, we can keep rates exactly the same with either solution. Like I said, I'm willing to make a contribution to an infrastructure project that gets us out of the O&M business. And I think sooner rather than later. That's just my.
Jim?
Just a couple comments regarding future growth on May the 12th. The Timberline project goes to the Planning Commission. 800 residential units are going to be requested. It'll be phased in, so there's going to be some growth potential there. We all know that Walmart's coming. That's going to be some growth potential. And, when Walmart comes, I'm pretty confident that more businesses are going to come into that shopping center and into the North Auburn area. So there is some potential growth that will help cover that. As far as this Middle Fork money, I hate to open that door because you're going to have Colfax is going to be in line. You can name any type of jurisdiction that needs that kind of funding. So I'd be very careful about committing or even speaking about putting Middle Fork money into any of those projects until we have the license for sure.
Jack?
Yeah, a couple of questions from the city engineer for Lincoln. And I'd like to talk, yes, sir. I'd like to talk about your design schedule. I notice it's approximately 11 months. Where are you in the design process? I mean, just as a threshold question, would contractors be willing to bid on what you've done right now?
Just to review quickly the different components, we have the wastewater treatment plant that was built 7 years ago. We have those designed. There are some code things in the concrete, splice things, whatever, that need to be taken care of. That's a very minor thing, so we're really far along on that part of the design. The pump station, again, that is something that is a standard pump station. We can take a standard pump station and modify the dimensions of it to fit with the needs here and do it very quickly. The pipeline is something that, frankly, I had a project where we designed, I think it was 30 miles of pipeline in 4 months. And that was from scratch all the way through bidding it. So it doesn't take very long to design a section of pipeline.
So is the 11 months, is that just a ballpark number or just something that was to your best guess?
Actually, the 11 months and 12 months is based on how long it will take to get through the environmental review process, and that gives us more than enough time to do the design. Okay. If we could get through the environmental review process sooner than that, we could finish the design sooner than that.
Okay, that does make a difference. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jennifer?
You mentioned environmental reviews. This was a question that I wanted to ask Jim, actually. Again, a number of people have raised the issue of the idea that SMD1 would potentially be going forward on a mitigated neg deck, and have asked, what would it take? I mean, what would be involved if it became apparent that an EIR was necessary?
I'm going to address that in a couple of different ways. First of all, we took a very methodical approach to the CEQA approach that we've come to. You go through the initial study process. The answers that come out of that drive you to the conclusion in this particular case that this project would require a mitigated neg deck. We've talked to, and we have Doug Brown from AECOM here. He's our environmental consultant. We've talked to them about the answer to that question, the specific question, how long would it take to turn this neg deck into a EIR? It's in a 6 to 8 month range. It would probably result in some short months delay in our ability to bid the project. We're still confident that at this point that the mitigated neg deck is the appropriate level of documentation. That'll play itself out through the process. It's out for comment now. We haven't seen comments yet, and so we will work that through the process.
Mm-hmm. And I asked because of this letter from the Dry Creek Conservancy that we all received. I think they did raise some legitimate questions in there. I'm assuming they've commented on the mitigated neg deck, or will be if they have not already. There are some things in here I think that don't have any application to whether it's a mitigated neg deck or an environmental impact report, but I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world for the county to look more carefully at what the environmental implications are for SMD1. Certainly, if nothing else, it will give us better standing when and if we do get sued by who knows who. on that project, if that's the project we decide to go forward with. So I would actually encourage this board today that if we do decide to go ahead with the SMD1 project, that we actually ask for that higher level of scrutiny on the environmental document. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't we then open it up to the public? So anyone from the public who'd like to address the board can certainly come forward, state your name for the record, and go at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Snyder. I'm a resident of Auburn, and I'd like to lighten it up a little bit. It's been pretty heavy, a lot of figures. Everyone in the room and outside the room wants the lowest rates for our ratepayers with appropriate environmental controls. Unfortunately, you've been given an analysis that's incomplete. I was going to use the word fraudulent, but I'll wait for the end before I get there. Let's just talk about what's not apples and apples. The lifespan of these two projects. One is 20 years, one is 75 years. Once your sunk cost is in, it's in, and you don't have to repeat that cost every 20 years. That's an important thing. All of your graphs that you show out here don't deal with the crossover when the regional plant becomes much less expensive. We dealt with that when I was on the City Council and sat as the chairman of the Regional Wastewater Board. We asked to see those graphs, and we made the assumptions and computed it. In every case, with a huge delta between the regional cost and the stay-at-home cost or the upgrade, the lines crossed after about 25 years, and it was cheaper. So you need to keep in mind those future ratepayers, those future customers, because what your decision, when you make it, will keep you either in the sewer business for the next 50 to 75 years, dumping 4 million gallons a day into a small creek, or into a regional plant that can put it into water, 80% of which will be recycled and sold to agriculture, which is a much better use. You'll also eliminate the possibility of taking 1/3 of your current system, which is pumped, and make it a gravity flow system through Auburn. Everything you create is pumped up to the top of that hill. It's ridiculous. So if you don't have the regional solution, with Auburn included, you will forego that option, and all that pumping costs will go on forever and ever and ever at higher rates. Speaking of higher rates, you'll never have a solar option to run this plant with solar energy, where you would at Lincoln. They have the land, the room, and the sun to do it. You do not here. Another thing that's not been included, if you don't pick the regional solution, for comparison, is Colfax, Applegate, Auburn. You would eliminate the possibility of them coming together with you and having a regional solution. You have been advised that the Regional Water Quality Control Board will hold a dim view of your operations into the future because you had a chance and you blew it. You've been ill-served by your staff because there's a bias, and probably in every staff, for the stay-at-home solution. Jim has fought this thing all the way through. He has managed a $10 million budget through the regional agency to answer all these questions about make-up water, interagency controls. None of those things ever got resolved over 10 years, $10 million. Here now you're faced with a false decision between 99% or 90% design and a solution that was put together in haste because the staff never did their work on the original project. I'll conclude with that. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Don't see any questions. Thank you. Next, please come forward. State your name.
My name is Jack Sanchez. I live in Auburn, and I'm the president and volunteer coordinator of SARSIS, Save Auburn Ravine Salmon and Steelhead. And on behalf of SARSIS, I'd like to put our organization on record regarding replacement water for the Auburn Ravine should regionalization of wastewater treatment occur with Placer County. And I know that we've had all kinds of verbal assurances from CEQA people in the city of Lincoln, but verbal assurances are not legally binding documents. If Placer County votes to retrofit SMD1, SARSIS recommends the county do a full EIR to explore all options before continuing. The current negative declaration is inadequate because it does not necessitate exploring all options available. While SARSIS has taken no position, oddly enough, regarding regionalization, we do have two major concerns about should the cities and county determine to pursue it. First, and again, this is an obvious thing, but I want to put it in the record. First is the loss of water due to the closure of Auburn Wastewater Treatment Plant. Now, currently, as has already been discussed here today, the Auburn Wastewater Treatment Plant releases flows of water into the Auburn Ravine just west of the Ophir plant. This water has been brought up to Regional Water Board codes at great expense to the city of Auburn, and it's a great accomplishment. This water is important to maintaining habitat within Auburn Ravine during the month of October and as late as mid-November, as well as some periods during March up to approximately April 15th, when irrigation deliveries begin. SARSIS has studied the flows of the Auburn Ravine and has determined the necessity to maintain minimum flows of approximately 12 to 18 CSF in order to provide a quality habitat for salmon, steelhead trout, and all of the various species of plant life and of aquatic life that provide the outstanding habitat within the Auburn Ravine. To that end, should regionalization of wastewater treatment specified areas of Placer County occur, SARSIS recommends replacement water equal to or greater than the average daily flow from the current Auburn Wastewater Treatment Plant during the months of October, November, March, and April. It is the opinion of SARSIS that such replacement water should exceed 5 CSF, and Placer County should determine the shape of the CEQA or NEPA document in the process as stated above to guarantee the legality of that replacement water. Our second concern is the sewage transmission pipe coming across the pipes that cross the Auburn Ravine. SARSIS has grave concerns regarding any sewage pipelines that are planned to cross the Auburn Ravine. The history of pipes crossing rivers and creeks across the United States has not been positive, with many devastating results because of pipe failures with many deleterious effects on aquatic life. SARSIS insists on complete and constant access to any and all points, engineering applications, and any other factor relating to pipelines across, along, or adjacent to the Auburn Ravine. Wherever possible, SARSIS wants any and all crossing points to be minimized and severe penalties be self-imposed by the controlling agency to assure measures will be taken to prevent raw sewage spillage into or immediately adjacent to the Auburn Ravine. The grievous impact upon salmon, steelhead, and trout and other species should be a major factor when and wherever access is considered near, on, or about the Auburn Ravine. In conclusion, the SARSIS Board desires to be informed regarding any and all factors relating to water quality, and other factors relating to, but not limited to, the environmental impact upon high-quality habitat for restoration of salmon, steelhead, the maintenance of a highly productive trout population, and any other species providing a desirable high-quality habitat in order to maintain the Auburn Ravine as one of the best habitats for salmon, steelhead, and trout populations within the western Placer County streams and probably within Northern California, with a documented salmonid population by James Nowicki of Fish and Game in 2005 of 7,000 trout per mile. So it's very, very rich. Thank you. Any questions?
I see no questions. Thank you. Next speaker, please come up and state your name for the record.
Good evening. At least that's what it feels like.
I don't think that's very funny, actually.
I can always get you to laugh. My name is Cheryl Mackey, and I have an unusual perspective on this whole issue since I sat on the City Council of Auburn trying to grapple with the idea of what we were going to do in 1994 with our wastewater treatment plant and where we were going to get the money. And I find it just incredible that I have followed a speaker that's up here saying how wonderful the ravine is and how great that water is because we've done such a good job with our treatment plant in the city of Auburn cleaning up that ravine, because if he had talked to the Hope for homeowners in 1994, they would have said there aren't any fish alive in that stream. So we grappled with the issue. We talked to our congressman, that was 17 years ago, and he gave us $10,000 for a study to do regionalization, a regionalization study. So it hasn't been just 10 years. It might be 10 years since the Placer, Nevada, when there was Nevada, Wastewater Authority was formed, but it's been 17 years since we first started talking about this issue. On the other hand, I spent 4 years on the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Board, which also gave me another perspective as far as how to look at plants and these poor individual communities, and it's horrible having to sit there and listen to these communities come and say, you know, we can't comply, we can't comply, we can't comply. We wish we could go regional, and now here we have a plant in Auburn who hasn't been in compliance for 3, 4, 5 years now, who has an opportunity to go regional and is considering staying here and doing an upgrade of your existing facility. I understand the numbers are daunting and it's hard to really figure out what it's going to cost to go regional, but I think if we miss this opportunity, it is a huge, huge, huge mistake. I'm speaking now as a mother and a grandmother, and my kids are going to have to bear this cost. Sacramento Regional Wastewater Facility ratepayers pay $23 a month. The City of Auburn pays $56 a month. I'm on 2 lift stations, so I pay about $90 a month. In Placer County, I also pay, and those rates have quadrupled in the last few years. So I don't see how you can really figure out if it's going to cost more or less. Philosophically, it's definitely going to cost more if you stay at SMD1 and don't go regional. Financially, that's a policy decision you have to make, but we're closer than we've ever been in 17 years of being able to regionalize, both financially and philosophically. So, excuse my blubbering, but I am very passionate about this issue, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Chairman, are we still on Tuesday? I'm just wondering.
I'll let you know when I fall asleep.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Spencer Short, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Lincoln, member of the PNWA board. Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. Today we're talking about policy, and there are a couple points I'd like to bring forward. My city council has supported this program that you see before you from the City of Lincoln as a point to start discussions. Okay, my grandfather always told me, don't negotiate with yourself, and unfortunately it feels kind of like we're doing that. And so part of what we'd like to ask you today is to continue this process with us, to figure out if regionalization is the best policy going, because quite frankly we haven't yet gotten enough input from your staff to really make this work. Now, there are a couple of things that we'd like to talk about. Why would we do this? Well, obviously, the only reason that we do this, well, actually, I won't say the only. We have 2 primary reasons. One is that throughout the region, this will help accomplish 2 of our goals. One is to make our ratepayers happy by trying to lower the cost, by making the economy of scale work in favor of the entire region. The secondary part of a regional policy is that we want clean water. Now, the third part, and I'll speak from Lincoln's perspective only on this, we did a significant amount of oversizing. And in fact, I know that you and your staff has forwarded to you a number of emails, and there was one comment made about feasibility and the city of Lincoln not having the fiscal ability to make this project work. And I'd just like to point out one minor fact that was kind of missed, is that back several years ago, it was the county staff who asked us to do the oversizing that led to our negative cash situation in our wastewater fund. And so I just want to clarify that point because, again, it's a policy. Our policy is to make sure that we work collaboratively with all of our local agencies, and we view Placer County as a partner. And we would like to try to make this project work. If you make a decision today that you go a different direction, so be it. And we'll have to live with that. Again, I think that this is probably the best regional alternative for all of us. And I'd just like to clarify one point from Mr. Durfee's slides about governance structure. And actually, and Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our actual policy position from the PNWA was to ask each member agency who would be involved in this to ask their staff to take a look at the governance policies and try to come together with a governance structure that worked for everyone because, again, what we gave to you was simply a starting point for the discussion, and that was some 9 months ago, roughly here. And so now we're trying to get to a point where we can have that discussion, finalize those agreements so we can get to operation agreements. Again, we're here to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your time.
Jack.
How much time are you talking about, Spencer?
How much time are we talking about with?
To have the discussion,
We'd like to actually start the discussion because, again, this was raised in February, and it was raised just shortly before the February meeting, and we still haven't had any meaningful discussions about policy or about the governance structure, and part of that comes from your board because we would need some direction from your board on which way you'd like to go with the governance structure. We've had this on the PNWA board for the last 3 meetings, and we finally just got to a discussion because we're able to forward to you a recommendation that we would prefer regionalization. And so I think there was a feeling from Placer County, from Auburn, they didn't want to do too much work on this prior to making a decision. But unfortunately, you can't make the decision until you have the governance structure in place, which was actually, I think, a key point that you made and Supervisor Holmes made in February. Sure. And so we'd like to try to move this thing forward and get to a decision point because that's why I'm here. Our council has decided that we wanted to try to move forward. That was the basis behind the whole proposal we put forward, to try to bring this to a head because, again, it's been, Robert, how long have you been there? 14 years?
I've actually started working with Cheryl. The weeks after I took office, the Ophir Property Owners Association invited me down to visit with them so they could almost murder me because of the City of Auburn's wastewater treatment facility. So, a long time.
Supervisor Wygant's in his 17th year of service to the voters of Placer County.
And we appreciate that greatly.
Thank you.
But I think the point is, this has been going on for such a long time. We've all expended a significant amount of money on this. We have supported the PNWA. We've seen members of PNWA fall off. We're down now to, we have 2 members who are in one kind of project. We have 3 remaining members that realistically should come together and be able to find a regional project that we've gotten the cost down from about 130 plus down from about 210. And I think that you made a point earlier about making a policy decision. Well, you made a decision at the time the board made the decision to move forward with the original planning for SMD1. That made some sense, but now I think some facts have changed that may open up a new policy discussion about doing what's feasible. And so we'd like to try to engage with you. Again, the only skin we have in the game is really this oversizing cost that if you don't come, then we'll figure out some way to deal with that. But we're here today to support regionalization because we just feel it's the best way to go. So that I'm trying to get back to your question. The time that we need.
What are you looking at? Throw me a number.
It would be a pure guess on my part. But I think that if we had buy-in from Placer County, from Auburn, Lincoln's ready to go, and we could probably get this done within a couple of months.
Yep. My opinion is that depending on what the board prefers to do, that we need to make a decision one way or the other within a couple of months. But based on at least the questions I'm aware of, in the end, I think we're all going to end up on the board with a lower level of comfort of the certainty of Lincoln's numbers, but with them taking a huge amount of risk for that, as compared to a higher level of certainty about the upgrade numbers. But we can do some work as it relates to monthly rates versus connection fees. There are some financing things that I think should be looked at, and if we gave direction, I think there's no reason why we couldn't have essentially everything we need to make a decision in a couple of months at the most, in my opinion.
And Jim, what does that couple of months do to the overall schedule?
Are you asking about our compliance schedule on the SMD1 upgrade project? It doesn't necessarily slow that down or stop it.
Okay.
I don't see any other questions. Thanks, Spencer. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant and members of the board. We're all familiar, I think. There's one board member, Jack. I'm pretty well known in this community. I'm a Granite Bay resident, and I'm here today to advocate for regional sewage treatment, and my sewage won't even be affected. The long and the short of it is, I was really pleased to be here to witness all of this. I canceled an appointment in Marin County this afternoon, specifically so I could stay through and see and hear everything, and then find out what you guys decide to do. Most all of the facts that I was concerned with and I'm a little bit knowledgeable about were addressed. The one remaining fact that will affect costs is something that I'm new to, and it's something that the fellow that I work with will address subsequent to my time here. But I encourage you all as a voter in Placer County to to support regionalization. Thank you. Bill Bisharat, Bisharat. Huh?
Shall I say good morning again, or is that pushing the point too much?
That would just be insulting.
So I don't need to be insulted. First of all, my name is John Sellers. I'm a principal with a firm called Yavapai Regional Capital. We're a regional infrastructure firm based in Prescott, Arizona, which is where I live. But we could equally be called, it does, yeah. I got sworn at Cardinal Stadium, so I'm okay. But it could equally be well called Placer County Regional Capital, because I had the pleasure of meeting Supervisor Wygant. I haven't met the others, but during my 4 years here, I performed a lot of very enjoyable community service. I actually was trying very hard to bring a public-private partnership solution to the Applegate water issues when the LAFCO MSR came out. I also was on the WACMAC, and one of my proudest achievements, if not my proudest, is that I was given the Placer County Firefighter Citizens Award in 2006, which I keep right by my front door in Prescott, Arizona. Professionally, before I moved to here, I spent 30 years with J.P. Morgan Chase working in the international project finance business. And my second proudest achievement is I set up and ran what is now the number one bank in the global infrastructure field, which is BNP Paribas, which many of you will know as the owner of Bank of the West. My comments here are really all based on the due diligence I did when I was here, and some supervisors took advantage of it more than others, on the water issue, the PCWA, the Middle Fork issue, plus comments not based so much on the details of your proposal today, but the realities of the marketplace as we see it, given that we've been doing, as a firm, what we've been doing for 2 years in the Mountain States, which is really our ambit. The recommendation before you today makes no sense, absolutely no sense at all. Governments everywhere realize that go it alone is just not the way to go. There's always a cost consideration. But we see many anticipating this. They really do get it in that regard. The municipal bond market is in total disarray. Anybody that makes plans based upon a municipal bond financing, I think, is really being very imprudent, especially when you look at a 50-50 ratio of user charges. And if anybody wants to talk to PCWA, they'll see that I was quite confident in predicting there'd be issues for them with their, I think it was 40 million of connection fees in 2003, which the last set of financial statements I looked today, I think was 6 million. You should really look at the alternative solutions, one of which is private capital, not to the exclusion of the others. We don't waste our time looking at projects that aren't going to be useful for us to spend time on. This project is screaming out to be considered as a public-private partnership alternative for a whole bunch of reasons which I won't go into. I'm going to give you a somewhat different perspective from a private standpoint. The hook in the private solution is not Lincoln's financial condition, because the private solution will fix it. The hook in the private capital solution is your credit. And there's a reason for that, which is the user charges that you're looking at for the sewage will be competing with the same user fees that PG&E is going to be trying to recoup through the water price increases that come as a consequence of the Middle Fork. I could offer some comments. I think that's a 5-minute buzzer, isn't it, Mr. Chair?
3 minutes, actually. But
It's 3. Sorry, in Prescott it's 5. And they pushed the buzzer very hard. I've got some comments I could offer on some of the thoughts that came out today, but I won't waste your time offering them. I'd just leave you with the thought that as elected officials, you really have to step back and look at all the alternatives. One point I would make is, there were some points made in the presentation. We don't deal with the constraint of 20-year financing. 40 years is a more common maturity. In fact, I think if you look, the financing maturity for the Middle Fork financing that Ginny and Wintershausen did, which was supposed to be market-based, I believe is 40 years. So the private solutions that we'd be looking at would take you way beyond those 20-year solutions. So,
thank you.
Happy to answer any questions. And it's a pleasure to be back here. This is... I always enjoyed coming to supervisors' meetings here, and the one thing I always remember was they're very spirited.
Thank you. Actually, there's a question. Jeff has a question.
Just one question. You mentioned at the beginning of your discussion Yavapai. Are
Yes.
you affiliated with Yan?
Yavapai is the name of an Indian tribe, as you may know, which gives its name to Yavapai County, which is where Prescott is, which has a lot of similarities to Placer County.
But you're not affiliated with Yan, is that correct?
With,
are you part of the? Do you have an affiliation with the Yavapai Apache Nation?
No.
Thank you.
No.
Just
We
wanted to
thank
know.
them for the use of their name on a
Just
regular
wanted to
basis.
clarify.
Though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Stan Nader. I'm a resident of Lincoln. We could certainly parse the differences between the two options till the cows come home. But
We almost have, Stan. And you and I grew up on farms.
Yes. But I think we really need to get back to some real basics here, because this is a policy decision, as you well know. In spending most of my working years as a farmer, I learned some very basic principles. One of those is that you treat the way you treat the environment with the same respect. I'm sorry. One of those is that the environment will treat you with the same respect that you return to it. And as we know, as we've recently observed with the tsunami in Japan and with the tornado in the south, you don't mess with Mother Nature, because she'll have a lot to say about that. So I would hope that you would take the same care as you consider the options for the treated water needs of Placer County residents. I want to emphasize the words Placer County residents, because no one is an island. The actions you take as related to this matter do affect others besides yourselves. The action that you take will clearly impact the habitat of and those who reside within the Auburn Ravine and Coon Creek watersheds. Please do not discount the importance of the environment as you consider your decision. The options you choose could impact the conservation plan. To unwind the many years of work that went into bringing this plan forward would be a true loss to this very historic concept. With the cost of both options relatively equal, the fact that regional option provides the best result for the environment, I believe it should receive your careful consideration. When you look at the financing structures for both options, the stay-at-home option places 50% of the financing burden on future development. And it will be difficult, if not impossible, to obtain municipal financing with this structure, and it places significant pressure on you to approve new development, and we know how that's going right now. With the regional option, the percentage of financing placed on future development is 30%. The negative declarations statement states that the pharmaceuticals will be reduced. This is not true. When the new plant goes from chlorine disinfection to UV, there will be no oxidation capacity to reduce pharmaceuticals. Therefore, pharmaceutical concentrations will go up, and as development increases, so do pharmaceuticals. You will never have the opportunity, and I want to emphasize never, the opportunity that you have before you today. And I would strongly encourage you to make the right decision for the residents of Placer County. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board on this? If not, I will bring it back for the board for discussion and a very wise decision, of course. Somebody's got to start.
You know, I've given this a lot of thought, you know, and my statements at the beginning of this discussion with regards to regionalization, you know, you know, I see that as the wave of the future. So I was particularly moved with, you know, the discussion and the interaction that we had with Spencer with regards to exploring what, you know, what the additional pieces of this puzzle are. And if there's a possible way to do that while simultaneously moving towards, you know, this other option that we have, if we have the time to give, I would like to explore those possibilities and see if we could, you know, get a certain comfort level with the numbers, with the fee schedule, with what people are going to be paying in the future, so we can make that decision. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, if I can offer up, obviously, we've acknowledged again that I'm getting very old and that I've been on this particular project for a long time. So just for people to ponder in thinking through this as we came to the meeting today, I think that we would, to do that, want to expand our team. It already includes Kathy Domenico, but I think that should be sort of an integral part of that. Janine Windeshausen, I think, should be brought on. I think Tony should be brought on. Obviously, I think need some leadership from the county exec's office. But the questions that I think that could be resolved to a better level of certainty within a couple-month period would be concerns about governance issues. And again, Lincoln offered us this proposal so we could meet our timeframes quickly and just plug into it. We do have some time concerns as it relates to getting started on the upgrade of SMD1 if we're going to go that route. But weighing all that together for this 2-month window, I think we should consider things like, for me, the vision is grand if it includes Auburn, and it's diminished by about 50% if it does not. My idea, but having sat on the Middle Fork Financing Authority and having had conversations with Janine Windeshausen, I know that Future profits from that project are actually predictable to the extent that they were the basis for use in creating a line of credit that is financing the FERC relicense experience. So it actually was financeable to the point of being so conservative that it meets our investment policies. So similarly, we could do things like buy down a particular capital component of the project, like the common trunk line shared by Auburn and the county, so that Auburn's rates are the same. And I think part of what we do in the next 2 months is get a definitive answer one way or the other from Auburn that says essentially if there's a high guarantee that your rates are going to stay essentially the same as they would be predicted otherwise, by buying down that common cost, it looks like of our FERC future profits, that would require something like about 5% of our total future profits. So it becomes a policy discussion for the board whether or not it's worth it for that accomplishment. But we would require Auburn to specifically answer that question so that we can look at whether or not we are actually making decision for a grander solution. So obviously Janine would need to be in that. I still would like a more thorough analysis of knowing that this question doesn't resolve the comfort level as it relates to the cost discrepancies between the two alternatives, what options and flexibility we might have from a policy perspective as to taking all of our revenue, which comes from monthly rates and connection fees, and applying that to all of our costs, which goes towards operational cost and capital expenditures. So Tony obviously would be key as it related to the governance questions, both short run and long run, but those are the kinds of things I think that we would want to assemble with specific direction that we're going to make a final decision one way or the other in a couple months.
And I don't dispute the list of things that you've talked about, Robert. And I don't think I can ever get to a 100% certainty, but I can certainly get to a different position, in my own mind at the overall view of the project.
Right. So next was Kirk.
Well, as it relates to the FERC revenue issue, I think I've made myself clear as to where I stand on that. I've heard this notion, don't give up local control. And my response to that is, how do I give up something I don't have? The fact of the matter is that we dance to the tune of state and federal legislators and regulators. We don't have local control over wastewater disposal in Placer County, and I think we have a much better voice addressing issues raised by state and federal legislators and regulators if our voice is larger and if our voice is combined. I've been an advocate for a regional solution to this, if for no other reason than to get Placer County taxpayers out of the business of operating wastewater treatment facilities. And I will, whether it's here or SMD3 or what have you, I will continue to push for solutions that move us away from us operating these facilities and to cooperating with our neighbors in addressing these issues. And I think that the costs, though larger, to right now explore the regional solution over time. As Cheryl said, with her grandkids, and it would be my kids, over time, they will probably reap the reward of our board making a decision to embrace that regional solution. And so I'm going to stand with the chairman and hoping that we move forward in that direction.
Jim, then Jennifer.
First of all, I don't think 2 months is adequate time. The City of Auburn hasn't made a decision whether they're going to move forward with this proposal. So I don't know when their next city council meeting is, and I don't know how long it would take them to come to a conclusion whether they're willing to support the regional project. So I think 2 months is not a realistic time frame. Secondly, getting back to the Middle Fork monies, I just hate to open that door before we have the license in hand, and I hate to start committing money to any type of project, I don't care where it is, until we have certainty about the project, the license, and also we don't have a policy about how we're going to distribute that money. And it's premature to go down that path.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Holmes that I think 2 months is probably too short a time frame to address the myriad of issues that our chair identified that probably can be resolved in some time frame that is limited, very specific, and would frankly have to be a drop-dead date from my perspective. If we were to defer this and say, let's continue to look at regionalization, let's try to get some of these questions answered, such as governance, and frankly, in my case, I'm going to need to see more certainty in terms of real dollars. I want to see a chart similar to this one that shows 30 years out and shows 40 years out, and I want to understand, at what point do the lines cross? Do they cross? I don't know. That's not in front of me. So that would be some certainty I would need. But mainly, I don't want to be back here in a couple of years with Kate and Pamela yelling at us. That's just not where I want to be with this. I mean, I really do agree in principle that regionalization is the way to go. If I had to make a decision today, I do not have the certainty to say, yes, let's go for regionalization. If I had to make the decision today, I would say let's upgrade SMD1. But I think if we pick a limited time frame, 4 months, 6 months, I agree, 2 months is too short, and we stick to that commitment and we work together, we may be back here in 4 and 6 months and I still may say SMD1's the way to go. But I want to make sure that we've had the opportunity to really work these through. So I would support some sort of action by this board today to set a limited time frame after which we would come back and make a decision. And as I said earlier, stop messing about.
Thanks. Just the 2 months, obviously flexible within reason, but I actually think it's achievable. I mean, we're sitting at a crossroads of a historic decision. It's a huge question, and so if we make a mistake, it's going to be huge. But I think that from my perspective, I've spent a tremendous amount of time in this in the last few weeks, and I think of staff, obviously we've got other things to do, but if it was a high enough priority to the Board of Supervisors and staff responded, there are probably a maximum of 5 to 10 differences of opinion about engineering and what engineering does to cost and or cost risk factors. And I suspect that in the end there'll just be a difference of opinion, but at least those could be comprehensively looked at and we would know exactly what those are and make our own risk assessments. The question about presenting Auburn an option could be resolved very quickly. It would require doing a cost analysis of what kinds of investments would have to be made to essentially keep their cost at their current expectation level. Their costs are not expected to stay the same. They're expected to go up over the short run, 5-year period, not to mention what regulatory issues they might have in their new relicensing efforts. And we would request that the council make a decision within our time frame. And if they don't, then we would know that we would have half a regional project to consider. Or if they make a decision that they're not going to do it, we would have half a regional. But we do have so I'm flexible as to time, but I think, if it was high enough priority to us, 2, 3, 4 months, it doesn't matter to me, but I think we certainly could make it happen.
Mr. Chairman, just a thought on that point, if I may. I believe that we are expecting final design and environmental clearance on the SMD1 solution to be completed by July 31st, and so I would anticipate that you were planning on bringing us something in August with that final work. Is that correct? Is that when you were anticipating?
That's correct.
Okay. So wouldn't it make sense to have that discussion concurrent, and that gives you...
Sounds good to me.
Does that make sense to have that discussion? Because that gives us maybe 3.5 months to flesh this out and then come back but with the understanding that at that meeting we got to make a decision. We're going one way or the other at that meeting.
I agree. And Jim, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say if maybe we could bring it back if Auburn decides not to proceed.
We could bring it back earlier.
Bring it back earlier, but I agree with your assessment as well. But I do want to say that, I've been working on this for 6 years. I feel sorry for you, Robert.
I must be older than you.
You don't look it. But this is the first board discussion that we've had in detail. I've talked to Robert about this. I've been in meetings with him. I've been in the PDNWA board. I've been in meetings with the Lincoln staff. But this is the first time our board has had a chance to really flesh this out. Sorry for the pun. So I appreciate the discussion, and I was prepared to move forward with the regional project. With the stay-at-home project. But there's been enough emphasis from the other members of the board that I'm willing to go along with whoever made the motion or whatever proposal.
I don't believe that a motion is being made at this point, but what would staff like in the form of a motion? I believe you've heard the chairman outline.
If I might synthesize what I think we've heard and make sure that confirms so we head on that right trail. One is continue with the SMD1 upgrade, continue that work and see where that takes us. Secondly, I think, although it hasn't been mentioned, much of the conversation goes around the draft agreement. I think Lincoln has indicated that they need a response to that, so I would suggest to your board that we do draft on many of the points raised throughout your board's deliberation today, a response to that agreement that we don't like this, we want this, or we would like this changes, whatever that is, working with our two members on the PNAW board. Yes. With county council's assistance, because it is a legal document, and I think county council has mentioned quite a bit of work needs to be done on that document, but that's one of the important facets of coming back to your board as a revision to that draft agreement. The other point that I think I've heard is that for staff to work on, I'd call it a rate stabilization if regional is to be pursued, that I would expect would also affect the SMD1 rate payees as well as the City of Auburn rate payees. Is that most of the discussion was about Auburn, but is there, I don't know.
Correct, that would affect them. I'm open to other ideas. This was just the one idea that I thought might resolve that question. I can understand, Auburn, the council has to make their own decision, but if we thought this rose to the significance of, we could spend our relicensing money for anything that's legal, but we do want to have parameters, I think, and direction and policies. So if there are other ideas that can simply put Auburn in a circumstance where they know that there's prospectively a method by which all of us might benefit from that.
Right.
But it essentially would help them guarantee to their ratepayers that they would likely be in about the same cost structure.
I understand that. My question is really, what about SMD1? Is SMD1 going to be held in that same rate as?
Oh, no, then it would by definition have to decrease SMD1 rates.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that that we weren't just overlooking our own rate payees.
Well, I don't know how you could physically. A dollar's put into the pipeline that would reduce them would by necessity reduce.
It depends. There's different numbers on each side of the pipeline costs, and so if there's a greater benefit, I would expect equal benefit to both parties.
That was an assumption I was.
Right. Okay.
And
good.
actually, there's been some work done on that based on flows.
Right. I have a question. And so those were kind of the key, and I know County Council has some questions there, but continue with SMD1. I think there needs to be work on a draft agreement that reflects much of what the board has been raised, and then rate stabilization is key on that. Secondly, the returning time, it might be that we have an update on July 12th back to the board just to where things are. That would probably be the absolute earliest something could come back, but it really depends upon what the response is from the City of Auburn.
And I would like us to take advantage of Pamela's offer to have that resource available to look over what we're doing and say, no, this looks normal, this does not look normal, this looks acceptable, it doesn't look acceptable.
Yeah, I think the more you can include them, the better.
Then Tony?
Yeah, on the issue of governance, there's probably 17 ways to slice the bread, and one of the ones that has been discussed is the JPA, and we have several models, and I'm assuming that one of those models would be sort of the premise where we start from, and recognizing that from every model that we've joined before, we've had learning curves and experiences to benefit and subtract. The basic issue of a JPA is how do you govern by cooperation, by some distribution of voting power, and recognizing the city of Lincoln already owns an up and running large plant. And so I'm just taking that as my starting point when I start looking at a JPA type of model.
And for what it's worth, my personal opinion is I would start actually with the South Placer wastewater model, and I have a couple of recommendations as to how I would change that to resolve some very specific questions that have also been consuming my part-time dedication to this job.
I think I know some of those questions.
I bet you do. Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you. I really want to second something that Jim said, which is I think it was incredibly valuable to have this discussion based not just on fact and dollar figures, but on policy. And it's really critical that we do more of this in the future on things that come to us. I know it's time consuming. I know it can be quite painful, but we need to really start thinking about the larger long-term policy issues for the county. And I also want to second Supervisor Holmes on his concerns about talking about dividing up Middle Fork money at this point. I think it's premature for us to be, divvying up the money from our uncle who is not yet deceased, frankly. I mean, that's kind of what it feels like, particularly since we haven't had that policy discussion about what are our priorities for those monies when and if they do appear. What are our sideboards? So I think to say, oh, yeah, let's use some of it for this, does indeed open up that Pandora's box without having first had the really robust policy decision. So I would like to take this opportunity to ask staff to bring that back. I know we have a lot on our plates right now, but to bring that back in a fairly timely fashion, I would say within 6 months at the longest, and start that policy discussion, because it's something that not just the 5 of us are going to need to decide, but we need to hear from our communities and our constituents what they think the appropriate policy uses for those monies are, because there are huge differences of opinion out there that we need to hear. So kudos to all of us for having had this painful discussion and opening up the larger idea of these policy discussions, and let's just continue them. Does staff need any more direction in terms of where we were?
I think in the Middle Fork, if it's acceptable to you, we'd be looking at the status of the relicensing. That appears to be almost imminent in terms of the closure date on that, and I think the discussion back in the board chambers would be post having that closure, which I think is coming up in the next couple of months.
And I would be, I would obviously want to have all the appropriate department heads at the county who would be part of that discussion as part of that discussion. So.
And I actually agree with everything that you said, Jennifer, on that question, and I'm sensitive to Jim's concerns as well. It's just that, from my view, we'll get to revisit this question again in 30 to 50 years, and to be so close to having that asset actually be functioning. I mean, I know that its financial certainty is of such quality that it can be used for a treasury investment. So the revenue stream is predictable, and we can certainly make policy based on that. There's that level of certainty without question. And I just didn't want to lose this historic moment for lack of a few months. And if we can crack that nut, I think it's important to consider.
Mr. Chairman, just one final comment, if I may, on that, in terms of the timing. I think if we are to be genuine with our representation to Auburn and also to the ratepayers of SMD1, that we as a board might be willing to consider using that money, we should probably be having that conversation prior to coming back and making a final decision relative to regionalization versus stay-at-home solution. I think that staff needs to hear, and certainly if I were a city council member of the city of Auburn, I might want to hear, does the board, are there at least 3 members that actually are willing to say, with these kinds of projects, we're willing to commit future dollars?
Or consider future dollars. Right. Yeah, I agree.
So, I mean, I appreciate Supervisor Montgomery saying within 6 months. I think it's a conversation we might want to have sooner than that.
At least in terms of broad policy questions.
Right, right. I mean, we don't have to start identifying projects and throwing them on the wall, but
Yeah.
at least having the policy discussion, precisely.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I didn't hear recapped was the discussion of Auburn. How did you want us to approach that?
My recommendation is that we do some financial analysis that considers possibly, my example is buying down through Middle Fork revenues the cost of the trunk line, the common trunk portion, which would decrease the cost both to SMD1 ratepayers and Auburn ratepayers, and find that point where we could put Auburn in a level of comfort, but in a position of requiring to give us a response that they're either in or out of this thing. It's kind of been a flipped circumstance where they said we're going to wait for the county to see what they decide and then we'll consider it. Well, I think it's more a question of under these circumstances, would you do it? So there has to be some financial analysis done to come up with what those numbers are and how they would be applied. And if there's some completely different ideas, I'm open to those. But
And we'd be looking at working those ideas through Supervisor Holmes and yourself as the chair, since you are members of that.
Fine with me.
What am I? Did you volunteer for?
Tag, you're in.
We're looking at some of the potential cost reductions on the common trunk line to be shared with the city of Auburn and Placer County, and recognizing you're both the sewer experts. So.
And Middle Fork experts.
So is any of this required to be codified in a motion that the board is not taking action on a recommendation regarding SMD1 today, but rather requesting staff come back to us possibly sometime in August with having had these series of meetings? Do we need a motion, or will you just continue the item with this direction having been directed to staff?
Okay, I would definitely recommend that we continue item 5A. I mean,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
The item says direct staff to exclusively focus. Obviously, this conversation is not too exclusive.
Right.
So I would suggest we continue that, if not to a fixed date, to an approximate day, the first meeting in July or something like that.
It's the chairman's prerogative. You're saying just simply say we're going to continue this item with that appropriate direction to staff.
And items B and C will just go off calendar for now, Jim.
Or actually, item B and C are standalone, are they not? We can continue with those.
Actually, these are pretty administrative tasks that just allow us to continue to move forward with the upgrade project as you've asked us to do.
Yeah.
So it's no commitment on the part of the county to the upgrade, but allows us to continue with the process.
So we need to adopt
So
MBC is what you're saying?
5A, we want to continue this motion?
I think that's the chairman's prerogative, like I said.
To continue it, or was that a motion to continue? My prerogative, okay, so I'm going to continue item 5A to, let's say, the first meeting in August?
Or whatever is appropriate, I mean.
Or sooner, if we get a quicker response from Auburn. And with regards to 5B and C, we need motions.
Approval of item 5B and C.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to go forward with items 5B and C. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. Appreciate everybody's time and energy and effort and work.
So to remind you, your day's not over. As the daylight fades, we now go into closed session for page 4, item 14. There's some litigation and some labor, and hopefully it's fast.
Or hopefully you don't mind if we sleep.